Interlude. A long time ago, war had come to Tython, and its reality was more vicious than any Force vision could convey. The skies around Anil Kesh were filled with death, and through the walls of the temple Tasha Rio could hear muffled explosions as Jedi and Rakata battled for superiority above the chasm. Every so often something would impact against Anil Kesh's armored exterior, rocking the structure violently, and more than one she thought the one of the temple's three arching legs might lose purchase, and the whole thing would fall into the black rift. The latter was a small mercy right now. She was sure it was filled with the agony and anger of clashing armies. Muffled sounds and trembling beneath her feet were all Tasha knew. She could no longer see the corridors of Anil Kesh around her, nor could she feel the Force. The latter was a small mercy right now. She was sure it was filled with the agony and anger of clashing armies. Small mercy was no recompense for what she'd been robbed of. Before the fighting had come to Tython, she'd received an intense Force vision of a battle taking place around the chasm's mouth. At that moment, an agent of the Rakata had attacked her and, using methods unlike anything the Jedi had ever known, the agent had left her physically undamaged but robbed her not only of sight, but of her ability to touch the Force. Tasha was doubly blinded, and it felt like all her fears of helplessness has been fulfilled, worse than she'd ever imagined possible. She was isolated within herself and angry. All during this invasion, her desire to do more for the Jedi had warred with her fear of dying and revulsion from combat. She'd felt like a coward before, now she felt like a failure. Nonetheless, there might be one thing she could do. Tasha clutched the last hope for salvation in her hands. 8 smooth sides of Master Anang's holocron were familiar beneath her fingers as she was led to a meditation room, so deep inside Anil Kesh it might even block out the sounds of battle. The floor still trembled, and the arm around her shoulder drew her a little closer. "We're almost there, Tasha," said the voice of Ter Sinden. Though no seer, the Zabrak Jedi had been one of her instructors in the early days, before war and terror overtook Tython. He was trying to comfort her, while she could hear the fear in his voice. He guided her for a minute more before he took her shoulders in both hands, angled her body, and said, "You can sit now." She folded her legs beneath her. Clutching the holocron to her chest, she felt her knees sink into a soft cushion. "We can try now." Sinden's voice sounded directly ahead of her. "I can't promise I'll be able to unlock the holocron. Only you and a few other masters have done it before." "Please, try," she said. "It may be our only hope." If it was hope, it was a bitter one. Anang's holocron had already warned them that they were most likely doomed. Not even the Kwa Empire had been able to resist the Rakata's predations. She cupped the holocron's bottom pyramid in 2 hands, and held it out. She felt Sinden's larger, rougher fingers interlock with hers as he also gripped the device. Tasha waited. She tried to steady her breathing as she did when meditating, but it was difficult now, without the Force flowing easily through her. Anil Kesh rattled once more around them. Through the chamber's deep silence she heard a few more explosions. Then she felt something else. A tingling ran through her body. It felt like numbness being chased away. Sinden said, "I am channeling the Force through the holocron to you, Tasha. Can you sense anything?" "Yes, Ters." "Yes." A glimmer. It expands. Her breath went away as she felt a familiar touch, not Sinden's, but the Force energy that had been encoded into the holocron circuits by his ancient Kwa architect. A brutal voice said, "Peace. I am Anang of the Kwa, the last of the Tython Kwa, master of this holocron. Ask, Seeker, and I will guide you." Sinden said, "Master Anang, the Rakata have landed on Tython and are attacking. We seek your wisdom." "The Rakata have arrived. Then the purpose of this holocron is at last fulfilled. It is time for the Ur to awaken." Suddenly Tasha was bathed in the Force. It crackled up her arms and through her body, and in that instant she could feel both the mighty power locked within the holocron, the agony raging just outside Anil Kesh, the deep distortions looming in the chasm below them, and something else, something she never felt before and couldn't compare to anything. "Tasha!" Sinden shouted. He sounded afraid and far away, like he'd felt or seen something that had made him jump back. But Tasha felt only calm. Her whole life she'd trained as a Jedi seer, accepting the Force's revelations as they came. She felt that revelation now, and its absolute certainty. The unspeakable power was all around them, had been all around them all this time, but it had been slumbering. Now it was rising itself. She felt it like a surging tide, surrounding her, soon to swallow her whole. The thought of being consumed with power filled her with surprising joy. "No, it's all right," she told Sinden. I understand. Tears, I sense her now. Tython is awake." "Awake." She could hear his gate. "What do you mean?" "We?" "Tython is no ordinary world," said the holocron. "Otherwise, the Loyur would not have brought you here." Mention of the black stone pyramids, one of which even now hung over Anil Kesh, stirred something within Tasha. She felt like she was on the verge of an even greater revelation, one that would overflow within her and burst out. She struggled to find words. "Master Aang, you said we were doomed if the Rakata came here. You told us all Jedi would be destroyed. I also told you to stand firm together and be true to the Force." The Qua's voice held gentle reprimand. "If you can do that in the face of despair, then the Jedi will earn the right to survive." Tasha whispered, "Tell us what to do." "Your hope of survival lies within the Infinity Gate at the bottom of the chasm. Even now the Rakata draw near. We must act quickly. Take me to the lowest levels of Anil Kesh, so we may look upon the chasm." Tasha held the holocron to her chest and told Sinden, "We must go immediately." All hesitation seemed gone from him. He took her by the arm, raised her to standing, and said, "Hold tight. I'll guide the way." Though her vision was still blinded, Tasha did not stumble once as Sinden hurried her through Anil Kesh's halls, down the lift that carried them to the observation port at the bottom of the temple's copula. It was here the Jedi observers could peer straight down into the chasm. A great beam of white energy plunged constantly into the gap, sampling what data could be gleaned for Jedi scientists to pick apart in their quest to understand the anomaly. Tasha knew when they reached the overlook. She could feel not only the rush of open air but the swarming Force energies reaching up from the black. They contained not only agony and war and maddening vision, but something else too, something that could save Jedi as well as break them. Beside her, Sinden said, "Master Aang, we have brought your holocron here as asked. Now please, we need to know why." The Qua's voice came out from between her hands. "The appearance of the Rakata on Tython has triggered a fail-safe mechanism within my holocron. It is time to awaken the Loyur. For that awakening, I need a Jedi seer." Tasha's heart leapt, then retreated. Just when she should have been able to help, she was at her most helpless. "Master Aang, I am no longer a seer nor a Jedi. The Rakata's agent blinded my eyes and blinded me to the Force." "Blinded is not severed," said the holocron. "The Force flows through all living things and it flows through you still. You can be reunited with the Force so you can awaken the Loyur, but it will cost you your mortal shell." Tasha felt a strange calm fall over her. The war against the Rakata had cost her vision and the Force, and she'd feared she would die a burden on her friends in their final moments. In dying, she might even gain the transcendence she'd long sought. Aang's words, though spoken with utter gravity, sparked the hope she needed. Sinden, however, said, "No. There must be some other way." "Use me." Tasha shook her head. "No, Tears, you are not a seer. If there was any other way, I know Aang would tell us." She took a deep breath. "This is our darkest hour. The Jedi are fighting and dying to save Tython. All are doing what they've been called to do. How could I do any less?" She heard him exhale as the simple truth of the situation became clear. Battle still raged outside. Down below, the Rakata neared the Infinity Gate. They had to act now. She had to act. It was what the Force had ordained for her. She knew that clearer than anything she'd ever received in the fractured Force visions. In the knowledge of destiny, she felt free. She felt Sinden's hands press on either shoulder. His breath brushed her face. "I will miss you, Tasha Rio." In the Force, we Jedi are never apart, Tears. She removed one hand from the holocron to feel his face. It would be the last one she ever touched, and she felt a moment of hesitation for the thought of her mother and father, her Uncle Hawk, and all the other Jedi she'd known. She hoped that, whatever became of her and of them, they'd understand what she did her today. She hoped she would understand. Anang's holocron whispered, "You know what to do. Do not fear. I believe you." She gathered courage and turned to the energy beam that plunged into the chasm. She could hear his hum and feel his heat. She knew from memory it was just a few meters jump away. "Act now," said the holocron. "Yes," Tasha whispered, took a deep breath, and leaped into her destiny. Warmth enveloped her. Light chased away the dark of blindness. With destiny came understanding, the kind glimpsed through Force visions but always in tantalizing shards. Bathed with the light of anew, falling toward the chasm's infinity gate, Tasha knew it all and felt it all. It rushed her and overcame her and tore her body apart. She knew it but didn't feel it. The luminous core of Tasha Rio remained as anew energy spread, her life essence spread outward. It flew down the chasm, piercing layers of madness as though it were nothing, and smashed into the infinity gate as Rakata crowded around their prize like scavenger birds. The Force's power was her own as Tasha cracked the ancient gate, shattered it, broke it beyond any hope of use by the Rakata. Immense energy escaped the gate as it broke, and the energy overwhelmed her. It funneled up into anew and out of it. The ancient temple that had straddled the chasm for millennia became a fountain of unleashed energy. Tasha rode with it into the Thoyur directly above, and in arcs of light that vectored across Tython to the 8 other black double pyramids that had hovered silent for generations. Tasha had no mouth but she cried out in joy, "Turs, can you feel it?" Anang spoke the truth. "I am one with the Force again, one with the Thoyur." The energy carried Tasha Rio to each Thoyur and stirred it to life. All across the planet, the 8 spoked wheels carved into the stone pyramids began to glow. Though broken in 9 pieces, Tasha was one, and she felt it as raw energy burst out each Thoyur and overwhelmed every Rakata nearby, tearing each ship apart and wiping their darkness from existence. The life force that was Tasha Rio cleansed Tython of the invaders, but she barely noticed. The breaking of the infinity gate had unleashed even greater revelation, and it was all she could do to hold herself together before the truth pulled her apart. Stars on stars, planets on planets. Infinity became her. Vision came like it had never come before. Trapped in the mortal body she'd only ever been gifted with fragments, confusing and aggravating. By surrendering crude matter she'd opened herself to revelation her mortal brain could never process. The self that remained threatened to unravel and fray, but she felt a presence conscious, comforting, necessary join hers and guide her through infinity. It was like the firm guiding hand of a father, in touch with the Force as hers had never been. This was a father who held the Force in perfect balance, within himself and without. "You have achieved what few beings ever have," the father told her. "You have traded the worlds you know for greater knowing, the life you've lived for great living, and the ones you love for greater loving. You have surrendered space and time to reach at a place more kind than home and vaster than galaxies. You have completed one journey. Now you begin walking a path without end." She now knew who created the Thoyur and why. She understood why only the Jedi had been selected to touch the Force, why it had retreated from the Qua and Gree, and why it was leaving the Rakata even now. The self that was left of her felt a twinge of pity for the Rakata. Evil as they were now driven by desperation and fear as they slowly lost touch with the Force. Without it they'd be nothing, and they knew it, and their fate was to crumble slowly. Tasha understood all those things, and she understood as no Jedi ever could the wills that guided it all. It was awesome and terrifying, and her mind should have dissolved before it, but she held herself as one. Though her mortal shell was dissolved, her inner light was bright. Like the wills who gone before her, Tasha Rio was immortal in the Force. Chapter 21. The masters of Coruscant's weather had engineered a rainstorm the day before that had grayed the skies over Galactic City but washed away much of the dirt and pollution in this air. Clouds retreated overnight, and the following sunrise cast everything in a white gold glow. From the Empress office, the The skyline looked like rows of polished jewels spread out for miles in the newly pure air. Marasiah had been hoping to feel similar clarity inside her, but after Ganner Krieg and Azlyn Ray's return from Vorzit V, the situation was more muddied than ever. They'd extracted verbal confession from a Black Sun lieutenant that they'd arranged the assassination attempt on Bavinire, and Ganner insisted he'd seen recorded video of the local Vigo getting a visit from Darth Havoc. The implications were staggering, but they failed to produce any hard evidence, even a copy of the video. Indeed, the only material proof they brought of their efforts were Ganner's injuries, cracked ribs, a broken leg, and a shattered foot. It wasn't enough to satisfy anyone, least of all her Uncle Hagram. He was back in her office, pacing tightly again. His black cloaked form seemed to absorb all the room's morning light. "Right now we should keep this information to ourselves," he said. "If we bring it to the attention of the Senate, they'll ask for more than hearsay, but we don't have that, and it will make our case look even more tenuous. We still have to act on it." "Act how?" "It would be one thing if we knew where the Sith were, or why they attacked you. We know why they attacked. They wanted to sow discord in the Federation, and they've succeeded. Since the election of T.M. Brighton to Speaker of the Senate, dozens of senators from Imperial-aligned sectors had staged walkouts in protest of the election of a terrorist supporter. It wasn't enough to keep the Senate from having a vote in quorum, but tempers were at a boiling point. Apparently there had also been an attempt on Porad Darrow's life, in the supposedly secure senatorial apartment complex no less, which kept the pro-alliance senators feeling righteously victimized. More than ever she regretted creating the legislative body. "If we had any evidence, it might calm tempers," said Hagram, "but this would just feed more rumor. Frankly, I'm not sure there is evidence to be found." "What do you mean?" "I understand Masters Krieg and Ray have a personal attachment in this case, but I don't think they were the best to send to Vorzit." "You think attachments clouds their judgment?" "Partially. See, all we have is his word that Darth Havoc Eshker 9 visited Vigo Pleshche. Azlyn Ray couldn't identify him from the recording." "Master Ray never met Nine or Havoc?" "No, and because they weren't allowed to copy this record, apparently all we have is Master Krieg's hearsay. He and your husband were close. It's natural he'd want Antari's death to be part of some grand Sith scheme." His words stuck to the bone. When Marasiah had heard the report about Havoc, her heart had irrationally swelled. If she could get justice for Antares and her mother, and bring down the Sith too, she might finally shake the feeling of failure that had been crushing her since Bavinire. Sobered, she asked him, "Why else do you think sending Ganner was a bad idea?" "Frankly, I'd recommend against sending Imperial Knights on missions this critical. Leave it to my intelligence operatives." She rankled at the thought of relegating her knights to ceremonial jobs. All Imperial Knights were trained to work in the field. They were trained to use the Force. Their instinct is to call on it, even when they can't. Besides, I like this even less than you do. Losing the Force has hampered me. It's hurt all your knights. With stakes this high, you need operatives that you can trust to operate at their best capacity. None of your knights can do that. And what should I do with them instead? I don't know. I'm just telling you facts. It would be a humiliation to strip her knights of their duties, but as her uncle had said, it might also be necessary. I'll need to think about this. In the meantime, she was interrupted by a buzz from her desktop comm system. She tapped a button to open the line. "Speak." "Majesty," said Astral Veo, "Admiral Stasi is here to see you. He says it's urgent." Marasiah glanced up at her uncle. His relationship with the Admiral was deteriorating, and would be ruined altogether if Stasi found out he'd been spied on. Stiffly, Hagram said, "Perhaps I should excuse myself." "Send him in," Marasiah told Astral, then told her uncle, "Wait here for a moment. We'll see what he has to say." Stasi came through the doors a second later wearing his Alliance Admiral's uniform, an announcement in itself. Before he spoke, she sensed him through the Force and found no anger, only eager resolve. "Empress," he said, and to Hagram, Director, "I think you'll both want to hear this." "Hear what?" she asked. I've just received critical intelligence from one of my operatives about the war in the Outer Rim. What sources specifically? Asked Hagram, automatically skeptical of Alliance intel. I believe you're both familiar with Anjdal and Rogue Squadron. You may also know that a former rogue is part of a Mandalorian faction seeking overthrow of Yaga Arches. We know of them, Marasiah said. Dahl and her Mandalorian contacts had worked with Shadow Veo and Aslan Ray last year in a fruitless attempt to find Darth Maladi. Commander Dahl's contact, Hondo Kar, has just sent us some stunning news. First, the Nagai war leader Ralik K. Sharn is also Darth Nil, reigning Lord of the Sith. Marasiah and Hagram both stiffened in shock. The intel director said, "How did Kar learn this?" He didn't specify. He only said that he'd obtained a source very closer to the Mandalore. It made perfect sense. Darth Nil had escalated his Outer Rim campaigns the very same day he'd arranged the assassination on Bavanyar. The Federation has since been riven with confusion and anger, which in turn crippled its response to Nil's assaults. "That's still hearsay," Hagram said. "We'll need more specific intel if we're going to act." He provided some. Stasi held up two green fingers and tapped the first. One, he suggests that the next push will be in the Atravis sector, up the Hydean way. He says it will be mostly a SS Siruak affair, while the Mandalorians and the Nagai solidify control over the Javan sector. "We'll ready a counteroffensive at once," said Marasiah. "With all due respect, I recommend we hold off acting on this intelligence." Stasi tapped his second finger. Kar also informed us that the SS Siruvi battle droids are currently being powered by brains of Geonosian manufacture. Hagram's eye narrowed in thought. The handful of tiny pyramidal SS Siruvi battle droids they recovered from combat zones were a visible departure from the ones they'd used a century before. New mechanisms had been installed to power and operate the machines, which had seemed to corroborate Hagram's report that the SS Siruvi attachment scheme was no longer working. Because of the alien nature of SS Siruvi technology and the battle-damaged state of recovered specimens, they'd been unable to decipher much from the modifications, though some had suggested that the new computer brains resembled those used by the Colicoids, Geonosians, and other insectoid droid-making races. "You're recommending a fast strike at Geonosis," Hagram said. Marasiah caught a hint of admiration. "I am," Stasi nodded. "We don't know whether the Geonosians have exported any of their droid-making tech to Lek or another SS Siruvi world, but we can at least cut off the source." "And the counteroffensive at Atravis. Frankly, I don't want to risk exposing our new intel source this early. Countering them at Atravis might do that. If we attack Geonosis, Nil's more likely to think we deciphered their technology or found an informant within the Geonosians themselves. That left Atravis open to conquest, destruction, and death, but breaking the SS Siruvi supply of battle droids would end this campaign sooner. It was a hard choice, but Stasi had never shied away from those. Marasiah looked between the Admiral and her uncle and sensed they were in rare concord. "Very well," Marasiah said. "Take Geonosis. It will be interesting to see how the SS Siruak and Nagai react to that." "Excellent," Stasi bobbed his head eagerly. "We can't afford to tip our hand before we attack. General Yeager and Admiral Slosser should continue to hold their current positions. One of them might reposition near Atravis so they're able to respond quickly once the new offensive starts." She finally understood Stasi's eagerness. "You plan to lead the offensive yourself, Admiral?" "I'd very much like to. Empress, I'm a soldier at heart, not a politician. I can't lead Admiral Bay's fleet. Any Imperials willing to work under my authority are welcome. We've been on the defensive this entire campaign, but we can shift everything in our favor with one strike." Her eyes shifted to Hagram. Her uncle nodded very slightly, which was good. Marasiah had no intention of stopping Stasi. "Ready your fleet," she said. "I'll ask Admirals Fennel and Yage if they're willing to spare some ships." "Excellent. I'll draw an invasion plan right away." He was already turning for the door. She called, "Admiral, one more thing." He spun back to face her. "Yes, Empress." You should know we've uncovered evidence the Sith were behind the assassination attempt on Babanire. She felt Hagrim's discomfort, but Stasy's white eyes grew wider. Have you now? The evidence is limited and nothing we can put to the public. But I want you to know the battle you're fighting. Expect subterfuge. I will, he nodded. Thank you, Empress. He spun again and marched out of the room. She could sense her uncle's frustration, but he held his tongue. Maybe this, she thought, was the turning point they needed. With the Sith defeated, she might salvage the Federation after all. Darth Havoc had never felt so reduced. He had no bacta for his scorched abdomen, no come to call for help, and no blaster to defend himself in Coruscant's underworld. He had no cast for his broken shoulder and no medicine for the stabbing pain. His only tool left was, of all things, a damn set of macro binoculars. If he'd had the Force, he would have overcome all the rest. But he was deaf and blind, his helplessness complete. He'd gotten as far away from his crash site as he could. He didn't know if they were still searching for him, but he had to assume they'd be thorough. Moving was agonizing and slow, and as soon as he'd found a door, he'd gone inside, where he'd be harder to spot. Coruscant's shining towers grew dark and neglected the further down you went. Warrens existed miles directly beneath clean office spaces and government buildings. Sometimes they held forgotten treasure. After retrieving a glowrit, Havoc spent uncounted hours scouring the long abandoned rooms of one building until he found a disused medical center and with its several containers of expired bacta. He'd slathered the liquid on his stomach wound regardless. The pain receded somewhat, and it became easier to move. In counting all he lacked, Havoc had overlooked the most crucial thing of all. Eventually, he became painfully hungry, and nothing in these abandoned levels was edible. He crept outside and found it was night. He didn't even know what he was looking for, only that he'd have to scavenge or steal, as he had no credits to buy with. He wandered for hours more, jumping at shadows until he spotted a flickering firelight further down the artificial canyon, perhaps 100 meters beneath. Where he'd have once dropped down and used the Force to soften the landing, he now had to search for a stairwell or a ladder, and when he finally did, he was forced to backtrack to the firelight. By the time he got near, his entire insides felt yawning and empty. Weariness as much as pain made it hard to walk. Havoc counted 3 figures laying around the fire. In the darkness, they were only lumped shapes, and when he drew near, it became clear all 3 were sleeping. Homeless drifters, probably. There were worse kinds of scum lurking in Coruscant's underlevels, Havoc knew, and he counted himself lucky. Moving as quietly as he could, he examined the things these indigents had gathered. Piles of dirty clothing assaulted his senses, but he spotted a few packages of non-perishable food in the firelight. After turning off his glow lamp, he bent low to pick one up, but pain stabbed out of his side. He couldn't keep himself from crying in pain as he sunk to his knees. The noise roused all 3 indigents. They kicked back their ratty blankets and reared up to stare at him, and the closest one, an Aqualish, barked and lunged forward. Havoc skirted back in panic, dropping the glow lamp, but the Aqualish kept coming, waving its arms in anger. Hold up, said a voice from behind Havoc. The Sith jerked and looked around to see a dirty human raising his hands. The Aqualish seemed cowed and no longer advanced. Instead, it sat on its haunches or glared in silence. Firelight played unnervingly across the curve of his large black eyes. Gorak don't like you touching his things, the man said. He smiled beneath his tangled beard, but there was a touch of menace. Havoc realized, sickeningly, that his life was in the hands of these pathetic beings. I'm sorry, he muttered. The third indigent, a Nimbinal with withered gray skin, said, What want you? I just need food. He tried to adjust posture, but pain shot out from his side again, and his face screwed in a wince. Hurt, you? The Nimbinal asked stupidly. I'll be all right, Havoc lied. The Aqualish barked something. Havoc guessed it might have been get your own food. The human, though, looked sympathetic. Maybe we can get you a little, he said. How long you been down here? Long enough, Havoc grunted. They all watched him carefully. They could tell he was hurt and probably that he'd only ended up in the underlevels recently. He wasn't safe among them, but he needed food badly. The human scooted over to another pile of filthy clothes. He pulled them back to reveal an equally ratty but intact tarp, then pulled back the tarp to reveal his food stash. He took out a small container and held it out. Military-grade rations. No taste but plenty of valuable nutrients. "Thank you," Havoc said, and wondered why the man had given up something so valuable so easily. He looked at the Aqualish and Nimbinel, both edging closer and from different directions. He'd never be able to take all three at once, and he felt a wash of panic. "Is mine," the human said warningly, "but you can have a piece." The Aqualish barked and waved a hand. The Nimbinel said, "Ask nicely, you?" Did they want him to beg before they killed him? Havoc burned with anger and shame. Without the Force, he had no way to use those emotions. Growling, he said, "Please let me have some rations." "Good." The human smiled through his beard again. "Gorak, help him out." Havoc saw a shadow in firelight, and that gave him a second's warning before the Aqualish came at him with a knife drawn. His combat training from both the Sith and Imperial Knights took over. Still seated, he pivoted and snapped an elbow into the Aqualish's face. The creature dropped his knife, and Havoc grabbed it with his left hand. His right arm formed a hook and snared the Aqualish's thick neck. The alien howled and kicked while the human and Nimbinel rushed to help subdue Havoc. The Sith lashed out with the knife. The blade cut across the human's face, and he fell back, but when his hands pulled away, Havoc was surprised how little blood flowed from the wound. At the same time, the Aqualish struggled, broke free, and pushed Havoc into a pile of filthy rags. The creature lunged at him, and even as pain filled his body, he lashed out with the knife again. It skirted across the Aqualish's chest, tearing ratty clothes, but not flesh. The human came to help pin Havoc down, but the Sith lashed out with the knife again, and this time plunged it straight and hard into the man's neck. Blood geysered, he howled and fell back, kicking violent death throes. The Aqualish was stunned, and Havoc reached out, grabbed the glow lamp he dropped earlier, and slammed his butt in hard against the Aqualish's skull. There were one more howl as it fell back, but Havoc threw himself on top and repeatedly smashed the glow lamp's hard metal end in the gray cranium until he cracked it open, spilling orange blood to mix with the humans. Panting, panicked, Havoc looked up. The Nimbinel was running away and soon disappeared in the night. Havoc had neither the strength nor will to chase. He staggered back off the Aqualish's body and dropped bottom first onto the Ferrocrete. The human had stopped breathing and stopped moving. Havoc felt a giddy rush fill him. The indigents had tried to take him by surprise and mob him 3-on-1, but he'd beaten them. Even wounded, even without the Force, he was still a danger to be reckoned with. He still deserved to call himself Sith. Before getting up to rummage for more food, he reached over and pulled the knife from the dead man's throat. He wiped blood on his trouser leg and looked at the blade clearly for the first time. He realized why it had taken so more force to do damage with it. Rather than the vibro blade he'd assumed, it had dull edges and a rounded tip. A knife for cutting food, he realized. The Aqualish had been trying to help him. Triumph evaporated. Still holding the knife, Havoc looked around the dead bodies, the blood-washed Ferrocrete, and the pile of filth in which he sat. Bile rose in his stomach, and against himself he keeled over and vomited from an empty stomach. As acid burned his throat, he couldn't help but think that this was how his life would end. Once one of Roan Fell's most respected knights, he'd murdered his beloved Empress and become Sith in search of something greater. His search had led him here. He tried to tell himself he couldn't give up, not even now. When he was ready, he began to search again for food. He'd eat it far from here. He'd survive one day at a time if he had to. Havoc was a Sith by choice and deed. He had to find a way to save himself. He repeated it like a mantra. He had to find a way. With the Force, a healer could mend broken bones, even those as badly fractured as Ganner's, within hours. The time for those miracles had passed, and instead he was forced to rely on standard medicine. Bacta was good at mending soft tissue, but when it came to fixing a shattered foot or tibia, the only solution was bone splints, calcium injections, and a lot of rest. Being stuck in a hospital bed was the last thing Ganner needed right now. He had nothing to do except replay the stupid and shameful decisions he'd made at Vorset. Worse, it recalled the long days of isolation after being kidnapped by Maladi, where despair had nearly swallowed him whole. Aslan was paying him daily visits, just as she had before, and like before, she was the one bright spot of his day. On the third day, she came in with a look of concentration on her face, and instead of first asking Ganner how he was doing the same as the past 2 days, she got down to business. "It sounds like the pieces are coming together," she said. "Apparently Admiral Stasi got intel from an Alliance source that Darth Nil and the Sith are behind the attacks in the Outer Rim." Ganner pushed himself upright in his bed. "How did they learn that?" "I don't know. I don't think they have hard proof either, but it makes sense. Terminus and Bavinire happening at the same time was always too much to be a coincidence." So it was the Sith who were responsible for Antari's death. Ganner felt satisfaction inside, and with it frustration that he was trapped in this bed, body broken because of his own rash misjudgments. "Stasi's going to the Outer Rim personally to take command of the counteroffensive," Aslan said. "There's not much we can do about that right now, but I've been looking into some other things that might be relevant." "Like what?" Aslan crossed arms beneath her respiration chest plate. Kagar A's apparently had a connection to Senator Porat Darrell, one of Stasi's ex-soldiers and a close ally of T.M. Brighton. "I know. And I've been looking into Darrell. Apparently somebody tried to kill him around the same time we were off on Vorset." "Apparently." She shrugged. "It happened in the speeder garage at the Senator's apartment complex, but the incident report is really vague. No security cams got a good look at the assassin, despite the fact that he drove his speeder bike in and out the front gate. You could do that with the right kind of sensor jammer." "I know, but those aren't easy to find. Darrell's allies in the Senate are saying that's proof some high-level imps were trying to kill him." She shrugged again. "We're basically going off eyewitness reports. Darrell says a shadowy figure came up to him after he parked his speeder. He saw the guy draw a weapon and pulled his own. Senators go around armed nowadays. After the accusations he's gotten, I guess he became justifiably paranoid. And he is ex-military. Darrell says he got one shot in the attacker. The guy went back to his bike and fled. Darrell says he kept firing and winged the bike on the way out of the garage. Investigators picked up some outside holocam footage that showed the bike falling fast into the chasms. So the assassin's dead. Maybe. What piqued my interest was that a few other eyewitnesses confirmed Darrell's attacker was an Itachi. Ganner tried to rein in his enthusiasm. "The galaxy's full of Itachi. We don't know it was Havoc. If it was, I'm really interested as to why he was paying Darrell a visit. It goes against all we learned on Vorset. Black Sun put Ains on the job, not Darrell. Unless Darrell recommended him to Black Sun. That seemed too convoluted." Ganner shook his head. "If Darrell was working with Havoc, why did Darrell try to kill him?" "I have no idea. Like you just said, we don't even know it's Havoc. You wouldn't have brought this up if you didn't think it was worth looking into." "I know. I've talked to the Empress. She's agreed to assign a team of security officers and intel agents to trawl the lower levels with me. Whoever went after Darrell, she wants him found. If he's dead, she wants his body." Ganner hoped the assassin was Havoc and Havoc was alive. He hoped he could repay some of his grief onto a Sith, personally, and there was none he'd rather repay it on than the one who betrayed his oath as an Imperial Knight. Aslan must have seen that in his face. She reached down and took his hand. "Don't get too excited. All of this is a long shot." "I know." And Ganner, she hesitated. "I know you've been through a lot. More than any other knight, maybe. Before all this started, you were always the calm one. The one who was at peace with himself and could help show the rest of us how to best serve the Force." She squeezed his hand lightly. "I always admired that about you." They'd not talked about his violent outburst on Vorset. He was hoping they never would. "It's been difficult," he admitted. "When I had the Force, I could feel it guide me. I could feel peace. Now, I don't have that. All I have is me." and he hated what he'd become. A plague vector that spread disease worse than death. A man who flailed in the water while his best friend was gunned down before him. A knight who forgot his own limitations and ended up broken in a hospital because of it. Aslan squeezed his hand again. It wasn't much, but it kept choking despair away. We can still get through this. Stay here. Heal your body and your mind. Let me do what I can about Havoc. Of course, he said. I trust you. He realized he trusted her more than anyone right now. She'd adapted better than most to losing the Force. When she'd had it, she'd been torn between Jedi and Imperial Knight, rival careers and rival purposes. After losing both options, she seemed to have gained a practical focus on the problem directly ahead of her. He envied her that. Aslan withdrew her hand from his. Sit tight. Heal up. I'm going to need your help when you're back in shape. I look forward to it, Ganner said. Chapter 22. From their perch on the hilltop a kilometer away, carefully hidden beneath a white blanket that matched the snow, Eli and Talon watched as Cade Skywalker entered the portal on the monolith slope, disappeared for less than 2 minutes, then came falling out. His inert form tumbled down the black stone slope before being grabbed by the astromech droid and lowered as gently as possible to the ground, where Skywalker's friends gathered around. From his position, Eli could see nothing except their huddled backs, but when they remained like that for over a minute, he said, "Something is seriously wrong with Skywalker." Agreed, Talon said, and continued to peer through her macrobinoculars. Eli looked at her, expecting more. Up until now, he'd been wary of approaching that group. Aside from being outnumbered, there was little they could do against Skywalker's Force abilities. Now the situation had changed. Skywalker was down and his allies were distracted. There was no better time than now to take them by surprise. Eli knew it and so did Talon, but his master's jaw clenched tight as she tried to decide what to do. In a low voice he said, "We can take the bike and come in fast. Stun as many as we can on the first pass." "Are you confident in your aim, apprentice?" Without the Force, he could never be fully confident of anything, but this was an opportunity they couldn't afford to waste. "I can do it," he said. "Very well." Talon finally lowered her binoculars. "Disabling the Wookiee is the top priority. Then the Imperial Knight." "I understand." "Good." She unfurled the blanket, exposing them to the cold, and pushed to her feet. Eli hurried with her to the speeder bike and hoped what he'd promised was true. There seemed nothing they could do except huddle around Cade's limp body. Delia still held him in her arms, his head in her lap, but the touch of her pink fingers to his face did nothing to stir him. His eyelids twitched and his hands trembled slightly. His breath was shallow but fast. It was like he was trapped in a dream he could not escape. For all any of them knew, he might be trapped there forever. Through his shock, Jeriah was angry. For all he knew, Cade's brain had been permanently fried by whatever had happened inside the monolith. There was no doubt the thing had opened to him because he alone could touch the Force. Then it had overloaded his mind with mystic power or knowledge or whatever the Force gave you. Through all this long quixotic quest, Jeriah had tried to tell himself that the dangers were less than what they'd faced before, because Cade was the last damned Jedi in the galaxy and he could handle anything. But of course that was a lie. There were things not even Cade could handle. The worst part was, Jeriah had seen this coming all along, or something like it, but he'd shoved down his worries because Cade had seemed in control. He hated the Force more than anything, because it always made him helpless. Delia was whispering to Cade, telling him to wake up. Lobaka roared loudly, and C-3PO said, "I quite agree. We must get him to the medical bay on Mynock immediately." "Is he okay to move?" asked Kyra. "Nothing's wrong with him physically," Delia said. "It's just whatever that thing did to his head." Her voice broke. "He's gone. I can't sense any of him." The Zeltron's empathic skills worked even when the Force didn't. Jeriah scowled and said, "Okay, let's pick him up and get him inside." He doubted Mynock's medical systems could do help with whatever damage the Force had wrought, but at least they'd get him out of the cold, away from the damned pyramid. Lobaka had enough strength to carry him easily, and the Wookiee moaned for Delia to move aside. She stroked Cade's face one more time, then reluctantly moved away. As Lobaka bent to pick him up, Jerry noticed a sound, low and humming beneath the wind's faint whistle. It was the sound of repulsors, approaching fast, but it was so out of place and unexpected it took a second to register. That was a second too much. Jerry lifted his head just in time to see a single speeder bike, dual-seated and mounted by twin black-clothed figures, leap over the pyramid's edge and veer down at them. As he reached for his blaster, the bike pivoted to circle around them, exposing his flank but also giving the backseat passenger a chance to aim his rifle. Two shots popped out before Jerry drew his pistol. Both took Lobaka in the side as he was bent low to grab Cade, and the Wookiee got out merely a low moan as blue stun energy flashed across his body. His massive, furred form dropped to the ground and just barely avoided crushing Cade. By then Jerry had his pistol drawn, and so did Delia, but the speeder bike was fast and the pilot jerked and juked to avoid their tracking fire. The backseater released another spray of stun bolts. Jerry barely managed to dodge them, but Delia was a second too slow, and she crumpled as well. Jerry dropped to one knee and released his own shot. This one flew steady and true, winging the speeder bike's rear section and causing it to lurch. The pilot dropped altitude, and Jerry got a good look at her. The long leku and pretty face done up in scarlet and black was as unwelcome as it was unmistakable. That probably meant the gunner in the back was the human apprentice they tangled with last year. "Fall back," Jerry called as he scooted toward Lobaka, Delia, and Cade, all piled unconscious together. Jo and Kyra dropped down beside them, both hefting blasters, but Talon didn't bother to circle around for another pass. Instead, she drove her speeder right at them, forcing them to fire or flee before getting fatally rammed. Jerry tried to do both at once. He managed to land two scorching shots on the bike's metal nose but missed Talon herself, and he was barely able to dodge out of the bike's path. Jo and Kyra merely managed to dive away in time. However, Talon cut acceleration at the last second and brought her bike to a shuddering halt atop the three prone bodies. As she hovered over them, she drew a blaster and leveled it at Jerry. The boy in the back dismounted nimbly, rifle aimed at Jo and Kyra. For a second, everything was still. Cold wind blew across the snow-swept plain. Then Talon said, "Put down your weapon, Jerry said. You can't win here." His first instinct was bravado. "It's still 2 versus 3, shut up." She was unimpressed. "What happened to Skywalker?" "You think we know?" "He went into that monolith, came out a second later like that." Jerry's eyes darted beneath the bike, then back to Talon. "Bet you were watching the whole time, weren't you?" "Correct." She dismounted the bike, attention still on him. "Is he alive?" Jerry considered lying but said, "He's all twitchy and stuff. Don't know if there's anything left in his head. Do you know what this thing is?" There was a tiny pause, as if she were waiting for her partner to speak. Then she admitted, "We do not." "Good. Then we're all in the same boat," Jo said. "We might be able to work together on this." The imp was an idiot if he thought rapprochement would work with Sith. Talon thought so too. "We do not work with our enemies." "Are we enemies?" "You're not a Sith anymore, not really, just like I'm no Imperial Knight." Jo edged a step closer. Kyra stayed behind him, feet planted. "I will always be Sith," Talon snapped. It sounded like Jo had struck a nerve. "Right now we're nothing," Jo insisted, and took another step. "There's no reason to fight." "Hold it," the young man said. "Eli," Jerry remembered. "Stay where you are and drop the weapon." Jariah watched, surprised and appalled, as the Imperial carefully placed his rifle on the ground. Kyra, thankfully, kept her raised and leveled, though Jerry doubted she'd be much good in a firefight. Jo asked Talon, "Do you still have the lightsaber you stole from me at Tehasa?" Talon blinked, then said, "I do." "Well, you can keep it," Jo said as he raised both hands in the air. "It doesn't do me much good anymore." Talon frowned but kept eyes and blaster on Jerry. If Jo was trying to distract the Sith or force their guard down, it didn't seem to be working. The Twi'lek said, "Tell both of your droids to come here." "Don't need to tell them anything," said Jerry. "They can do as they please." To his disappointment more than surprise, C-3PO shuffled awkwardly up to the Sith and their captives, R2-D2 rolling behind him. "Oh dear," the protocol droid said, "this is a most unfortunate standoff. And it seems to me quite an unnecessary one." "You understand nothing, droid?" "With all modesty, Mistress Talon, I think it's quite the contrary. I am, after all, a protocol droid, and my years of experience in diplomatic relations outnumber your years alive several times over. It is clear the situation preludes an outcome that will benefit neither party." "I did not ask your opinion," she growled. Whether C-3PO was trying to rattle her or not, he was getting the job done. R2-D2 rolled past 3PO's gold legs and edged closer to the prone bodies. The droid gave a mournful whistle. Talon looked at him with annoyance. "He's Cade's droid." He realized what was about to happen and readied himself. He wants to see if he's okay. "It's just a machine," Talon scowled, eyes darting back and forth between Jerry and the astromech rolling up to her. "That thing's more than that," Jiraiya insisted. "Trust me, if you think." He didn't say more and didn't need to. When he was a quarter meter from Talon, 4 of R2-D2's side hatches popped open. The droid unleashed a pained-sounding whine and, with it, expelled a blaster of crackling electricity that jumped across its metal shell to the nearest conducting body. Talon tried to jump back, but without the force her reflexes were a millisecond too slow. She howled in pain as R2-D2's shock jumped up her leg and jolted her body. Her hand spasmed around the blaster butt. When she squeezed the trigger, the shot went high, and Jiraiya was already on one knee. He nimbly switched his blaster from kill to stun and released a single shot that took the Twi'lek in the chest and dropped her. There was no time to feel triumphant. Jo had charged Eli without a weapon. The younger man might have blasted him in the gut, but shock delayed his reaction. The older man barreled into Eli, backing him into the side of the speeder bike. Eli let out a cry of pain but wasn't done yet. He pushed back and slipped sideways, bounding away from the bike. Jo pivoted to track him, only to turn into the red-white blaze of Eli's ignited lightsaber. The blade sliced into his waist from the right, beneath the ribcage, scorching through clothes, skin, and entrails. Jo got out only a grunt. Kyra screamed and rushed Eli. The young Sith pulled his blade out of Jo, and the wounded Imperial stumbled backward and fell. His body wilted across the back of the speeder, eyes staring blankly skyward. If he was alive, he wouldn't last long. While Jerry hurried around the bike to get a clear shot at Eli's back, the Sith had turned to face Kyra. The girl unleashed a flurry of laser blasts, and the Sith tried to parry the red kill shots, but without the force, his reflexes were slow. He deflected blasts aimed at his core, but one skimmed his left shoulder, scorching it. Kyra, desperate and angry, wasn't thinking straight. Instead of staying back and dropping Eli with either a stun or kill shot, she rushed toward him and Jo both. The Sith recovered from his pain, deflected 2 more shots aimed at his heart, then cut the barrel off Kira's blaster. Eli lunged close, and smart lad, instead of spearing her through with his saber as he easily could have, he maneuvered himself behind Kyra and locked one arm around her neck in a chokehold. He faced Jerry using Kyra as a body shield and held his lightsaber horizontally in front of her, so he could either deflect shots or kill her with a small motion. Kyra gasped for air and instinctively clawed at Eli's arm. The boy glared at Jerry, who kept his blaster high and aimed. He might be able to get off a stun blast that took Eli down but left Kyra unharmed. The slightly safer option would be to stun Kyra first, then try to land a second shot on the Sith. Either way, Eli could easily kill the girl before Jerry got to her. The kid was in hardly better position. Talon was down. Kyra was squirming even as he choked her. The girl wasn't much shorter than he was, and she was trying to work one leg around his ankle to unbalance him. Eli avoided her boots as he backstepped them toward the speeder bike, over which J.O.'s prone form was still draped. Jerry had decided to try and rattle him. "You really botched this, you know. You could have taken us all by surprise, but no. Now we've got your shuttle master. You've got a feisty prisoner. You really think you can run anywhere with her?" Kyra kicked at Eli's legs, but he didn't budge. The boy glanced over his shoulder at J.O. and said, "I hurt your friend. The longer we stand off for, the less likely he'll survive." Jerry shrugged. "He's no friend of mine. Think I care about some imp." He had no intention of letting J.O. die, but it was close enough to his real feelings that Jiraiya could sell it. He saw doubt in Eli's face, pain, and shock in Kara's. He'd apologize later. "I'm only in this for Cade. You and all your Jedi Sith poodoo don't matter to me. Far as I'm concerned, the whole galaxy'd be better off if your kind stayed extinct." He tilted his blaster slightly for emphasis. "Do whatever you want, Buki. Don't matter to me either way." Hurt deepened on Kira's face, but Eli got thoughtful. He edged himself against the side of the speeder bike, then tightened his hold on Kyra, arcing his back to lift her fully off her feet. The girl kicked futilely. Jerry had popped off his first shot. It took Kyra in the chest and stunned her instantly, but Eli didn't let go. Jerry took a second shot at the boy's face, but he was already falling backward, carrying Kyra with him, and he sprawled onto the bike's front seat. Instead of dropping Kyra and wrestling for the bike's controls, he jammed the heel of his boot into the right pedal and fired an accelerator. The speeder bike went flying blindly, 3 bodies sprawled atop it. Jerry swore and fired off 2 shots, both wide. He steadied his grip and took aim again at the fast receding tail end, but better judgment took hold and he held his fire. Eli was wrestling the thing under control. He watched it jerk back and forth, then peel in a smooth rightward curve. Stun him now with J.O. and Kyra already down, and the bike would probably fly off and crash, killing all 3. Jerry swore again and lowered his blaster. He looked at the bodies sprawled around him in the snow. Cade's, Delia's, Lobaka's talons. R2-D2 moaned sympathy, and C-3PO said, "I'm sorry, Master Jerry, but you did the best you could. Frankly, I thought it quite impressive." "Not good enough, 3PO. He scowled and holstered his blaster. "Not good enough." By the time Eli piloted his speeder back to the crevasse in which they dropped their shuttle, his heart had almost stopped racing, and he'd almost gathered his thoughts. Sin was right. He'd bungled so badly he'd lost his master. He brought 2 bodies back with him, sprawled atop one another on the speeder's rear seat. The young woman was still out with the stun blast, and the Imperial Knight seemed to have gone into shock after the lightsaber wound in his gut. As he dismounted the bike, Eli looked at them both and wondered what to do. He could take one hostage and leave the other here in the crevasse, thus forcing Skywalker's allies to waste time looking for them. Yet he didn't see what that would get him. They still had talent, and he'd need to do something about that sooner rather than later. He guided the speeder bike into the shuttle's hold, bodies and all. When he looked at her more closely, he saw the woman was no older than him. Perhaps she'd been a Jedi Padawan. He'd need to restrain her. The Imperial Knight would need medical attention if he was to survive, and Eli wasn't even sure if he should bother. Then he realized he had greater concerns. As long as he was on this planet, Skywalker's allies might still find him. They had more people, and Mynock was a tougher ship, and they'd have no problem pinning him in his crevasse. Even with 2 hostages, they could force him to surrender, which meant he needed to get away from Tython. He hurriedly found restraining cuffs, rolled the girl onto her stomach, and lashed her hands behind her back. Then he raced to the cockpit and began starting the ship. The familiar lights and sounds of the cockpit further anchored his mind. Eli had options to consider now. He could run from Tython, leave the system entirely, then hail Darth Nil and explain the situation. If he were to admit losing Darth Talon, it would shame them both permanently, and he had a feeling Nil's trust in them had already been severely eroded. Nil might even order him to return to the Outer Rim and leave Talon in enemy hands, and he found he did not want to do that. Talon had never been a warm and nurturing master, but she was still his master, and it wouldn't feel right abandoning her. More importantly, if he fled the deep core now, he'd have nothing to show in the search for Katla. He only knew that, somehow, the Yuuzhan Vong had made an important discovery at that pyramid. Perhaps Skywalker had made the same one himself, and his addled mind yet held the secret to recovering the Force for them all. Eli's business here was clearly not finished, but he couldn't wait for Minik to hunt him down either. Once repulsors were powered on, he raised the shuttle carefully out of the crevasse and into the sky. Then he fired engines and pushed them out of the atmosphere. He checked scanners nervously. Minik didn't show on them, nor any other ship. When he cleared atmosphere, he was forced to make the choice: run back to the Outer Rim and beg mercy from Lord Nil, or stay here, wait for Skywalker's allies to show themselves, and try to force a favorable solution from this impasse. If Talon had been here, he'd had more confidence, but she wasn't, and that was exactly the problem. Stern cold teacher though she'd still been his guide. Now Eli felt truly alone in a way he hadn't since his so-called protectors had sold him out to Sith hunters 5 years ago. His fate was entirely in his own hands. He could fly off to an unknown system and leave everything, Jedi and Sith, behind forever. The idea came to him unbidden. It thrilled and frightened at once. The precipice enticed but also repelled. He could never imagine a life without one order or the other. They were literally all he'd known. He took a deep breath and checked his scanners again. Still no Minik, but that ship would have to rise sooner or later. Eli looked dead ahead and saw both of Tython's moons, hovering on either corner of his viewport. Ashla and Bogan, one light, one dark. Viewed from his angle, they seemed like mirror images, and he could not say which seemed the original. Eli set a course and nudged the shuttle forward. He would bide his time in lunar orbit and wait for Minik to show itself. Without hesitation, he set course for Bogan, the dark moon. He told himself it was declaration of purpose and a promise for the future. Chapter 23. Bakura's conquerors seemed determined to prove themselves gracious in victory. There were no massacres and no orbital bombardments. Supposedly, the critical factories had been filled with Pewek and SS Siruak engineers determined to bring them back to full productivity. But from the window of his hotel room, which had become his comfortable prison, Shadow Vale saw only the columns of scarlet skin, SS Siruak marching in triumph down the streets of Solace DR. To the Bakurans, who'd lived in fear and anticipation of the alien invaders for a century and a half, this must have been the realization of all their nightmares, and the relative gentleness of the SS Iruvi occupation would do little to comfort. Locked in isolation, Shadow knew nothing about Store, Ricardo, or anyone else. He only got glimpses of the outside world when he tried to access the HoloNet, and from there he only caught repeated messages proclaiming the benevolence of the Bakura's new rulers and the danger in risking their ire. With plenty of time, and nothing to fill it, he became trapped in an endless cycle of regret. He started to wonder if Corrigan had been right, that the Pewek had used his good intentions to stall for time and set Bakura up to fall with his vital resources intact. He thought, for a brief moment, that he could still sense the truth of things even without the Force, but he saw now that had been a projection of his hopes and nothing more. He could only pray his wishful thinking hadn't led to disaster. After 2.5 days, Shadow finally received a visitor besides the Pewek who dropped off his meals. He threw up his hands at the sight of 3 massive, red-scaled SS Iruvi warriors standing in his door, their strange paddle beam weapons aimed at his chest. The lead one released a set of frantic, angry-sounding whistles, but when they'd arrested Shadow, they'd taken his translator, so all he could do was stand there confused. He got the point when the SS Siruak backed from the door, allowing him space to exit into the hall. As soon as he did so, the leader began jabbing the butt of his weapon in Shadow's back, edging him forward. They led him all the way outside, where a speeder piloted by one very unhappy-looking human waited. Shadow and his captor were whisked back to the defense headquarters, though he had no idea what purpose the building served now. The halls, he found, were mostly empty, with small packs of SS Siruak or Pewek mixed with the occasional monochrome, humanoid Nagai. He realized he was being herded back to the Situation Room from which he'd watched Bakura fall to the invaders. When Shadow stepped into the bowl-shaped chamber, he saw the holographic representation of Bakura had been replaced with the map showing this quadrant of the outer rim. Red lights marked the galaxy's edges and pushed forward along the Corellian trade's spine and Hydean way. Clearly, someone was admiring their conquests. Most of the planets taken were backwaters that received little attention from the rest of the galaxy, but it was still an astonishing amount of territory to take in just a few months. As the SS Eruak pushed Shadow toward the base of the hologram, he saw a single figure standing there, looking up at the captured stars. From the silhouette it was a Nagai, tall and thin with broad shoulders half hidden and long black hair. Shadow hadn't met many of the race, but there was something familiar in this one's shape. Then the Nagai turned. Shadow recognized the shape of the face and the jagged black tattoos that covered the lower jaw. The eyes were different from what he remembered, yet the same, having shifted from molten gold to deep red without losing their predatory ferocity. Darth Nil smiled, white teeth against black jaw. So it is you. When I heard there was a Twi'lek Jedi on Bakura, I dared wonder. Suddenly it all made sense. The renascent Nagai conquest had come first, followed by the Mandalorians, who'd long been in the pocket of the Sith. The killings on Bavenire and the rupturing and the Federation must have been the work of Sith agents too. You must be proud of yourself, Shadow said. Nil stepped closer, and Shadow marked familiar the long-bodied lightsaber laying against his hip. The Sith said, I understand you were proud of yourself, Jedi. They say you were the one who convinced Bakura's president not to send in troops and retake those precious factories from the Pewek. Who told you that? The Pewek themselves, of course. They were the ones who requested our assistance. If you hadn't stalled things, we wouldn't have gotten here in time to get what we wanted. It was everything he'd dreaded hearing. Shadow clung to the fact that Sith were liars. I don't believe you. You should. I brought you here to thank you, Jedi. Vlathal says you gave him everything he could ever want. That was another blow. If you brought me here to gloat, I'd rather go back to my room. I'm not gloating. I'm complimenting you on still being a Jedi, even after all you've lost. All we've lost. Nil looked back at the holomap. I haven't lost anything. When the Force went silent, I was terrified. I admit that. But then I saw opportunity. I was already planning a new conquest, but when the SS Eruak lost their ability to detect a side effect, I understand, of Maladi's curse, I found the opening I needed. The SS Eruak and the Nagai saved each other. I needed allies. They needed a way to power their war machines, and a vanguard army that could help them prepare worlds for consecration. Consecration. The SS Eruak are the spiritual race, Nil said with faint admiration. They believe their souls will wander the cosmos unmoored unless they die on a planet consecrated by their priests. They've been holding ceremonies on all the worlds we've taken. The size of their whole empire has tripled in a month. I'm sorry I missed Bakura's consecration, Shadow lied. That was over a century ago. They call this world's we. The SS Eruak have had their eyes on it for a long time. They're ecstatic to have finally conquered it. And you're happy to add its manufacturing base to your war machine. I understand I should thank you twice for that. What do you mean? You didn't just delay the Bakurans until we could invade. When the planet's president had to decide whether to destroy the factories, and the thousands of Pewek inside, you convinced him to be merciful. To choose hope over destruction. There were so few ways Nil could know that. Who have you talked to? Ricardo. Corrigan. Store. The SS Eruak have talked to all of them. He gave the word in unpleasant stress. They never bothered with you, Shadow Vale. They thought you were inconsequential. Pity them? Underestimating a Jedi. You brought me here to mock me? And does that anger you? Nil stepped close enough for Shadow to grab him. He fought the angry urge, less because it was a dark trait and more for the SS Siruvi paddle beamer at his back. Nil saw his urge and restraint, and smirked. I really did bring you here to thank you, Jedi, and not just for giving us Bakura intact. You're the first of your kind I've seen since the Force went silent. The rest of them seem to be cowering on Coruscant, praying for their powers to come back while the galaxy burns anew. I wasn't surprised to find the Jedi were weak-willed children without the Force, but I was disappointed. So thank you, Shadow Vale, for restoring a little of my respect for the Jedi. We're still Jedi. All of us. Maybe you are. We're still Sith, and look what we've managed to accomplish even without the Force. He waved at the holomap. Which of our orders, do you think, is the stronger? Shadow kept his lips pressed tight. He couldn't even deny Nil's boast. It's no surprise, then the guy continued. The Jedi preach obedience to the Force's nebulous will. They claim to surrender their own agency to some greater power, but they used it for their own ends and their own power, always. That's not true. The Jedi have always worked for a greater good. And what good were you working for on Bakura? I was trying to save everyone, the humans, the Pewek. Liar. Nil snapped. He stepped so close hot breath brushed Shadow's face. You marched into that factory full of Pewek because you were sick of feeling useless. You were willing to sacrifice your life just to tell yourself you were working a noble cause. You created a drama in which you could play the role of a savior, but you miscast yourself. And why? Because you were a fool who didn't understand his own intentions. That's not true, Shadow insisted. The Sith have always been stronger because we don't delude ourselves. We're not heroes or saviors. We fight for what we desire, and we give no quarter until we've wrestled that desire from the universe. We've lost the Force, but there are always other tools. He grinned viciously again. And there are always people willing to be tools. Shadow wanted to call him a liar, but he no longer knew what was true. Ricardo has said, idealism can be the most insidious form of vanity. Maybe he let his lofty aims misguide him. Without the Force, he had no anchor, no compass, no way to tell wrong from right. With a chill, he wondered whether he'd even known at all. Perhaps even the will of the Force had been self-righteous delusion, nothing more. I've given you something to think on. That's my gift of gratitude, Jedi, for all you've given me. Nil stepped back and told the guards, take him back to his room and leave him there. The SS Iruak whistled and began nudge Shadow in the back. As he was turned away, Nil added, I'll call on you again before I leave Bakura. Perhaps I'll even take you with me on my next campaign. The insights of a Jedi would be quite fascinating. Shadow refused to look back, but as his captors led him out of the defense headquarters, the Sith's blooded eyes and sharp-toothed smile remained in his mind's eye, mocking him. He knew they'd stay with him for a long time. Marin stood on the Tabana refinery's landing platform, looking up at the bottom of Yaga Archer's shuttle as it blasted into Bespin's sky and disappeared into sunset streaks of red and gold. It was a sight she never expected to see. She hadn't expected to be alive right now, or to feel light with unexpected hope. A lifetime's earned cynicism asserted itself. There was no guarantee Arches would keep his word, though she felt his grudging honesty in the Force as they spent hours hacking out a plan. He could always change his mind and break his oath. The Sith might outsmart them all, or the Federation could fail to come through, though she'd been assured their message would get Admiral Stasi's ear. Things could go bad on Marin's end too. She got ample reminder of that when she looked toward the refinery entrance and saw Hondo cars standing alone before the dismantled barricades. The slanting sun brought out the gold highlight on his black Beskar, and Marin could feel the frustration simmering beneath his red visor. Hondo had never been one to hide his feelings, so when Marin got close he wrenched off the helmet to show a square face tight with anger. This isn't what we agreed on, he said. It's not what I had planned either, but this can work out best for all of us. You mean for Shabla Arches? I mean the whole galaxy. These conquests are tearing up the outer rim, but we can stop them. If Arches doesn't stab us in the back, like he stabbed Ordo. I didn't sense deceit in him. Well, excuse me for not trusting your Shabla GD Force powers. Wish you told us about those in advance, by the way. Listen, that man framed me for murder and ruined my life. He killed his Mandalore. He can't get away with that. I won't let him. It was strange to hear the lust for vengeance in Hondo's voice. She felt something very similar just a day ago. Now that desire had evaporated, and she could barely remember what it had felt like. This doesn't mean there won't be an accounting, but right now we have to put our own interests aside. There are Sith behind this. With Alcha's help we can bring them down, and maybe even stop this war. Maybe. This war has been lucrative for Mandalore so far. Some might not want to give it up. They'd be more likely to if their Mandalore told them to go back home. Alchas had signaled himself ready to do that. Marin had felt that he'd never even wanted to join this fight in the first place. To end this war and keep the peace, they might well have to protect Alchas, and that prospect still twisted her stomach. She'd once told her mother Tamar that in times of crisis, you ended up doing the right thing even when you didn't want to. There were higher stakes here than justice for Alchas, and Marin couldn't turn away from them. Maybe that meant part of her was still a Jedi after all. Hondo still needed placating, and she told him, "We'll deal with Alchas. I promise. But first we need his help taking care of the Sith." "I'm going to hold you to that. We all will. Don't threaten me, Hondo. For your own good." She used a touch of the Force to put a little fear in him. Hondo nodded seriously and turned away. Marin exhaled once he disappeared inside the refinery. He wasn't the only one unhappy with the turn their crusade had taken. She felt surprise and dissatisfaction among all her people, and she had no doubt that Alchas was going to run into some on his side. To take down the Sith successfully, they'd both need to keep their own people in line, which meant she and Alchas faced the same dilemma right now. She didn't like that kind of irony. There was one person who was clearly satisfied with the turn of events. As they started to withdraw from the refinery, free agents swooped down to pick up Ania and AG-37. Marin would depart in Starlight Champion, and while this wasn't a final goodbye with her daughter, it was nonetheless hard to put her feelings to words. Ania, though, spoke with an easy, relieved smile. "We'll see you up there," she said at the bottom of the landing ramp as AG-37 clanked into the ship. "Let us know the coordinates when you get them." "I will," Marin said. She tried to say something more but couldn't. You know, sometimes things work out best when they don't go the way you planned. Sometimes you've just got to take things as they come and make whatever decision seems best at the time. Marin had thought like that when she'd been Ania's age. Experience had taught her it was bitter folly, but now, decades later, she wondered if perhaps there'd been wisdom in youth after all. "It's not a perfect plan," her daughter admitted, "but it beats being trapped in the past. At least, I think so." Maybe she was right. Marin prayed she was. "Well, I'll see you space-side," Ania said, but hesitated before going up the ramp. She inched a half-step toward Marin. Her mother edged closer. Finally, they pulled close for a short embrace. Then Ania pulled away and hurried up the ramp. Marin stepped to the platform's edge and watched Free Agent kick off, rise, and disappear into the Bespin twilight. When his lights were gone, she went to her ship to prepare for whatever came next. The Yaga Alchas who lifted off that Tabana refinery felt like a different man than the one who boarded it. All the old worries that had hounded him, his daughter, the Sith's blackmail vice, the red monster from his nightmares, had disappeared. They'd been replaced by a new set of problems, just as immediate and potentially more dangerous, but their novelty alone made him feel less assailed. As their shuttle pushed out of Bespin's gravity well toward his waiting frigate, Thorum Rao presented the first of those problems in his typical straightforward fashion. "When your comm cut off, I thought you were fragged," he said. "Guess it's a good thing I didn't charge in there guns blazing." "I had the situation under control," Yaga said, because it was the sort of thing a Mandalore was expected to say. He and Rao both knew it wasn't true. He'd had either weapon trained on Marin Skirata and her daughter when the girls shouting about Sith packs got too close to accurate, and he shut down his helmet's audio link with a subverbal command. What Rao had heard would be enough to excite his imagine, and Yaga had hastily prepared a lie for his lieutenant. "Here we all thought the Sith were gone," Rao said, "or at least useless without the Force. Guess I was wrong." "They're cunning Yuuzhan even without their powers," Yaga grunted. "But maybe we can get the edge on them for once. That's why we're letting those Karkin Skiratas go after all they done. We can still drop a few torps and blow that refinery out of the sky." "No. We need them to beat the Sith." "That's right." Rao crossed armored arms. You're gonna have to explain that, Mandalore. He put a hint of sarcasm in that title. Good. Best to get it all in the open. Yaga said, you want an honest answer. Fine. After Badajev, I was in trouble. Lots of Barvs thought I had no credentials to take Ordo's place. I wasn't one of them. I know. You were behind me from the start and I'll never forget that. But I had to fend off others who wanted the helm. The Sith offered help. I should have turned them down, but I didn't. Why would the Sith help you? They wanted Mandos out of the war. I wanted that too. I thought it was win-win. But that Scarada girl was right. Every deal with the Sith works in their favor. Rao said nothing, but Yaga knew he was skeptical. You understand why I wanted to keep this secret. It's humiliating, having to rely on Darjidi Chakra. But we're going to end that. We'll be free soon. Every last Mando. So we beat these Sith somehow. Then what? We fall back to Mandalore, sit tight again. We've made our mark and fought well. We'll keep getting jobs, only this time, we'll be able to pick and choose. It was a nice-sounding argument that worked better on people who hadn't listened to half his frantic conversation in the refinery. Rao was suspicious and he stayed suspicious, but if he kept taking orders, Yaga was confident his other lieutenants would fall in line. So, Rao said, we got a specific plan yet. Wait and see what our boss' next order is. That's Darth Nil, by the way. Dark Lord of the Sith. How impressive. I thought he was Relic K-Sharn. He is. Or was. These Force users can't keep their names straight. Poor them. Don't suppose it makes him easier to kill. Yaga remembered what his daughter had told him more than once. They'll die from a blaster shot same as anyone else. Guess we'll find out soon. Yaga hoped so? He hoped he'd be the one to pull the trigger, but first he had to engineer a situation where the Sith could be safely exterminated. They were spread throughout the Nagai fleet, but not, he understood, on any SS Siruak ships, nor on Mando ones. That gave him a place to start. The most important thing was to be rid of Nil, and he'd never feel sure the Sith was dead unless he did the deed himself. But first things first, he told himself. He'd pass key intel on to Scarada and Carr, and they promised to pass it on to the Federation. If Coruscant did what it was supposed to, Nil's reaction would dictate his own. Betraying the Sith was neither safe nor easy. It was a tricky problem, but it was a new problem, and that alone was enough to give Yaga hope he'd never expected. From orbit, Geonosis was a flame-colored marble, and the explosions bursting in the space around it reflected the red-orange hue of its rocky surface. Each flare died out within seconds, but the planet continued to turn ponderously beneath, as though in purposeful contrast to its fast-dying echoes. There was a savage beauty to combat. Stasi had always known that, but he'd forgotten how exciting it could be. It felt good to be on the bridge of a starship again, and even better to be on Alliance. He and Jais Yorub had stolen the mighty Imperius-class destroyer from the shipyard at Mon Calamari, and from his deck Stasi had commanded the climax of the war against Crate. Its crew, many of whose faces were still familiar, operated with perfect discipline and efficiency despite nearly 3 years of peacetime. They deployed fighter squadrons, raised shields, and began firing offensive barrages all before Geonosis defenses could begin countering the battle groups deployed around it. From the moment Alliance did its first sensor sweep, it had been obvious that Geonosis was not expecting an attack. That had roused Stasi's suspicions that the Mandalorian intelligence wasn't as good as promised, but those were quickly allayed when the space stations in orbit began belching out swarms of SS Iruvi battle droids, all powered by Geonosian mechanical brains. The insectoid droid makers were a secretive species that had stayed out of galactic affairs for over a century, and Stasi doubted they had the stomach for a prolonged, devastating fight on their homeworld. Nonetheless, they were putting up a fierce defense. No one had discovered a good way to counter those droid attacks yet, but Stasi was hoping the Geonosians, once subdued, might provide some help in exchange for leniency. He had to get to that stage first, which meant putting down the droids. After a few hours of using Alliance-only ships, he called in his backup. 2 groups with 3 Imperial Star Destroyers each joined the fray, forcing the Geonosians to spread their droid swarms thinner to counter attacks from multiple points. The Imperials seems to be relying on their destroyers' heavy shielding to absorb most of the droid attacks, while Stasi's people were using starfighters and quick gunships as counter. Neither strategy seemed more successful than the other, and the Admiral growled in anger when another gunship was overwhelmed and exploded. "It's going to come down to attrition," Joram Bay said as he watched the tactical display with Stasi. The Weequay seemed relieved to have passed command back to his old superior officer. "We have the firepower to outlast them, but it's going to be a very messy battle. I just hope we have time to finish it." Stasi grunted agreement. They brought an interdictor and raised an expanded gravity well around Geonosis, but if him's equipped SS Siruvi cruisers arrived as backup, it wouldn't matter. At best, it would delay the Nagai. "The Geonosis government still refusing our offer to parley," said Ona Antilles. "That could mean they're expecting backup." Alliance's captain was a young human, her perpetually stern expression enhanced by the scar across one cheek. She was an able and devoted officer, but her seriousness made Stasi misjudge Yorub, who'd known there was more to life than war and duty. "Be patient," Stasi told them. "Our intelligence suggests they've bulked their forces in the Javan sector. That's well away from here." "Intelligence," said Antilles, "has been unreliable so far. She had him there, but their questionable Mandalorian contact had provided information Hagram Chalk and his spies hadn't, which Stasi took as cause for optimism." They watched the explosions continue to burst around Geonosis, and Antilles visibly winced as an Alliance frigate was destroyed. A lieutenant at the tactical station turned to the officers and reported, "Captain Bovark says he's punched a hole in their defenses, requesting permission to deploy ground forces." Perhaps the Imperials had the better strategy after all. Stasi looked at the tactical holo and saw 3-star destroyers pushing into the planet's lower orbit. If Bovark deployed landing teams, they might get trapped on Geonosis if the space battle turned. If Geonosis had poor ground defenses, they might tip this battle in their favor. Stasi had built his career on such gambles. "Tell them to deploy," he said. The lieutenant nodded and relayed the order. Under her breath, Antilles said, "Good of the imps to ask permission." "It is an encouraging sign," Stasi said. "But I'm more concerned about getting our people through." Bay scanned the holo and pointed to one cluster of Alliance ships. "These might be able to do it. The droid screen nearby is weak. They'll react fast if they see we're deploying. We've got our best fighter units with that team. They'll cover the landing ships." "You mean Rogue Squadron?" The former pilot allowed a rare smile. "I do." "Then we'll have to trust to Captain Dahl and company. Give the order." They watched tensely as the Alliance ships drew close enough to the planet to launch landing teams. The SS Iruvi fighters, naturally, rushed to intercept. Rogue Squadron and the other crossfires hurried to stop them. The droid fighters lost some maneuverability in atmosphere, but, unencumbered by living pilots, they were still capable of performing aerial acrobatics that would rob most flesh and blood species of consciousness. As the crossfires desperately held back the droid fighters, Stasi checked on the Imperial insertion. They seemed to be having a smoother time of it, and had already passed into the lower atmosphere. He noted that neither landing group was taking fire from the surface, which meant, hopefully, that Geonosis was unprepared to defend itself on the ground level. That was only mildly encouraging. The planet's surface was mostly barren desert, and the natives lived in underground hives that formed a natural defensive shield. The battle continued to rage even after the Alliance landing party entered the atmosphere and began deploying near the mouths of Geonosis hive settlements. Bovark's destroyers pulled out and helped a group of Alliance ships struggling against more droid fighters. Together they wore down the enemy, then launched their combined firepower against the nearest defense station. The orbital platform was no longer pumping out droids, but it had heavy cannons that managed to punch through one destroyer's ventral shields, crippling it badly, while a Mon Calamari cruiser suffered severe damage on its right flank. Nonetheless, the cooperative attack worked, and soon the station began a fiery plunge into Geonosis' atmosphere, where it broke apart into burning pieces. "Excellent." Stasi pounded fist into palm. Relay my congratulations to Captain Bovark, and send the Geonosians another offer to surrender. With the defense station down, a hole had been opened for more landing craft to deploy. As shuttles and drop ships raced unopposed toward the surface, the comm station reporting a hail from planet. Maybe now they're willing to talk. Stasi strode quickly across the deck and loomed over the comm lieutenant's shoulder. Open the line. A holo appeared in front of him, revealing a long-snouted Geonosian face. The creature began talking in his own language, a mix of grunts and clicks, and Stasi had to wait for the automatic translator to relay the words in text beneath the holo. The Geonosian said, I am Grand Duke Sarakor, speaking with full authority of the Council of Hives. We are ready to offer our surrender on the condition that no member of the Council will be punished. In other words, they were hoping to escape and responsibility for their actions. Stasi was frankly disgusted by the offer, but these Geonosians were not his main enemy. Removing them from the war, regardless of conditions, would cripple the SS Siruok and leave the Nagai weakened. I'm willing to accept, if you comply with my condition, Stasi said. The Council of Hives must cooperate fully with Federation investigators and hand over all material and expertise relating to the weapons you've given the SS Siruok and Nagai. Even the smallest failure to cooperate will be considered a breach of the agreement and the Council will lose all immunity from punishment. Do you agree? The Geonosian clicked and growled, and the text said, We will comply with your terms. I'm very glad. I'll tell my troops to stop firing. Shut down all your droids in orbit and offer no resistance to our landing parties. Yes. We will honor our agreement immediately. The holo shut off and Stasi told to comm officer, broadcast to all ships. Tell them to cease fire. He walked over to the viewport. Geonosis' red marble turned slowly beneath, but the explosions grew sparse before disappearing entirely. Soon the only things visible around the planet were the glow of starship engines. Not a bad showing after 3 years, Stasi thought with muted pride. He went back to the tactical station, where Captain Antilles reported, Our ground teams are meeting no resistance. They'll be at the central hive shortly. Excellent. Begin tallying casualties and start a cleanup operation. Aside from recovering crew, put a priority on capturing those droid fighters. I want as many of them intact as we can get. As Antilles started relaying orders, Bay sidled next to Stasi and crossed his arms. A messy fight, but a successful one. If those Geonosians really comply, we might be able to neutralize the SS Iruvi war machine entirely. Don't get too confident, Joram. This is just the start, Stasi said, but hopefully we've turned the tide. He looked out on Geonosis, red and lonely against the stars, and wondered where that tide would take them next. Chapter 24. Darth Havoc knew he had to escape Coruscant's underworld, and to do that he needed to communicate with his agents in the city above. He had no idea what they'd done since his disappearance, but he was more worried about the political and military struggle in the wider galaxy. He'd been trapped here for days, struggling to survive and fight off the constant pain from his wounds, and had no idea what the traitor's daughter Sare had done to muddle Lord Nil's design, nor whether the campaigns in the Outer Rim were still successful. The single advantage of his situation was that, once he donned the foul-smelled scraps of Galactic City's indigent population, none in the upper city deigned look at him twice. It was more effective than any disguise he or his Sith agents had conjured, and it allowed him to huddle in shadows on major concourses unnoticed and uncared for. He spent a complete day cycle like that, watching the beings who came and went through a communications relay post attached to a major commercial district. It was lightly protected compared to a government comm center, but it should have the equipment he'd need to contact his agents and arrange rescue. The comm relay was totally unguarded in the hours before dawn. Havoc retreated to a lower level and allowed himself to sleep for the early part of the night, then crawled out once commerce on the avenue was dying down. He waited still, huddled unnoticed beneath his foul-smelling rags, until the once busy pedestrian street was abandoned. Still clinging to shadow, he made his way to the relay's access panel and began prying it open with the only tool available to him, the serving knife he killed 2 indigents with days ago. Simple leverage popped the access panel open. Havoc saw a readout screen and familiar-looking controls and felt like a man who'd just been awarded a feast. His hands dashed over the controls, first entering an encryption frequency, then commandeering the transmitter to broadcast a message to his most trusted agents. It was short and simple, telling them he was alive and needed to be picked up at this location as soon as possible. With that done, Havoc erased records of his message and the terminal's memory banks, closed the panel tight, and began to retreat to his former hiding place on the far side of the boulevard. As soon as he stepped onto the concourse, he froze. On the far end, he saw the clustered silhouettes of at least a dozen beings. They were distant, but he used his binoculars to affirm they were moving closer. When he looked to the other end, he saw 5 or 6 more, nearer still and also approaching. Havoc snarled and clutched the pathetic stolen serving knife in both hands, as though that would save him. He forced himself to be calm. He didn't know who these beings were, but there was no logical reason to think they were after him. He could retreat to shadows, cover himself in rancid clothes, and pretend to be an indigent as he had these past days. He found a small alley, wedged himself between the 2 buildings, and pulled himself inside his dirty robe. Like this, he told himself, he was invisible. He waited, heart pounding, still clinging absurdly to the knife. From a lightsaber to this, he thought pathetically. Without the Force, he'd been reduced to a sniveling, foul-smelling animal hiding in shadows. When artificial light flashed down the alley, he fought the urge to run. It passed over him, then came back. He heard a voice from the alley mouth call, "Can you come out here, sir?" Havoc ignored it and prayed they'd move on. Instead, he heard foot scraping into the alley, and the voice repeated, "Sir, can you please stand up and come outside?" He waited as they drew closer. Finally, knife hidden in his filthy robes, Havoc stood up and peeked over the hood's rim to see a bland-faced young local security officer. The man said, "Sir, you're not allowed to stay here. That's trespassing." Playing the indigent, Havoc kept his head low and muttered, "Sorry, so sorry. I'll go." He didn't have to try to make his voice dry and rasping. The security officer retreated toward the alley mouth. He was waiting for Havoc to follow, but didn't seem ready to actually touch his filthy clothes. Still keeping his head low, Havoc moved out onto the concourse. His side hurt yet again, but he refrained from crying aloud. Once he was in the open, new glow lamps flashed on him from all sides. He held up his hands and whimpered, "Too much light, too much light." A new voice, female, said, "Sir, can you look at me?" "I'm sorry," he muttered. "I'll go now. I go." Firmly the voice said, "Look at me, sir." Keeping hands close to block his face, Havoc lifted his head and allowed one eye to peer through cracked fingers. He saw a woman wearing the scarlet armor of Imperial Knight, with thin scars lacing a face topped by short red hair. The woman brought up her blaster. "Lower your hands right now, sir. Let me see your face." There was no choice. Havoc lunged. The woman skirted back. His knife scraped uselessly over her armor as her gun pumped one stunned blast into his chest. His body twisted and agony blossomed, but was quickly overcome by numbness. The last thing Havoc felt was the knife slipping from his fingers. He wasn't even awake when he hit the ground. Staring at the blank gray door to the interrogation cell, it was very difficult for Marasiah to focus on her uncle's words. "Our medical team put him under sedation while he was still stunned," Hagrim was telling her. "He remained unconscious while they applied treatment to the blast wound in his abdomen. They say that if he had human anatomy, he'd be dead by now. But he's awake." She asked, but dreaded the answer. "Yes. Awake and bound." "Has anyone spoken to him?" "Not yet." "See, please allow me to go in first. I can ask questions and gauge his responsiveness. If I need to, I can apply the proper tools." A euphemism for torture, she thought. The man inside the chamber had murdered her mother, Hagrim's sister. She couldn't walk away from that room, but neither could he. Her uncle had once told her that an empress never had to explain herself. She took that advice now and whispered, "I'll speak to him first." "I understand." Do you want me to monitor from outside? Yes, she said, knowing she had an outside observer might help restrain her. Marasiah stepped up the door, pushed it aside, and went through. She'd been told Darth Havoc had removed his red and black Sith tattoos, but it was still jarring to look into the face of Eshkar Nain, her husband's teacher, her father's confidant, her mother's friend and murderer. They were all gone, but he remained. It was proof of the universe's cruel injustice. She was surprised how weak Nain looked with ankles and wrists strapped to the bare metal chair. His shoulder had been fitted with a cast, and though it was hidden by his drab gray jumpsuit, she knew the wound to his side was only partly healed. When they'd last met, he'd chained her half-naked to the stone walls of the Sith temple on Korriban. He tortured her and taunted her and tried to convince her that Antares was a traitor. Her mind had nearly broken then. As Marasiah looked into Nain's hollow eyes, she felt grim satisfaction. You should be grateful, she said, that I'm a kinder host than you are. I'm grateful for nothing, he rasped. Marasiah stepped closer. She reminded herself there was nothing to fear from this man except the harm he'd already done her, and she tried to decide which of so many questions she should ask. She could ask why he'd joined the Sith and killed her mother, but she knew his justifications would only wrench her heart and spur her anger. She tried to focus on the questions of immediate importance. You attempted to kill Senator Porat Darrell, she said. Why? He stared up at her without answering. She reached out with the Force to read his thoughts, but found them well guarded. As a knight and Sith both, Nain had trained his mind. Even without the Force, he could still raise walls. We know you had dealings with the Black Sun Vigo on Vorzid V, she said, and caught small surprise on his face. You arranged for the assassination attempt on Bavanir to coincide with the expansion of Darth Nil's campaign in the Outer Rim, didn't you? He said the goal was to cause chaos. It wasn't even important that you be killed. She'd been wrong. He could still hurt her. Her heart burned at the thought that Antares had died over a ploy, an assassination attempt that wasn't even intended to succeed. Your apprentice died on Bavanir, she said. Does that mean anything to you? Antares was potential wasted. He had so much anger in him, but he never became Sith. He was a stronger man than you ever were, Nain. A better man. He flinched at that name but didn't correct her. You should know we found the calls you made on the communications relay before we captured you. We're tracing your agents on Coruscant as we speak. We'll find out everything you've been doing here before we eradicate every trace of Sith poison on this planet. It was satisfying to say, but Nain's reaction was still frustratingly guarded. Bending forward, leaning close, she said, Tell me about Porat Darrell. Was he involved in the Bavanir assassination? He said nothing and showed nothing. This was how it would be then, stoic refusal. We can't force you to tell us, she said. My Uncle Hagram is outside this door. You murdered his sister. He'll enjoy making you suffer before you talk. Like you then, see ya? His use of her pet name stirred something inside her. One hand lashed out and slapped him hard enough to turn his horned head. He turned it right back at her. We know you've been Nil's agent, and that you arranged the attack at Bavanir. We will make you suffer for all of that, Nain, but we'll make you suffer more if you don't tell us what happened with Darrell. Voice still dead, he said. Grief's made you cruel, see ya? Like your father. She slapped him again, harder. She couldn't help herself. He was trying to enrage her, she'd make him sorry for it. Tell me about Darrell. Now. He stared at her, mind still guarded from the Force, and his stoic expression lapsed into a tiny, smug smile. He could wall off his mind but not his body. Marasiah reached out with the Force and took firm hold of Nain's windpipe. She'd never done this before, not to anyone, but it came easily. She watched his neck strain as he squeezed it and felt great satisfaction at his fear. Even his walls started to crack, revealing surprise and terror. Talk now, she growled, or you will never talk again. And she found she didn't want him to speak. She wanted to keep pressing, keep squeezing, keep using her building anger to crush the life from this man and finally pay back some of the pain he'd given her. For her mother's sake, for Antares, for her father, and all the knights he betrayed, Eshkar Nain deserved to die in agony. As she pressed harder on his throat, she couldn't think of a single reason not to administer long-deserved justice right here, right now. Words squeaked out of his throat. Wait, please. With great reluctance, she relaxed her grip. Was Daryl involved with Bavanire? Nyan rebuilt the walls around his mind and asked, do you want to know why I killed your mother? She breathed deep and tried to contain her rage. Answer my question. I killed her because I loved her, rasped Nyan, and to become Sith, I had to kill what I loved. He lowered his walls enough for her to know the truth. She felt the echo of Nyan's internal havoc and the thrill of Havoc's triumph. It roused anger like she'd never known, and she grabbed his neck with both hands. Muscle and cartilage felt good beneath her palms, and she squeezed. Nyan twisted his face in stoic resolve but kept his eyes on her, daring her to snap his neck and kill him here and now. And she wanted to. For all the pain he'd given her and her family, and all the nights he deserved justice, and justice deserved to be agonizing. Anger inside her welled to the surface and became crackling energy that burned off her hands and scattered across Nin's body. His mouth dropped open and his face wrenched in pain as her hate took physical form and began rending him cell by cell. With her attack, his walls fell completely. His terror and fear were a joy to experience, just as it was a joy to have him at her mercy after so many years. See ya, wait, a voice called behind her. She jerked her hands off Nyan's throat and turned. The cell door was open, her uncle's black cloaked form filling the space. More restrained, he said, can I speak to you outside? Marasiah looked at her trembling hand and saw sparks die between her fingertips. Grief's made you cruel, see ya? Like your father. She shuddered and hurried out of the room. She couldn't bear to look at Nan again. Once they were outside, the cell door shut, her uncle said, I'm sorry, but you lost control in there. I know, uncle. She locked her hands together, afraid of what they might do next. Nyan, Darth Havoc, he was baiting you into killing him, Hagram said. He wants to die with all his knowledge. We can't let that happen. We need to find Daryl's role in this. I let my anger take control, just like he wanted, uncle. I was going dark. He gripped her shoulders. You have every right to hate him, and to want him punished. So do I, but we can't do it yet. We need proof before we kill him. Then we can make him suffer. Hagram's voice held all the bitterness and rage she'd felt minutes ago, and she recoiled from his touch. I can't condone that kind of thinking. I won't. It destroyed my father. You're stronger than him, see ya? You won't make his mistakes. I know that. You're like your mother. You will never falter. She wished she could believe that. Right now she only knew that she'd stood on the same precipice as Roan fell, and only her uncle's chance intervention had kept her from plunging off. Marasiah took a deep breath and straightened her robes. Uncle, you were right. I can't do this interrogation, not now. Please, handle it for me. I'd be glad to. But do not torture him. See ya? I mean it. She shifted a hand to his arm. You're still an Imperial Knight, even if you can't feel the Force. And you're the only family I have left. I won't have you go into the dark. Nyan's mental resistance is formidable. You felt that already. Administering pain is the only way to break his resistance and get the truth. You'd enjoy giving him pain. Don't lie. I would too. We can't become like that. Like the Sith. Like her father. She couldn't. As one of the last Force users left in the galaxy, it was all the more important that she hold the line and stay true to the light. She had to make sure her knights followed that rule too, even now. She shifted her hand to touch his. Please, uncle. Promise me? Like Nyan, he was a master at hiding his true feelings in the Force, but he said, yes. I promise. Thank you. She squeezed and released. Do what you must. I need to be alone right now. He'd been deprived of everything, his weapons, his loyal agents, even the Force. They'd broken his body and strapped him to a chair and left him to be tortured, but Darth Havoc was still a Sith. He believed that because he had to. It was the only thing he had left. When the door opened next, Hagram Chalk stepped inside, He'd been expecting that. The man seemed to glide across the floor, body hidden beneath wrapped black robes. When they'd both been Imperial Knights, he'd had a hard time getting a sense of the man. Hogrum was intelligent and meticulous but very private. Havoc had sensed the man loved his older sister deeply, and as Elia's killer he expected no mercy. Very likely, he would die in this room. He tried not to be afraid. He was a Sith, he told himself. He could turn even death to his advantage. "How is Sia?" he asked. "Is she still upset?" Hogrum loomed above him, formless, black-topped by a scarred, scowling face. His mechanical eye glowed red in the chamber's gloom. "You won't hurt the Empress any longer?" "I've hurt her enough. And you? You'll kill me, won't you?" "Yes, I will. And you'll enjoy it." "Yes. But I need information from you first." "Sia says she's dismantling my spy network as we speak. Or is that a lie?" "It's happening, but it will take time. You'll know more than any of them, Nine." The use of his old name rankled, but Havoc hid annoyance. "She sent you to torture me, didn't you? You'll be able to make me talk without staining yourself with the dark side of the Force. That's so convenient for her." "Sia ordered me not to torture you. How virtuous. She's like Elia, isn't she?" Part of Hogrum's robes peeled away, revealing the silver lightsaber hooked to his belt. His hand moved past it and removed something else, a smaller metal cylinder, outwardly plain, but containing a dozen retractable blades, needles, and other instruments of pain. Havoc knew torture devices. Fear surged through him, but he tamed it. Hogrum was willing to counter the Emperor's orders. That was interesting. He had to use it somehow. The scarred man tapped a recessed button on the cylinder and extended a thick needle as long as his forefinger. He held it out so the blunted tip pressed against the center of Havoc's chest and said, "Tell me how you arranged for the assassination attempt on Bavanire. Explain every word." Havoc needed time to think. Marasiah had already explained that they traced him to Vorzit V, which had been a mistake on her part. It gave him truth to twist into a lie. He knew Hogrum was impatient, and as his mind raced, he braced himself for the pain he knew would come. Hogrum didn't wait. The device's electric charge was worse than Marasiah's untrained use of Force lightning. The concentrated burst pumped out through the center of his chest. If he'd had the same physiology as a human, it would have been enough to stop his heart. The pain lasted less than 10 seconds and erased all thought. When Hogrum pulled the shocker back, Havoc slumped in his chair and shuddered with echoed pain. His mind worked desperately. He couldn't give his enemies the full truth. He denied them that victory. He had to give Hogrum the lie he wanted to believe, but Elia's brother was so obscure, so guarded, Havoc had never understood his desires. But Elia, there was a place to start. Hogrum would want revenge for his sister, but what else? The human moved his chakra over to Havoc's strapped-down right hand. That kind of pain would paralyze half his body. The Sith stalled him. "Darth Nil gave me the order. I went to Vorzit and spoke with the Vigo. Plus J. I convinced him chaos on Coruscant was in Black Sun's interests. He agreed to set up the assassination." "When was this? Be specific. How many days before the attack?" Havoc strained to remember. Hogrum stabbed the shocker into his hand. His entire arm trembled uncontrollably in his binds, and his right side shuddered with uncontrollable pain. He looked at his captor and saw a tiny, satisfied smile on the man's mouth. Oh yes, he was enjoying this in a way Marasiah would never allow. Hogrum was not like Elia. He was different from his sister entirely. Peeling lips from teeth in a bitter grin, he told the human, "You didn't give me time to think." "How long?" Hogrum repeated. "That was 5 standard days before the attack." "Where did you go then?" "Coruscant. I came here." Hogrum placed the shocker over the same hand. "Tell me about Coruscant. What did you do here?" Havoc remembered Marasiah's pressing on Porat Darrell and realized Hogrum wanted the same information. His thoughts turned to the Chagrian senator and then his wife. With everything else, he'd almost forgotten them. A foolish mistake. He could explain the truth. Hogrum would surely take down Sare and her husband and whatever they were planning together. It would satisfy Havoc's desire to see Wirelock's daughter ruined, yet he couldn't end with just that. Victory over one enemy would be no victory if it came through surrender to another. Hogrum stabbed his arm again. As he twisted in electric agony, Havoc told himself he was a Sith. He made pain his tool. He turned it into a silent mantra as the residual shocks rippled through his body. Coruscant, Hogrum said. He stepped back as though to admire his work, then retracted the shocker into the cylinder. He extended another torture tool, a simple stiletto blade. Tell me what you did on Coruscant. The man seemed convinced Black Sun's assassins had gotten help from the Capitol. That meant he believed Senator Darrell, at least, had been complicit, maybe other senators. Maybe Darrell's old commander, Garstazi. It had been Vigo Pleshjay's clever stroke to hire a down and out Alliance soldier to shoot at Marasiah, and Havoc could exploit that gift farther still. He could see it all now. Hogrum had always been rigorous, but his rigor had become paranoia. The Alliance's great victory in the Senate vote must have strengthened it. Havoc realized what he could give Hogrum, but if he wanted it to be believable, he couldn't make it easy. Pain still twitching through his body, he said, I admit it. About Darrell. Hogrum leaned and held the blade centimeters from Havoc's face. Its lethal gleam stirred more fear, but like a Sith, he converted it to strength. Why did he shoot at you? First, he had to coat one lie in another. I didn't go there, because of Darrell. I wanted to test their security, but he saw me in the garage and recognized me as an intruder. To run into a soldier like that, the Force has truly left me. Hogrum flipped his weapon to an underhand grip and pounded it into the back of Havoc's hand. It was worse pain than anything, and his whole body bucked and twisted in the chair. Dark blood spurted out and leaked onto the armrest, but the stiletto plugged most of the wound. It took several minutes before Havoc could speak. Hogrum waited patiently, hands once more hidden beneath his cloak. Through his agony, the Sith grunted. Sia would not approve of this. The Empress is an idealist, like her mother. Someone has to take the burden she can't. Havoc heard a protective streak, but a ruthless and cynical one. Fitting for a man who lost his beloved sister to betrayal. This isn't a burden, you're enjoying this. Hogrum admitted it with a simple nod. Why were you really going to see Darrell? Havoc had planned to draw Hogrum out more, bait him with more lies until he finally gave the man one he'd be happy to accept. The blade through his hand sent agony through his body. He'd barely managed the initial burst without passing out and didn't know how much more he could stand. When he risked a glance at his hand, he saw it surrounded by pooling blood. Fighting pain and nausea, he looked to Hogrum. I hadn't heard from him since Bavinire. I was going to confront him, make sure he was still loyal. I got my answer, didn't it? Hogrum didn't bite the bait immediately. Darrell fought for 7 years against the Sith. Why would he join you now? Do I have the face of a Sith? No. You never knew. Only that we had the same enemy. You and Sia? Tell me what Darrell did. Tell me exactly. Kagar Ains, he worked for Pleshjay. Very low muscle. Vigo Pleshjay saw his connection with Darrell. He recommended I talk to the senator, get him to convince Ains. Hogrum did mental calculation. You met with Darrell immediately after you arrived from Vorzin. Yes. Right away. We knew we only had a little time. I spoke with Darrell in private, and Darrell convinced Ains. So Darrell knew exactly what he was doing. Death to all tyrants, Havoc rasped Ains' suicide note. Of course he knew him at least. Hogrum was already calculating what he'd do with his information. Havoc could see that. He'd move against Darrell, whether the Empress approved or not. It would be enough to ruin the senator, surely. As for Sare, perhaps she'd be caught up in the sweep. Her activity in the senator's favor was well known. Even if she wasn't caught, she'd lose her husband and her tool. At best, she'd be reduced to a nobody once again. It wasn't as satisfying as destroying her entirely, but it was still a victory. An even better one would be breaking the coalition that had toppled Crate. Havoc hissed. Darrell is still close to Stasi. I have proof. Instead of hearsay, Hogrum said skeptically. What kind of proof? Darrell met Stasi. In private. sulking in an alley in the night. I trailed Daryl and found them together. I recorded it on my binoculars. Body still twitching in pain, he hissed laughter. When I fell, I lost my comm, my lightsaber, everything I needed, but not the binoculars. Isn't that funny? Hogrum looked at him thoughtfully, then turned without a word. The door opened, his black-robed body passed through, and it closed tight again. Havoc was still strapped to his chair with a knife punched through his hand. He was losing blood and nothing could block the pain of his wound. He was trapped and might die soon, but still smiled to himself, alone in the last room he'd ever see. He conquered his pain and used his enemy's desire against him. The fracturing Federation would break itself. Some time later minutes had no meaning for Havoc, not now Hogrum Chalk returned. He came in alone. He looked down at Havoc in silence, and the Sith couldn't read his expression. Pain, stress, and blood loss had made him weary. It was a struggle to focus his eyes on the scarred face above him. What did you think you gained by telling us the truth? Hogrum sounded genuinely interested. Havoc hadn't been prepared for the question, but a response came easily. Satisfaction. At least now, I can see your Federation fall apart. Some revenge for Darth Cade. I won't allow that to happen. He said it with conviction. But Sia will want justice for Draco's death, won't she? She'll get justice. Hogrum's cloak pulled back. There was no torture tool hooked to his belt, only the lightsaber. He drew it out and thumbed it on, extended the long white blade. I won't let you have the satisfaction of seeing it. This was it then? The lies and deceptions, confusions and transformations, all to end here. It wasn't the fate Eshkar had imagined when he joined the Sith, but he'd been a Sith to the end, transmuting his pain and twisting his enemies so they warred each other. It was something to be proud of, Havoc thought, as the vengeful blade flashed final white. Chapter 25. When he heard of the disaster on Geonosis, Darth Nil's first urge had been to commit murder. The object of his wrath didn't matter, only the release of violent rage. He forced calm on himself. When he'd had the force to draw on, giving in to anger had unlocked his fullest power. Without it, anger could overwhelm proper judgment, and he needed to think clearly as he planned a reaction. Losing Geonosis and his droid brain factories was a severe blow, possibly a fatal one. Neither the Nagai nor the SS Siruuk had the ability to replicate those artificial minds, and while the SS Siruuk still possessed thousands of the tiny battle droids ready to fight, they could no longer throw them at the enemy as they had. Eventually, the supply would run down, and with it the SS Siruuk's ability to wage war. Nil would have to search out other partners who could supply control systems for the droids on a massive scale, the Colicoids, perhaps, but that would take months. He'd heard that Geonosis had been taken mostly intact, and that his Council of Hives was ready to comply with Garstazi's occupying force. That was no surprise. During their negotiations, Duke Sarakor had struck Nil as an opportunistic merchant, nothing more. He'd do anything the Federation asked to keep his title. This might even include giving them a key to deactivating the war droids. Sarakor had insisted that none existed and claimed each droid was an autonomous unit, but Nil had only his word to go on. His grand conquest of the Outer Rim, which had looked so certain a day ago, was suddenly on the edge of collapse. When he wrestled his anger under control, Nil considered his options carefully. His forces were stretched thin as it was, and a new offensive was out of the question. The newly captured Javan sector had key resources and industrial centers, and was a prize worth holding, but the Federation was likely to counterattack there next. Excursions down the Hydian Way, including a push toward Eridu and Siswina, would have to be cancelled. Depending on where the Federation acted, he was ready to withdraw forces from some worlds, effectively surrendering them, which he knew the SS Siruuk wouldn't like. The Saurians were hungry for conquest and could be difficult to reason with. The Javan sector might be first in line for a counterattack, but there were other systems worth defending. Bakura, whose repulsor coil factories had started output again, was first among them. It was, Nil decided, a place to marshal his armies and watch the next fight. He made contact with Darth Vuric, commanding the forces entrenched on Javan, and told him to be ready. He spoke with the Nagai and SS Siruvi commanders as well, ordered some to fall back to fortify Bakura while others joined Vuric and prepared to defend. Finally, he spoke with Yaga Aushus, who completed the conquest of Bespin. The Mandalore's forces were to hold their newly gained territory to a man, and any desertion would be several punished. He left the obvious threat unspoken. Once he'd done all that, Nil felt better, not less angry, but at least more in control. His desire for recompense remained, and after some consideration, he decided how best to get it. Since coming to Bakura, he'd spent most of his time aboard his flagship Krishnaktan in the former Bakura Defense Force headquarters. He'd not visited the executive pyramid at all, but when he entered President Rakado's office for the first time and saw the perfect view of Salis Dr's spread-out cityscape, he decided it was the perfect place for a show. Rakado was being kept in one of the pyramid's lower layers, as was Shadow Vale. Nil had them both brought to the office, and when they were marched in by a troop of red-scaled SS Aruath, the Sith Lord was waiting, standing before the president's desk. Every data card, stack of flimsy, and personal memento remained untouched from before the occupation. No one had bothered to disrupt it. Nil hadn't bothered to see the president either. The old human, short and bald, looked appropriately unimportant, and when he saw Nil occupying his office, he didn't even bother to rouse an objection. Shadow Val held himself with fragile dignity, and Nil knew it would take only a small blow to make the fragile Jedi crack. Fortunately, he had something large in mind. Master Vale had explained who you are, said Rakado. I'm surprised you're still on Bakura. I thought you'd be off conquering other worlds. There have been setbacks. Nil had no reason to hide them. Once his prisoners understood his losses, they'd be able to understand their own. The Federation has captured the world critical to making SS Iruvi war droids. How they learned we had a base there, I don't know. As a result, I've been forced to halt my planned offensive and regroup. How terrible for you, Rakado said dryly. I didn't ask for your pity, or your sarcasm. Nil walked a slow circle to the back of the desk. I want you to understand who I am. You're a Sith Lord, said the president. And even without the Force, you're spreading misery and death everywhere, because that's what Sith do, isn't it? Master Vale explained it to me. It's all very pathetic. Nil was surprised by his insolence, and he wondered whether Rakado was asking to be killed. I am now what I've always been, except wiser and better. Losing the Force just revealed who I was all along. He smiled sharply, as it has revealed the Jedi for what they've been all along, especially Shadow Vale. The Twi'lek said nothing. He didn't even flinch. Nil ran his hands over the desktop. He ruffled a sheet of papers, then gathered a data card in his palm and crushed it. Petty vandalism didn't stir Rakado. The president still looked like he was waiting for execution. Nil then picked a small placard off the desk, an oval with two halves divided by diagonal line, one colored pure black and the other white. I know the symbol, told the prisoners, and something lit in Rakado's eyes. Belief in the cosmic balance is quite common on Bakura, isn't it? You're a savage, the human scoffed. What do you know about the balance? When the Sith trained me, they told me about many schools and religions. They wanted to show me the error of those ways. He picked up the balance plaque and held it up. However, I've always had a little sympathy for this one. Did you like the color scheme? Nil ran a hand down his black and white body. Perhaps I did. But this balance of yours, it is a cruel fate, isn't it? Every life is balanced by a death. Desire is balanced by despair. The good intention behind a deed is balanced by the tragedy that results. You look to Vale. Have you gained an appreciation for the balance, Master Jedi? He said nothing, but the Sith was rewarded with a look of pure hatred. Not so Jedi anymore, perhaps, Nil said. Perhaps darkness and light are fated to be balanced out. Maybe the Force itself balances that way. An era of peace and light leads to one of darkness and conflict. Yes, I do like that idea. Is there a point to this? Asked Rakado. Nil stepped around the desk, still clutching the balance symbol. There is actually. I understand that before you surrendered, Mr. President, you were given the option to destroy Bakura's factories and all the Pewek inside. You'd have taken many lives and ruined Bakura's economy for a generation, but you'd have deprived us of industry badly needed to keep our war effort going. In other words, our victory over Bakura would be countered by the loss of his most valuable asset. That had to appeal to you as a follower of the balance. But you didn't destroy those factories. I was wondering why. Nil stepped close to the Jedi and the President. Maybe Master Vale convinced you of a better path. Ricardo sighed. The Jedi had nothing to do with it. I made the choice on my own. And why didn't you hurt us like we just hurt you? Because they said you're merciful when planets surrender. I wanted to protect Bakura from harm. All of it. And because you hoped the Federation would rush in and drive us away. That too, he muttered. And does that seem strange to you? Have you wondered why I, a Sith, would be merciful? Now that you mention it, it seems unusual. Nil looked to the Jedi, still silent, still fragile. He drew back toward the window. You give them mercy, they cower before you because they're afraid of what happens when you take it away. I learned that from Darth Plagueis. It was his favorite method. He forgot that with Dak. Yes, he did, and it turned the galaxy against him. I only have the resources to conquer a slice of what Plagueis did, but I'll use what I have to the fullest. I'm so glad for you. Ricardo's weary cynicism was becoming annoying. That meant it was time to unsettle him and to break Shadow Veil. Nil removed a comlink from his belt and tapped it on. To Krishnak's crew he said, "Begin the bombardment." His prisoners tensed. Their eyes went wide, but Nil turned away. He had greater things to savor. The first turbolaser volley landed on the southern outskirts of Solace DR. From the office window, the point of impact was obscured by high skyscrapers, but black smoke immediately rose to fill a quarter of the sky, and licks of flame were visible between buildings. A second volley came 10 seconds later, further south. The third blast was closer, and the entire office trembled as the concussive force rattled the ground beneath it. "Stop this," Ricardo croaked. "I beg you, please." The next blast landed so close they could see the first explosion. Tall buildings tipped and fell, crashing into one another, and spreading a chain of devastation throughout the city. By now the entire sky was filled with black smoke and rising flame. The next impacts were further away, but they still shook the palace and sent curtains of ash through the sky. "Why are you doing this?" Ricardo croaked. "What's the point?" "Balance," Nil grinned fiercely. "The Federation gains a world. You lose one. But the factories are being spared. My gunners are good shots, Mr. President. They won't harm any of the Pewek districts of the city either. And rest assured, this is happening to every major city on Bakura. But the smoke, the fires, may be difficult to control," Nil shrugged. "You should have bombed those factories while you had the chance. Then you might have swayed balance in your favor. But then, like a Jedi, he snarled the word like a curse. You stepped back and trusted good intentions to save your world. You're as pathetic as Shadow Veil. You deserve the same fate." The city continued to rumble with the gasp of flames and the thunder of distant impacts, but per Nil's orders, his gunners were concentrating on the city's outskirts, where they'd be sure not to damage necessary infrastructure. The death toll would be catastrophic, but knowing that satisfied Nil less than the looks on the faces of the men before him. Ricardo's shock and anger had fallen away. His head hung low and his eyes were empty. The slaughter seemed to have robbed him of everything, even will. Shadow Veil was different. He looked on the verge of screaming, and he was restraining himself only to spare Nil the satisfaction. The Sith Lord had satisfaction enough. Clutching the balance symbol to his chest, Nil turned to watch the result of Ricardo's efforts and Shadow's goodwill. The storm of smoke and fire rose high and blocked out the midday sun, draping the city in a perfect night. Ania sat in Free Agent's cockpit, alone but ringed by electric ghosts. It was as motley a collection as she'd ever spoken with. Her mother was the most familiar, typecasting from her nearby ship. Yaga Archus, many light years away, joined the conversation, and though he'd removed his helmet, he still looked fearsome for his Beskar shoulder plates. Finally, there was Admiral Garstazi, hero of the Galactic Alliance and co-leader of the Federation, connected from his flagship over Geonosis. Though all three holo images had faces turned to Ania, she could tell Stasi was staring hard at Archis as he said, "You have to be absolutely sure about this. Darth Nil is at Bakura. The intel I gave you on Geonosis was good, wasn't it?" "It was. That's why I'm trusting your advice now. The bulk of our forces are engaged in the Javan sector. I can't afford to pull any away without being sure." "Nil's at Bakura. I spoke to him personally. I don't know how long he'll stay, so you'd better act fast. I recommend not taking any ships out of Javan. You might tip him off. From what I can tell, he's been able to track their movements really well. Don't ask me his sources, but they're good." "I've gathered that already," Stasi said sourly. "The forces I have with me now may be enough to take Bakura. I need full intelligence on what Nil has present." "I can't get you that when I go to Bakura." "How does that work?" asked Ania. "You said Nil ordered you to stay at Javan." "He did. And the bulk of my Mandas will do that. But Nil has to be taken out, and I'm not trusting anyone to do that besides me." "I appreciate your hands-on command style," Stasi said, "but if you show up at Bakura for no reason, Nil will be suspicious." "I know. That's why I'm going to need help getting close." His holoimage shifted, and Anya could tell he was looking at her and her mother. Walking into an enemy stronghold was never a good plan, but they pledged to help Archis take down Nil. Now they were being asked to go through with. "Nil might consider me a prize," Marin said, "given that I can still use the Force." Stasi's eyes grew bigger in surprise, but Archis snorted, "I'm really curious myself as to how that works." "It's a personal secret, but it would definitely get Nil interested. That doesn't explain why I'd fly all the way to Bakura to deliver you. If you're my captive, I'll need a good explanation how I captured you. If you're just some Force user I found in my troops, Nil will wonder why I didn't notice you before. He'll also wonder how I managed to keep you captive. Either way, it will make him suspicious." "I'm trying to fulfill my part of the bargain," Marin insisted, "and my Force powers give me an edge over Nil." Anya heard the resolve in her mother's voice. She was determined to go to Bakura no matter the danger, and Anya knew not to try and talk her out of it. Instead, a different idea came to mind. It was risky and stupid and might well get her killed unnecessarily, just like everything else she'd been doing lately, but like everything else it felt like a compulsion. "I can be your captive," she said. Marin's eyes went wide. Archis narrowed in thought. "What's so special about you?" "I'm Ania Solo. I killed Darth Red. I led the one Sith to the floating world where most of them got slaughtered. I figure a guy like Nil's not going to let a chance for revenge go, especially if you hand it to him personally." "That's too dangerous," Marin said. "Anya, I can't guarantee your safety." "Yeah, I know. But I figure a prisoner like me is going to need a couple extra guards. When he looks at you, Nil's not going to see anything except a Mando in red armor. If we're going to get this to work, we'll need surprise on our side." As Marin grudgingly considered, Archis said, "This plan has potential. I should be able to get Nil more or less alone. We take him out, then either escape or bunker down and wait for the Admiral here to chase the SS Iruak off Bakura." "This is a fascinating ploy," Stasi said, "and while I'd be glad to see Nil dead, I still need to deal with his fleets, which, I must point out, consist of a considerable Mandalorian contingent. Simple. We're mercenaries, and we enjoy getting paid. We can switch sides or retreat, depending on what you're willing to pay. Either way, we can time it within we take out Nil." "This scenario seems familiar." Stasi's voice lowered to a growl. "I was involved with the Badajeff operation, you know. I remember the confusion your withdrawal caused Mandalore, and the lives it cost. I'm willing to do the same thing this time, only in your favor. There's a little poetry to it, isn't there?" "There will be, if you prove trustworthy. I gave you Geonosis." "Yes. Your intentions against the Sith certainly seem genuine." "They are," Marin said with the kind of conviction only possible through Force powers. It took Archis by surprise. Then it seems I will have to trust you, Stasi said. I won't launch an attack on Bakura until I have confirmation that Nil is dead or captured. I'll be in constant contact with my ship, Archer said. They'll be in contact with you? If you don't get confirmation, don't jump in. Simple as that. Nothing here is simple, but I do appreciate your willingness to take personal risks. Very well. I suppose now we should talk payment. Ox gave a brittle smile. Music my ears. The mercenary and the admiral haggled services and prices for the next few minutes, leaving Marin and Ania to watch. When they finished, the conversation wound up. Stasi closed his link first, then Arch's, and then it was just Ania speaking to her mother in the holo's soft blue glow. You didn't have to volunteer for that, Marin said. Maybe not. But it keeps up the pattern, doesn't it? Her mother smiled sadly. Ania, when this is over, I promise you'll be free of all this. You won't owe me anything anymore. I'm not doing this because I owe you. Nil needs to be taken down for the sake of the galaxy. And I've got some experience with Sith Lords. You don't need to be the one to take the shot this time. I know. I'll protect you from Nil. And Archus, if I have to. Ania's forced optimism wilted. You think it will come to that? It's possible. Be ready for anything. I will. The holo shut off, plunging Ania into the dark. The full magnitude of what she committed herself to chilled her, and she forced herself out of her seat. She heard AG-37 and stalked down the hall in the crew hold, talking quietly. She'd need to explain to them why this was one mission she absolutely couldn't take them on. They'd be disappointed, especially AG-37, but this was the last time she'd take this kind of risk. Her mother had promised her, and Ania had every intention to see it fulfilled. When the connection closed, Yaga turned from the communications console to his daughter, who'd been watching it all from the corner of the room. In his view, the talk had gone well. It had always been his intention to turn every gun of every ship in the Mando fleet against the Sith. They'd be nestled tight with the Nagai and SSR Ruuk when they switched sides, and he gathered a pretty reliable list of which Nagai vessels hosted Sith captains. By prioritizing those ships and destroying them with help from the Alliance, he could finally be free of the Sith and their power over him. Like a good mercenary, he'd haggled out a good price from Admiral Stasi for a job he was going to do anyway. This mad scheme just might work, but Sora's guarded posture conveys skepticism. This is a lot of trust to be put in people who tried to kill you a day ago, she said. We all want Nil gone. When you have common interest and high stakes, you don't need trust. She didn't look convinced, and he didn't blame her. Boor, these Skiratas know what you did at Badajeff. If Raul or Zaramar or anyone else finds out, they'll never get proof. That's why we're going after Nil. I'll make sure of it. They'll still come after you when this is over. If not this Skirata woman, then Hondokar or the Veviks. They'll keep trying to undermine you. Maybe get someone close to betray you. He stepped up and put hands on her shoulders. She was out of Beskar, and they felt small and vulnerable under his palms. The need to protect his daughter, never far gone, came back strong. I can't watch my own back. I always have. This Skirata woman, I think she means to keep the bargain. I'm hoping she'll be able to keep Kar and Vevik off our backs once Nil's gone. Then you trust that witch. Witch. It was the perfect word. Yet not. He never kept secrets from his daughter, but he hadn't yet told her that the red-armored woman who'd taken her captive on Bespin was the same one who'd murdered his father. For all his life, she'd been a force-using monster who could summon in him all the anger and fear he normally kept restrained. Yet now, after 40 years, he finally saw her with mask off, and she was just a tired old woman with regret in her eyes. Empathy wasn't one of Yagaok's strong points. He trained himself not to feel it for anyone outside his family. He shed no tears for Marin Skirata's pain, and if he had to, he'd gun her down to protect himself. But he felt he understood her, just a little, enough for a tentative trust. Right now we need each other. Once Nil is gone, we might still need her. If we don't, we'll decide what to do with her then. Sora looked unconvinced, but she nodded. I'm coming with you to Bakura. I know you are. With Nil, anything could happen, and anything might be revealed. Sora was the only person in the galaxy he trusted absolutely. When he released her shoulder, she asked, "When do we tell Nil about his gift?" "Not yet. First we confirm the Admiral's down payment. Then we inform the troops. They're not going to like switching sides in the middle of a fight. They've done it before," he said. "The second time they might even do it right." Chapter 26. When Kyra emerged from unconscious, she didn't understand where she was or how she'd gotten here. She was on her side, staring at a blank gray bulkhead. Metal stun cuffs pinned her wrists behind her back, and the slight tingling at the ends of her limbs confirmed that she'd been hit by a stun blast. Certainty brought more memory, the flash of blue light from Jeria's blaster and the thump of impact in the center of her chest, followed by fast-blossoming numbness that had consumed her. She also remembered the shock of Jeria's last words, their causal cruelty, and the hard pressure of the young Sith's forearm on her neck. She remembered Jael, cut deep with the red lightsaber, and that mattered more than anything. With an effort, Kyra rolled away from the bulkhead, onto her back, then onto her other side. Jael was there, lying face up on a bench along the opposite wall of this small chamber. She kicked out, put feet on the floor, and staggered across the room. Weak legs buckled beneath her, but she made it to Jael's side. He made no response as she fell to her knees. His eyes stared unseeing at the ceiling, but his breath rose slowly up and down. She looked at his side and saw that his torn clothing had been peeled away, and a few bandages had been applied to the wound. She hesitated, then turned around and, hands still behind back, awkwardly peeled away one bandage. She saw it had been merely slapped across the lightsaber-carved gash. Her stomach churned at the sight of burnt flesh, and she stuck the bandage back on. Kyra struggled to calm herself and assess the situation. They were on a ship. She listened to the faint sound of air cycling through vents and the distant sound of engines. Those were sublight thrusters, and they seemed to be at low power. No inertia rocked the room. They were in steady orbit or maybe deep space, waiting for something. She recalled more of the fight on Tython. Jeria had stunned the Twi'lek Sith, Darth Talon. The young human, the one who couldn't have been much older than her, had stabbed Jael, grabbed Kyra, and apparently somehow escaped with them to his ship. She didn't know what happened to Jeria, and she found it hard to care. In her last scraps of memory, he was callous and cruel. The Sith had them captive. He was holding them here as he waited for something. He'd surely have some way to monitor his prisoners, but when she looked around, she noticed no camera lens. Since there seemed no other way, Kyra stood up, walked on steadier steps to the door, then slammed her less sore shoulder into it. She slammed again, then shouted, "Help! We need help in here. Please! He needs medical attention." She turned around and tried cracking the rims of her cuffs against the door. She jammed it with her shoulder again and shouted some more. After 5 minutes, her throat had gotten sore and her limbs hurt. She sat back on her bench and gathered strength for another round. That was when the door opened. The young man was standing in the middle. Back on Tython, he seemed fierce and dangerous, but when Kira's eyes lit on him, she thought he looked tired. Bags gathered under his dark eyes, and black hair was a messy smear around his face. In his hand, he held a lightsaber, and with the tap of a thumb, the red blade shot out in front of him, dispelling any impression of weakness. "Please," she said, voice cracking. "Jael needs a medkit. He'll die if we don't help him." She couldn't say he might well die already. She'd been given some field medic training over the past year, mostly by Jael himself. Without the Force, he'd told her, they needed all the practical help they could get. The Sith stared at her, not even glancing at Jael. She repeated, "He'll die. Then you won't be able to use him as a hostage. Please, let me help him. He's mine." She halted. The Sith pressed, "You're what?" "My teacher," she said weakly. He almost was, or should have been. "Were you an Imperial Knight? A Jedi?" "No." She shook her head. I was going to be something. It doesn't matter. He needs help." The Sith regarded her. "This ship has a medical droid. It's not first class, but it's better than a medkit. Then help him? Kyra leaned forward. Please? He's no good to you, Dad. The Sith glanced at Jo, finally, but his lightsaber stayed angled at Kyra. She didn't even think of trying to charge him. He looked back at her and gave a tiny nod. As he reached into his pocket with his free hand and drew a comlink, she felt weak with relief and had to remind herself that she was still being held captive by a murderous Sith. The young man gave a few short orders via comlink, and a minute later a droid floated over his shoulder and into the room. The spherical medical robot was the size of a human head, with a half-dozen multi-tool appendages dangling from his lower side. The droid hovered over Jo, examined him, then began peeling away the bandages, revealing his black scorched gash to the open air. Lightsaber wound, lower abdomen, the droid's tinny voice recited the obvious, well within registered protocols. Treat him, the Sith said. Affirmative, chirped the droid. We'll begin interior microsutures followed by surface-level bacta salve. Kyra sagged against the bulkhead. Jo's injuries had stirred her with the primal panic. Over the past year he'd become more than a mentor. He was the best friend she had and the closest thing left to family. Being helpless to save those she cared about was like being back on Sviverin all over again, trapped by blood and ash and senseless death. She still didn't know if Jo would survive. When she turned her head to the Sith, still standing there with his red lightsaber, she reminded herself that trust was something she could hardly afford. Where are we? Kyra asked. I can't tell, we're not in hyperspace. The Sith pointedly ignored her and watched the droid work on Jo. Your master, Darth Talon, isn't here, is she? Skywalker has her, doesn't he? Skywalker, the young man said, doesn't even have himself now. After everything else she'd practically forgotten. But you left your master with them, didn't you? Pointedly avoiding her eyes, he nodded. I didn't kill your other friend. The one who shot you? He's not my friend, she said, quiet but firm. He finally regarded her. What's your name? She hesitated, but silence meant nothing. She was no one important, never had been and never would be. Her name meant nothing. I'm Kyra, she said. Just Kyra. That's Jo, Imperial Knight. I know who he is. I've met everyone in your group at Tehasa, except you. She recalled Skywalker's story about capturing Talon and her apprentice. I was in Grease space then, too. I guess we just missed each other. After a pause, she asked, am I going to get your name? The Sith hesitated as she had. Then he said, Eli Horn. Kyra recalled something else Skywalker had said, that he'd known Talon's apprentice when they were both students on Asas. You used to be a Jedi Padawan. Horn flinched, and his face screwed tight. I barely remember that. He looked young and transparent, and she intuited something else. You're trying to get your master back, aren't you? We're waiting in orbit over Tython, right? He ignored her. Understanding that she wouldn't get any more answers out of Horn, Kyra rested shoulders against the bulkhead and watched the medical droid work in silence. From this angle, Kyra couldn't see much of his grisly work, which was fine by her. She waited until it withdrew its metal appendages from Jo's side, hovered high over the prone body, and announced, operation complete. Internal microsutures are installed. Bacta bandages have been replaced and will need changing every 6 hours. So he'll survive? Asked Kyra. Survival rate projected 91%, the machine affirmed. She exhaled in relief. They were still so far from safe, and it might take Jo weeks to fully recover from that kind of injury, but at least she'd done something for him. She wasn't useless after all. Good, Horn said coldly. Your work is done, droid. Return to your station. Affirmative, the droid chirped, then floated its way out of the chamber. The Sith turned to follow, but he lingered to look at Kyra for a moment. She was in no mood to thank him. Luckily, he didn't seem to expect it. His lips pressed tight, as though he was holding back words of his own. Then he turned and stepped outside. The door hissed shut and locked behind him. Jo was still unconscious, and the droid had neglected to close his eyes. She walked across the room, turned around, and carefully shut his eyelids with the touch of both hands. Then she withdrew to her bench. There was nothing to do now but wait, and to think. She was surprised her thoughts veered toward Eli Horn. Whatever evils he committed with the Sith, it was clear he was tired and overwhelmed. In another situation, she might have felt sympathy with him. Not so now. Mynock would catch up with them, Kyra was certain of that. When it did, she hoped she and Jo and all their friends got out of the confrontation safely. Whatever had to happen to the Sith would happen. The people she cared about had to be protected. Nothing mattered more than that. Despite having taken a pair of stun blasts, Lobacca was the first one to stir, and Delia awoke less than 20 minutes after. By that time, they'd already moved Cade and Talon both inside Mynock. The former he let sprawl unconscious on the sofa in the crew long. As for the latter, he trussed her hands and feet, then sealed her in the airlock vestibule. It never hurt to be too careful, and he had more important things to worry about than one Sith witch. Once they were recovered, Lobacca and Delia joined Jerry and the droids in the lawn. They stood around the sofa, looking grimly at Cade's twitching form, as Jerry explained everything that had happened on the plane. "I don't know what shape the imp's in," he said. "I don't even know if he's alive." But Kyra, all she got hit by was a stun blast. "So now she's locked up by a Sith?" Delia shook her head. "Do we know where they ran?" "No, but I checked Mynock sensors. They picked up a ship shooting into orbit about 3 hours ago. Came from about 50 kilometers away." Lobacca gave a series of roars, and C-3PO said, "It is possible that Master Horn hasn't yet left the system. He may be staying nearby to retrieve Darth Talon." "Maybe. Or he's hightailed it off to the closest Sith hideaway, tail between his legs," said Delia. "Or," Lobacca suggested, "he'd already uncovered the secret cot La had come here for." Jerry shook his head. "I don't know. I figure if they found what they were looking for, they've left Tython before we even got here. Besides, without the Force, they're as deaf and dumb as we all are." All of them except Cade, he thought grimly. Times like these he wished they'd never learned Cade was a Jedi at all. Then they'd still be flying free, him, Cade, and Delia, not caring about the greater good of the Karkin galaxy. Then every planet would still be in Krait's hands, and Cade would still be burning with repressed rage, and Rav would still have a hold over them both. Still, right now, it felt like a worthy trade. "We're not gonna get answers standing around," Delia said, voice icy cold. Jerry knew what was coming next. "Let's see if we can get straight answers from the prisoner." Lobacca grunted agreement and followed her to the airlock. The Wookiees shouldn't have been so eager. He'd never seen Delia moved by rage, and it was a sight no righteous Jedi would approve of. The Zelton plucked a bag of repair tools off a table as she moved out of the lounge and walked the rest of the way on long, fast strides. When she opened the door to the airlock, Talon was awake and on the floor, lithe body awkwardly contorted with both wrists and ankles clasped behind her back. "How you doing, Shudder?" Delia asked cheerfully, then slung the tool bag off her shoulder and tossed it. The heavy thing crashed down inches from Talon's face. Metal smacked on metal, and Delia crouched to her haunches in front of the Twi'lek. "I realize you're not big on talking," the Zeltron said, "but you're going to tell us what you were doing on Tython, where your boy Toy ran off to, and what the Kark happened to my Cade. You got that?" Talon's blue eyes didn't blink. Jerry stepped up behind Delia and put hands on his hips. "Seriously, you'd best do some talking. Cade's still out of commission. Your apprentice flew off with 2 of our own. Maybe he's trying to figure out how to rescue you. Maybe he left you to die. I don't know. All I do know is that you're stuck here with us, Chica, and without your Grancha Force powers you won't last long against Blue's mean streak." "You really won't," Delia affirmed. She reached into the tool bag and drew out a small, thin welding tool. With the flick of a switch, the tip became superheated and bright. Lobacca growled uneasily but didn't intervene. If things went far enough he would, but right now he seemed willing to give Delia a little leeway. Delia didn't move too fast. She dangled the hot device over Talon's cheek and said, "Getting all those tats must have hurt." I bet enduring the pain was some Sith rite of passage. Well, I can hurt you a lot more, and you won't have any force to call on. So you'd best start telling us what you know before I get ahead of myself. Face half pressed into the floor, Talon said, I can't tell you anything. Not good enough. Delia inched the welding torch closer. Not won't, can't, Talon insisted, and fear tremored her voice. I don't know what happened to Skywalker. The pyramid was as inert for us as it was for you, and anyone else without the Force. Lobacca roared a question, and Jerry translated, How'd you get on Titan in the first place? Talon hesitated, but her gaze darted to the torch as she said, We learned Cade had come here from as an archaeologist on Cerberus. Lobacca roared again, and Delia dipped the torch in close. We were there when the Nagai dove in and tried to wreck the place. You called them down, didn't you, to cover your tracks? Talon's lips twisted and refused answer. Delia drew the torch back, then dipped it down onto Talon's exposed shoulder. It was there for less than a second, but long enough to burn red-eyed skin. Impressively, Talon did not cry out, though her bound body twisted, and she bit her lower lip hard enough to draw blood. Delia seemed to enjoy that. Plenty more where that came from, darling. A little burn's the least you deserve. Your Nagai buddies killed thousands of people on Cerberus, and guess what? It was all for nothing. Cade figured out about Cade and Titan anyway. She shook her head. All right, next question. What the hell is that thing? You must have some idea. I don't, Talon insisted. Titan was inhabited by Force users over 30,000 years ago. Long before the Jedi or the Sith. I have no idea what that pyramid is, and I have no idea what it did to Skywalker. She was probably right, but it wasn't the answer Delia wanted. The Zeltron played with the torch, considering whether to let it drop again. Jerry crouched beside her and told Talon, Your apprentice has our friends. We know he took off as soon as he got back to your ship. Where'd he go? I don't know. What, you don't have a backup plan? We were not expecting this encounter. Were you? She had him there. I bet he's calling for help. Where's the nearest Sith outpost? Nowhere near here. Not an answer. Delia dipped the torch again, this time close to Talon's face. The Sith don't care about this, she blurted. Darth Nil is focused on conquest. He's pulled most of his Sith to the Outer Rim or to spy on Coruscant. This was just Eli and myself. To Nil, our mission is a fool's errand. Unimportant. Her eyes dropped to the floor, despondent. We are unimportant. She sounded like a woman rejected by a lover, no, a parent. Jerry wasn't in the sympathetic mood right now, and neither was Delia, but Lobacca roared behind them, asking both to step outside. Just like a Jedi to put a breaker on things when they were making real progress. Jerry was reluctant, but he'd made a rule not to argue with Wookiees, and it wasn't like Talon was going anyplace. Come on, he tapped Delia's shoulder. Let's take a breather. The Zeltron nodded reluctantly and switched off the torch. She straightened, picked up her tool back, and followed Jerry and Lobacca out into the hallway. They sealed the door behind them. They were surprised to see C-3PO waiting in the hallway. The droid's photoreceptors swung back and forth between them, as though he were worried about something, and when he didn't start blabbing right away, Jiraiya asked, What is it, 3PO? Were you waiting outside the whole time? Not the whole time, Master Jerry. Only the past 1 minute and 26 seconds. I didn't want to interrupt the interrogation process, no matter how critical the news. News? What news? Is Master Cade, sir? He's woken up. As soon as the words came out, Delia was sprinting down the hall. Jerry and Lobacca followed, only a little bit slower, leaving the droid to shuffle after them. Back in the lounge, Cade was still on the sofa, but his eyes were open and looking up at the ceiling. R2-D2 tittered anxiously beside him. Oh, Cade, baby, talk to me, Mishku, Delia said. She dropped to her knees beside R2 and squeezed Cade's hand tight. He squeezed hers back, weakly, but he didn't stir and didn't look at her. His eyes were still boring into some other place, some other time. Perhaps I should have qualified my statement first, C-3PO said apologetically. Master Cade has regained some awareness, but his mental state is still quite abnormal. Jeriah wanted to make some brash comment about how Cade had always been a little abnormal, but it was difficult when Delia was squeezing his hand and begging for a reply. Finally, his jaw hinged open. Voice creaked out from his throat, "There's so much." As firmly as he could, Jeriah asked, "What is it, Patissa? What's there a lot of?" Cade's whole body trembled. A harsh rattling escaped his chest. Then his eyes fluttered, as though he was blinking away dreams. Delia stroked his face with her free hand and said, "Are you with us, Cade? Tell us you're here, please." His eyes rolled sideways to focus on her. "True blue," he whispered. "That's right." She moved both hands to clasp his. "You scared the hell out of me, Cade. Don't do that again, please." "Wasn't really trying to." "What happened to you?" asked Jeriah. "All we saw was a door open in that monolith thing. It pulled you in, then spat you out a minute later. R2-D2 tweeted something, and Jeriah patted his dome. You'd have gotten knocked up a little if R2 hadn't caught your fall." "Thanks, buddy," Cade told the droid. He didn't sit up or even try to. He looked on the verge of falling into another dream. "Cade," said Delia, "what happened to you?" "You said I was gone a minute." "That's right." "Felt like a lot longer." Lobaka roared, repeating the question, "What happened?" Instead of responding, Cade closed his eyes. He took deep, deliberate breaths so they knew he wasn't going to slip away again. When he opened eyes, he said, "I know where Katla went. I saw it, and I know where he's trying to get to." Jeriah frowned. "They're not the same?" "Hypergate. He was trying to fix up a hypergate to get to where he wanted to go. Did fix it. He fixed it up and got it working." "How do you know that?" Delia's brows drew together. Instead of explaining, Cade shook his head. "I can't see the planet with the hypergate. I saw the planet and the ones close by and the stars. I just don't know where it is." "What is called?" "Got to look at the nav database. Look at star maps. Figure it out." His eyes darted over the figures looming around him. "Wait, where's Kyra and the imp?" Grimly, Delia said, "Captured. And J.O. got hurt bad." Cade finally tried to sit up, but he was still too weak and dropped back onto the sofa. "Captured by who?" "Sith," Jeriah said. "Specifically, that horn kid. He grabbed them and took off in his ship. No idea where he went, or how far." Almost as an aside, he added, "We've got Talon trussed up on Mynock, so it came out kind of a draw." Cade's eyes went distant again as he took all the information in. Then he said, "Help me up. Help me to the cockpit. I need to figure out where we need to be." Eli had set the ship to notify him whenever sensors picked up any other vessels moving in Tithon's orbit, but he was in the cockpit anyway when alarms went off and Mynock pushed out of the planet's atmosphere. He quickly killed the alarm but did nothing to activate thrusters, shields, or weapons. He simply watched Mynock on sensors. The ship didn't seem eager to escape the system. Instead, it settled into a leisurely mid-orbital drift between Ashla and Bogan, but closer to the former. For his part, Eli had kept his ship in Bogan's lower orbit, locked to face the planet at all times but close enough to the moon to make his ship hard to spot, especially as he coasted along on minimal thrust. He'd had hours to plan what he would do next and come up to no solution. If he was extremely lucky, he might get a drop on Mynock as the ship neared Bogan, cripple it with a few well-placed blasts, then force it to surrender Talon and whatever knowledge they gleaned on Titan. He certainly wasn't expecting that. Even when the Force had been with him, it hadn't been that generous. Nonetheless, he watched and waited as Mynock dipped close to Ashla to scout the satellite. It circled around it, slipping out of Eli's view only to reappear less than 10 minutes later. Then the freighter kicked power to engines and began an approach on Bogan. Clearly, Skywalker's crew thought the same way he did. Knowing it would never work out as well as he'd hoped, but daring to hope anyway, Eli dipped his ship deeper toward Bogan's thin atmospheric envelope. Once he determined Minok's approach vector, he nudged the ship around the moon's ecliptic and out of direct sight line. He input quick calculations based on Minok's velocity and estimated what speed would be required for him to circle around the Bogan and come around behind Skywalker's ship. The increase in thrust might give him away, but it was the best shot at an ambush he had. Eli kicked the shuttle ahead. He armed cannons and raised shields as he circled the moon. Tython swung out of view, replaced by dense pack stars. His heart beat faster and harder, until he thought the tension would burst through his chest. Tython appeared again, and Eli watched carefully for the bright blaze of Minok's rear engine. He would get one shot at most, and he armed his missiles and prepared for a crippling blow. He kept swinging around Bogan, but Minok was nowhere to be seen. He took his eyes off the viewport and checked sensors. No ship behind him. No ship in view at all. Perhaps they circled Bogan at a fast speed, in which case they'd be on the opposite side of the moon by now. Eli increased speed and his heart beat even harder. Then, suddenly, his sensors wailed. Minok dove in from above, emerging from Bogan's atmospheric envelope near the moon's north pole. Laser blasts fired wide, but the volleys gained accuracy as Minok drew closer. Eli froze at the critical moment, unsure whether to fight or flee. Then his comm board lit up. Eli slapped it to open the channel, and a smug voice said, "Hey, we gonna play peekaboo all day, or are you gonna come out and talk?" So it would be neither fight nor flight. Eli angled his ship to face the approaching one. He kept forward shields to full, and waited until he got a target lock on Minok before replying, "I have both of your people. They're alive." "We're gonna need verification on that," Patisa, the man on the other line, said. He was pretty sure it was the one he fought on Tython, Jariah Sin. "What about Darth Talon? If you're talking to my captives, I need to talk to yours. We've currently got her trussed in an airlock. I need to talk to her. Go get your prisoners, we'll get ours." "All right, stand by." As he rose from the cockpit seat, Eli wondered if he'd made a tactical mistake. Of course Skywalker's people wouldn't harm Talon. They had a Jedi among them, and Lobacca would never let the spacer trash kill or maim her. He should have asked instead about Skywalker's status. That was really what this conversation would hinge on. Eli ignited his lightsaber before unlocking the door to the cell. When he stepped inside, he found Kyra and Jo Assam as he'd left them. The young woman slumped awkwardly with hands bound behind her back, the Imperial Knight lying face up and slowly mending on his bench. Eli was surprised to find him conscious. Assam rolled his head slightly to see the newcomer but didn't have the strength to sit upright. To Kyra he said, "Come with me." Still on the bench she said, "Why should I?" "So you can talk to your companions." She straightened in surprise, then got to her feet. Eli stepped back and let her pass out of the room, then shut the door behind her. The girl turned and looked at him, expectant, until he remembered she'd never seen any place else on the ship. With the jab of a lightsaber, he directed her to the right, then marched her down the halls until they reached the cockpit. After she sat awkwardly in the co-pilot seat, Eli said, "Talk. The line is open." Kyra looked around until she found the comm unit, then hunched forward and said, "This is Kyra." "Who is this?" "It's Jerry, eh?" The voice returned. Eli watched with interest as her hopeful expression wilted. Frowning, Kyra pressed on. "Who else is with you? Is everyone all right?" "We were gonna ask you that," said a new voice, female. "Delia Blue? What happened to Jo? Is he still alive?" "He is," Kyra exhaled. "The shipboard medic droid patched him up, but he's still in bad shape. He can't even stand right now. He needs a couple days in the back-to-tank." "Understood. We're glad you two are okay." Eli, hovering over Kara's back with the lightsaber deactivated but still in hand, said, "Let me speak to Darth Talon." "Is she with you?" He heard faint shuffling, then Talon's voice. "I am here, apprentice." Eli felt a rush of relief. He was no longer completely alone. "Good. What happened to Skywalker? Is he still unconscious?" There was a tense pause. as though the people on the other side were deciding what to say. Then a new voice came on. It was audibly tired and half familiar. Yeah? He woke up. Eli realized he was talking to Skywalker himself. The man's smug bravado was gone. So was the usual taunting sneer. He asked, "What happened to you on Tython?" There was another pause as Skywalker gathered his thoughts. Eli and Kyra leaned forward intently, mutual distrust dissolved by the need to know. Then Skywalker said, "That monolith I fell into is called the Ur. It's been on Tython a really, really long time. It's an arc that brought the original Jedi to Tython in the first place." "Brought Jedi from where?" asked Eli. "They weren't Jedi yet," Skywalker clarified. "They wouldn't be for a long time yet. That doesn't matter. The point is Katla found that Ur. He dug it up with his Vong buddies, and cause he had the Force he got to go inside. And see what I saw." There was another pause as Skywalker decided what to say. This time everyone waited patiently until he started again. The Ur pointed Katla to a hypergate. That's why he went to Cerberus, because he needed parts to get the other one operational. Don't ask me why he didn't use the one on Cerberus. I guess it went to the wrong place or something. But where was he trying to get to, ultimately? Eli interjected. Skywalker ignored the question. Katla stole the pieces from Cerberus and put together a working hypergate. He's gone through. That's what the Ur told me. This was all about a year ago. I guess he's still on the other side of the gate. I wasn't really clear on that part. Or a lot of parts. Skywalker stopped. Eli waited this time until it seemed clear the man was done. But before he could get his question out, Kyra did it instead. "Do you know where the working hypergate is? Did the Ur show you?" A sigh crackled over the comm. Then silence. A Wookiee moan sounded next, and a prissy voice said, "Master Lobaka suggests we attend to the matter at hand." "Right," added Sin, "we got prisoners to exchange." "Unacceptable," Darth Talon said. "Eli, do not give them the prisoners unless they give you the coordinates of the hypergate." "But, Master." "My mission was to find Katla," she said, voice cracking. "If I can't accomplish that, then I may as well die." The comm hummed silence. Voice not quite soft, Kyra said, "Nobody has to die today. Not unless they want to." Eli took a breath and told Mynock, "I have my master's orders. Unless I get the coordinates, I won't give you the prisoners." He waited, heart beating heavy in his chest. The line stayed open, but he heard no sound for what seemed like an eternity. Then Sin said, "We've got the guns to disable your ship, Buki. If you do that, I'll kill the prisoners before you board. I promise that." Kyra gave no reaction. Whatever kind of Padawan she was, the young woman was brave. More silence, until Skywalker sighed loudly. Eli could picture the man slumping in his chair. "I can't give the coordinates because I don't have him," Skywalker groaned. "The Karkin vision showed me the planet and the star system, but they didn't give me a map or routing chart. You get it? We just spent hours going over Mynock's nav computer. We got the best star charts in the galaxy loaded in here, millions of systems, and we still can't find one that matches what I saw." Eli's thoughts veered back to the Gree Index that listed all the worlds the ancient empire had built hypergates on. He didn't know if that was an index of every such gate in the galaxy. The one Skywalker saw could have been built by the Qua, Kilix, or some other ancient race and not included in the Gree Index. Yet, he realized the only guide to finding Katla's hypergate might be in his shuttle's databanks. Eli's head swam. He might have stumbled on a victory, but he had to figure out how to use it. Trying for a casual tone, he asked, "What kind of system did you see?" There was another pause. Skywalker said, "What do you think I saw?" He cursed himself for being transparent. "I have no idea what you saw. I just wanted to know." Talon said, "At Te Hasa, my apprentice retrieved a set of data cards from Darth Maladi's lab. These included translations of Gree archives, including an index of systems they'd built hypergates in. The translators were considerate enough to include coordinate listings on the standard galactic scale." Eli couldn't believe his master confessed so much. Yet she'd cut through the distrust and deception that had dogged this entire conversation, right to the core of the matter. "If I tell you what I saw," Skywalker said carefully, "you'll match it with your little gree list and tell us where to find the hypergate. Is that what you're saying?" "I won't know if I can until you tell me," Eli said. "But I will try." Skywalker exhaled. "Listen, kid, I'm not gonna trust your love for your chica here. I gotta operate on the assumption you will run out on us as soon as you figure out where the treasure is. I can't have that." "Then what do you expect?" Sin spoke next. "Let us place a tracker on your ship. You put one on ours if you want to. We follow each other to the end of the line, wherever that is." As Eli considered, he glanced sideways at Kyra, still stoic. "I could always remove the homing device on the way there," he reminded. "So could we," said Skywalker. "Unfortunately, right now trust's an essential for both of us." Eli doubted they'd remove their homing beacon. That would leave Kyra and Assam's life forfeit. If he removed theirs, Talon's freedom was equally ended. The Jedi was right. Some grudging trust was the only way forward. "Agreed," Eli said. "Maneuver your ship close to mine." "Will do," said Sin. "And if you try to board or do anything, you'll kill the prisoners." "We get it." "Very Sith," sighed Skywalker. "Just get ready, kid." The man was getting his energy back, as well as his sneer. Eli killed the comm line and turned to Kyra. "On your feet. Back to your cell." She rose, but regarded him before marching out of the cockpit. She said, "You used to be a Jedi apprentice. Why did you join the Sith?" There were many answers to that question, and he'd recited them all to himself at intervals. Looking at Kyra, he decided to give a more honest one. "The Jedi taught us we used the Force to serve the galaxy. I saw how the galaxy helped the Jedi. The Sith showed me a better way, a stronger way." This wasn't the time to explain all that had pushed him to his current path, but Kyra seemed to accept that, and she let him march her back to the cell, where he locked her inside with Assam. After that, Eli hurriedly put on his vac suit, retrieved a homing beacon from the equipment locker, and went to the airlock. After he depressurized the vestibule, he opened the door to black space beyond. He always hated going extravehicular. The blackness of space seemed to yawn like a consuming maw in all directions. Here in the deep core, it was different for all the tight-packed stars and luminous astral debris. The shuttle's hull was a small flat plan with an infinity of gleaming jewels sprawled out every direction. As Eli stood on the shuttle exterior, boots magnetically clamped to the hull, he watched Minek's red spread wing loom closer and closer until it occluded half the jeweled sky. Minek's airlock portal opened and a figure in a brown, rugged vac suit appeared. Eli couldn't see the face through his visor, nor did he have the comm code to talk to his occupant. That didn't matter. He took the homing device in both hands and carefully pushed it upward. He let it fly through the vacuum until it collided with the underside of Minek's port engine casing and stayed there, magnetically locked. Meanwhile, the figure in the brown suit threw out a homing device that attached to the shuttle's dorsal S-foil. Eli edged back to the airlock. The other figure retreated to the portal from which it had come. The two figures stared at each other across the void, each half expecting the other to run out and remove the tracking device attached to his ship. In the end, the one from Minek ducked inside first and sealed the airlock. Eli did the same immediately thereafter. He had no intention of removing that homing device, especially not here. There were other ways he could yet turn things to his advantage. As soon as Eli was underway to whatever system Skywalker had discovered, he could patch in a call to Darth Nil. The Dark Lord would hopefully be forgiven of his and Talon's mistakes now that they finally obtained results, and Eli would convince him to send a few Nagai warships to meet Skywalker at their final destination. Possibly Skywalker was planning a similar double-cross, but Eli doubted it. He valued the lives of his companions too much to risk getting them killed. Removing only the helmet of his vac suit, Eli hurried back to the cockpit. He dropped into the pilot's chair and watched as Minek drifted away, reverting to its original position. He tapped on the comm and said, "All right. We're attacking each other now. Will you please describe the system we need to find?" "Sure thing, kid," Skywalker responded immediately. Likely either Jiraiya Sen or Delia Blue Elves had gone out in the vac suit. Then? You got something to write this all down. He was being snide again. The man knew how to rattle like none other. Eli tapped his computer console and brought up the translated Green Index. I'm ready when you are, he said. Glad to hear it, Skywalker said, then told him all he needed to know. Chapter 27. Marin had traveled a lot of the galaxy, and on a few occasions she'd made stops at Bakura. Located where the Outer Rim met the unknown regions, it was far from any major trade routes but nonetheless industrialized and productive, with a lucrative corner on the repulsive market. She hadn't been to the world in decades, but she remembered it fondly for its lush nature and sights that felt big and busy without being overwhelming. She was therefore unprepared when they descended into its atmosphere and banked over the smoldering ruins of Solis Dr. The metropolis of her memory had been reduced to stretching miles of black debris, and the destruction was so wholesale that it could only have been delivered via orbital bombardment. Nil's conquerors had never done this kind of damage to an occupied world before, as it would only make potential targets fight harder. Something had made the Sith change his mind. As they flew over the wreckage, she noticed that select portions of the city had been spared destruction. That included the government district, where stately pyramids and broad green lawns rested in surreal contrast to the surrounding devastation. Her stomach twisted even more when she realized the bombardment must have happened after the planet's conquest, not before. It was the brutality of the Sith unleashed, more proof than ever that they didn't need the dark side to wreak untold death and agony. She looked around at the others inside the cockpit of Yaga Aja's shuttle. Anya and Liam's faces were twisted in horror, and though Yaga and Sora Alchis had their helmets on and faces covered, they emanated revulsion in the Force. We have to stop him here, Anya whispered. That's still the plan, said Sora. Seated at the controls, she guided the shuttle onto what looked like a small private landing pad jutting out from the base of a large pyramid. Marin looked at Alchis. Any idea where exactly we're being taken? None. Great, muttered Anya. Sora lowered the shuttle onto the pad. There was a small greeting party gathered to meet them, and while Marin had been expecting the guy, or even other Sith, it seemed to consist of 6 wrist-scale Saurians. They looked to be well over 2 meters tall, and more than twice the size of a human, even a big man like Alchis. She'd never seen SS or Ruuk before, only Pewek on her long-ago visits to Bakura. There was something more fierce about them than their former servant race. She was sure they'd be harder to kill and hoped they wouldn't have to fight them when the time came. The ship was secure on the ground, but none of them moved to exit. They all knew that once they stepped outside the shuttle, there was a strong chance they wouldn't come back. After some debate with Alchis, it agreed that a total of 4 armored Mandalorians would be realistic escort for one high-priced prisoner. Any more might raise Nil's suspicions, and any less might not be enough to handle the Sith Lord. Alchis seemed to only trust his daughter. Marin had already promised to go with Anya, and Liam had volunteered his services. The young man was brave and a good fighter, and unlike Hondo Kar or Tez Vivek, she trusted her nephew not to shoot the Mandalore in the back. She prayed he got through this. Soraka, are we transmitting to the frigate? Asked Alchis. His personal warship was sitting in orbit, lonely amongst the massive, ovoid SS Siruvi cruisers. Yes, Booer? And they've still got a link with Stasi. Did they send him our data? Asked Marin. He knows everything they've got in orbit. Good. Hope the Admiral's timely, grunted Alchis. Once we get Nil alone, we go at him right away. What if those lizards down there don't leave us alone? Asked Liam. Then we fight them too. We're all armed. He turned his visored face to Marin. The few times I've met Nil, he's had his lightsaber with him. It's a long-handled thing, not like a typical saber, but I imagine it cuts all the same. Marin hadn't wielded any lightsaber since she'd given up her own 40 years ago. She didn't even know if she could wield the thing safely, but she knew it was better in her hands than Nil's. I'll get it away from him. Then you can attack. Aux nodded. Silence filled the cockpit. Softly, Anya said, Is that it? Do we have a plan? We do, said Archers. Let's get some stun cuffs on your wrists. We'll lock them for authenticity. When the fighting starts, duck low. That was the plan, Anya said, though she was looking at her mother. Marin had been consistently surprised by Ania's devotion and bravery. She had to make sure her daughter survived. Memory tugged on her, reminding her of people she'd loved and failed to save even as a Jedi. This time would be different, she told herself. This time, at long last, she would do it right, or die trying. When the hail came from Yaga Archis explaining the prize he captured, Nil had been surprised and skeptical. The Mandalore had explained that his men had gotten into a scrape with the famous Fringer Ania Solo while pacifying Bespin's Cloud City, a notorious gathering point for lowlifes and scoundrels. They'd recognized her, captured her, and were bringing the prize present to Bakura for Nil's personal satisfaction. The story sounded plausible in itself, though it rankled to think that a band of Mandalorian thugs could succeed where the Sith had so disastrously failed. Still, Nil was on edge. Archer's sudden arrival was unusual, but more it was the Solo woman. They said she was blind to the Force, and always had been, but in her tangling with the one Sith and the rogue Darth Plagueis she betrayed an uncanny luck. Even now the Force might be working through her in subtle, dangerous ways. He'd chosen to meet the prisoner in President Rakado's office. Since watching the blazing destruction of Salas DR through these windows, he'd become fond of the room. Even now it looked out on a compelling contrast of stately white buildings and blackened wreckage. From this angle, deep within the undamaged government district, it seemed like a bleak and perfect balance. A buzzer announced the arrival of the prisoner. Nil tapped a button on the president's desk, and the door opened. A unique procession entered. First a rich-scaled SS Siru warrior, followed by 2 Mandalorians in gray and red, then a prisoner with hands shackled. Behind her were 2 more Mandalorians, including the green-armored figure he knew to be Yaga Archis. Finally, 1 more SS Siru stepped into the office, leaving 4 more in the hallway outside. Stepping ahead of the others, Archis said, "We've got the prisoner for you." 2 Mandalorians stepped aside so Nil could look down on Ania Solo. She was outwardly unremarkable, shorter than average for a human, with a plain round face and messy hair. Her posture was a defeated slump, and she didn't strain the stun cuffs attached to her wrists. Nil grabbed her chin and tilted her head toward his. A little angry defiance sparked in her eyes, and he knew this was the woman who'd done the one Sith so much harm. "You are impressive, Mandalore," he told Archis. "I'll make sure you're paid a handsome bonus for this." "I'd like to talk about just how handsome." "Of course you would. Just like a vermin mercenary to take the glow off every triumph. 100,000 credits. For this Daleka I want more. 300. Nil snorted. "You're getting too brazen, Ox. That's more than we paid you to kill your own Mandalore." Archis froze for a second, probably surprised to be reminded of him crying in front of an audience. Nil had intended exactly that. The vermin needed to be kept in his place. Finally, Ox said, "I needed Ordo out of the way so I could be in charge. That was part of my reward. I couldn't care if this Solo woman lives or dies." "Then you should take 100,000 and be happy. I'm giving her to you because I know you want her. I could have just let her go. This is a sign of friendship." "An expensive one. All right, 250,000. Done." He could hear Ox smile. "You'll get your money shortly." Nil tugged the Solo woman forward by the chin. She squirmed but didn't cry out. "Thank you for the prize, Mandalore. Your services are appreciated, as always. You can go now." Ox didn't move. Neither did the Mandalorians. Nil raised a brow. "Well, is there something else to discuss?" A heartbeat passed. Ox said, "Just one other thing." "And what is that?" As he spoke, Nil felt a sudden tug at his waist, on the opposite side of his body as the Solo woman. He looked down and saw this long-bodied lightsaber jerking forward, as though grabbed by an invisible hand and straining at the latch connecting it to his belt. That was impossible. He slapped his free hand down and the weapon ceased to tremble. He looked up at the 2 SS Iruak and 4 Mandalorians, all staring at him blankly, and he wondered if he somehow imagined it. Then the control panel to the office door burst in a flash of sparks. An invisible punch threw him off his feet, away from the Solo woman, and onto the back of the president's desk. Nil skidded off it, rolled, landed on both feet, and ignited his lightsaber just in time to catch the first volley of laser blasts. They should have known it wouldn't go to plan. The damned SS Aruak just wouldn't go away, and Nil had no inclination to dismiss them. But they'd come here expressly for this and couldn't walk away. Marin Skirata must have used the Force to blow the door controls and seal them inside. It would buy them some time, maybe enough. If only they could have gotten Nil's lightsaber away. There was no time for regrets. When everything burst to action, Sora and Leem pivoted to fire on the SS Siruak guards while Yaga and Marin opened on Nil. The Sith rolled off the desk, landed nimbly on his feet, and batted away their first volleys with his saber expertly, like he still had the Force. Then he reared back on one leg and slammed the other boot into the desk, tipping it over and giving himself a little bit more cover. At the same time, Sora and Leem pumped barrages of laser fire into the closest SS Siru. By taking it together, their blast managed to punch through its thick scarlet scales, and the alien released an awful pained wail as it collapsed on the floor. The second, however, got off a burst from his paddle beamer weapon that caught Sora square in the chest. The energy discharge flashed against her Beskar, and its kinetic energy picked her off her feet and threw her into the opposite wall. Against himself, Yaga panicked. He spun from Nil, called his daughter's name, and raised his blaster to fire on the SS Siru. The alien turned on him with impressive speed and fired another shot from the strange weapon. Yaga knew a moment of sizzling pain as he was thrown off his feet and sent skidding across the carpet. Those weapons were designed to stun, he knew, and his Beskar must have deflected some of the energy, but not all. He was stuck on the ground, unable to rise as tingling shot through his limbs and made them shake uncontrollably. His vision swam, and he barely registered it when Leem pumped several shots into the back of the SS Iru's head and felled the Saurian. When it cleared, Yaga saw his blaster had fallen from his hands and lay a half-meter out of reach. He also saw that Nil had grabbed hold of Ania Solo. The Sith had wrenched the woman, still in stun cuffs, to her feet and pinned her body against his. He was still a full head taller than her, but he used her to shield all his torso. His red lightsaber blazed beneath her jaw, centimeters from her neck. Nil wasn't paying any attention to Yaga, who lay strewn and helpless to the side. The Sith was using his hostage to edge closer to the door, which the SS Iruak were pounding on as they tried to gain entry. Marin and Leem, the only two left standing, had their weapons trained but hesitated to shoot. Nil could cut into Ania's neck with just the tiniest movement, and Marin seemed unwilling to risk using the Force. Yaga forced himself onto one elbow. Nil didn't notice. He remembered his second blaster, the holdout still stored in the compartment beneath his right wrist. Keeping his hand on the floor, hidden from Nil's view, Yaga ejected it into his hand. He had his shot, a headshot from the flank. The only issue was Ania. He whispered into his helmet's comlink, just loud enough for the others to hear. Grab the saber. Now. Still propped on his left elbow, he snapped his right arm up and squeezed his trigger. A shot flashed just over Ania's head, singing black hair a millisecond before it vanished into Darth Nil's temple. A millisecond later, the laser burst out the other side of his skull and impacted on the opposite wall. Nil's body wavered on his feet. With her invisible Force grip, Marin wrenched the lightsaber from his limp hand and tossed it inert to the floor. Face frozen in slack surprise, the Sith toppled to one side and Ania half fell the other way. Her mother was there to grab her in both arms. Yaga pushed himself fully upright and saw his own daughter struggling to her feet. On the floor, two red SS Siruak and one black and white Nagai lay still, never to rise again. Still dazed from the paddle beamer, Yaga felt a moment of lightheaded triumph. Then he reminded himself the job was just starting. Marin separated herself from her daughter, walked over to Yaga, and extended an open hand. "Thank you," she said. Yaga stared at the hand, the red armored figure bending low in supplication instead of threat. After a moment of instinctive fear, he reached out, took it, and let Marin help him to his feet. Once upright, he wavered on unsteady legs. The SS Iruak outside were still pounding on the door, and they'd break through sooner instead of later. Maybe a distraction would slow them down. Lima asked, "Can you send the message to your ship?" "I've got it." He changed the freak on his helmet's transmitter and mouthed a simple message. Stage 1 accomplished. Proceed to Stage 2. Mandalore, out. 5 minutes and 20 seconds after jumping to lightspeed from the staging area outside the Baccarat system, Alliance dropped from hyperspace into the planet's gravity well. The command deck shuddered and Gar Stasi braced himself against the back of the tactical lieutenant's chair as the verdant planet exploded into view. He looked at the display holo, which had already been calibrated to show the SS Iruvi cruisers in orbit as relayed by Yagaok's ship, and felt a small glow of triumph when Alliance's sensors confirmed the information as accurate. The display holo grew brighter with added lights marking the Alliance and Imperial warships that had just entered Baccarat's orbit. They decanted at positions informed by aux data, and half of them were immediately placed within firing range of the nearest SS Iruvi warships. The large ovoid cruisers pivoted to bring their forward weapons to bear but struggled under the surprise attacks. It was a good start, but there was more at stake than just Baccarat. Stasi turned to Joram Bey, whom he tasked with coordinating actions in the Javan sector and beyond. The real test of this plan's success would come in minutes. Schlosser and Jaeger have engaged the enemy, Bey told him. They are currently broadcasting aux signal to the Mandalorian ships. In all combat zones. That's right. Jaeger staging a counterattack on Javan itself. Schlosser is at Latrilia. They report Mando ships spread out at both locations, alongside the Nagai and SS Siruak. Taking part in combat. Yes, sir. As hostiles. Bey swallowed. Their turnaround wouldn't look convincing otherwise, would it? It certainly would not. Back at Badajev all those years ago, the Mandalorians had suddenly switched sides because of their leader's murder. Now the murderer was orchestrating a precise, deliberate act of backstabbing that reversed his previous one. Alchis had called it poetic. To Stasi it was a more unpleasant kind of irony. But if it worked, he wouldn't complain. As Bey monitored reports from the Javan sector, Stasi looked back at Baccarat. Space around the planet was lighting up with joint battles, and unlike Geonosis, Alliance wasn't holding itself back from the fray. The destroyer's broad gray wedge was angled at an ovoid SS Iruvi cruiser that had turned its forward guns to face them. From Alliance's bridge it looked like an angry insectoid face spitting bright red venom. The droid starfighters were coming out in force, and this time Stasi had ordered his ships to emulate the tactics of Captain Bovark and the other Imperials. Instead of trying to draw the droids away with crossfires, the capital ships all raised shields to full and allowed the battle droids to unleash punishing attacks. As Alliance opened fire on the SS Siruvi cruiser, its batteries washed across the battle droid swarms, annihilating many. Other droids began throwing themselves like missiles into the destroyer shields. For now, defenses held. New report from Latrilia, Bey said. Schlosser reports the Mandas are switching sides. Alliance shook under the SS Iruvi assault, but Stasi felt relief flood his body. Against all expectation, Alchis was a man of his word. Give me details, Jor. How are the SS Siruak and Nagai reacting? Undetermined. The Mandas took them by surprise, and seemed to be targeting Nagai ships especially, but they haven't withdrawn yet. What about Javan? Anything from Jaeger? Bey shook his head. I'll try to contact them directly. While the weak way worked, Stasi turned attention back to the immediate fight. Alliance was trembling with repeated barrages, and the forward shields had turned bright with energy scatter. He looked at the tactical holo and saw two Mon Cal cruisers approaching the SS Iruvi ship from its flank. They'd bring necessary relief. As he watched, Captain Antilles approached. Admiral, we've worn away at least 30% of their droid starfighters. I was planning to launch our crossfires. Rogue Squadron and the other units had been sitting tight in the hangar, waiting to deploy. I'll leave it to you, Captain. Thank you, sir. You should also know we've been scanning Bakura's surface. The results are unsettling. In what way? The major cities were all subjected to heavy orbital bombardment before we arrived. We can't even guess at the causalities. That was a grim surprise. These conquerors had generally been lenient toward their newly seized worlds. Do we have any new contact with Arches? We received a brief message a few minutes ago. He reports his team has taken refuge in the President's building in the capital. They're requesting backup as soon as we can send it. Did they confirm Darth Nil is dead? They did, sir. Antilles almost cracked a smile. Stasi openly grinned. Excellent. Press closer to the planet and look for openings to begin sending down troops. We don't know how many SS Iruak are on the surface. It doesn't matter. They'll have to be forced out if they don't surrender. An obvious idea occurred. Begin broadcasting on open channels. Tell everything, I mean everyone, that Relic K-Sharn is dead. Also tell them the Mandalorians have switched sides. Fix up a translation to SS Iruvi as soon as you can. Right away, sir. Stasi turned back to the tactical station. The holo showed the SS Siruvi cruiser sustaining withering attacks on his right flank while Alliance pulled ahead to attack his left. Squeezed on either side, the ship wouldn't last long. Elsewhere, Captain Bavrick's Imperials had taken out another SSI Ruvi ship, and another was ringed on all sides by Alliance vessels. Federation ships were still taking heavy losses, mostly to those droid fighters. The Geonosian Council of Hives had only been of limited help in devising counterattacks. Nonetheless, the battle had clearly turned in their favor. He only hoped news of Nil's death and the Mandalorians' treason would break the SS Siruak's spirit and send them retreating. He didn't take it for granted. These Saurians were a fanatic people, and Bakura in particular had long been an object of their desire. There could still be a long bloody fight to secure this planet, or what was left of it. Admiral Bay called. News from Javan. The Imperials confirmed the Mandas have switched sides. Several SS Siruvi cruisers have been damaged, and the Nagai flagship is destroyed. Excellent news. We've just gotten confirmation Darth Nil is dead. Even better, Bay grinned. Arches came through. It seems he did. It seems like we've got what we pay for. Captain Antilles is putting together a broadcast in SS Siruvi announcing the Mandas' actions and Nil's death. Once she's done, you should transmit it to all our allies and have them share the news with our foes. Do you think that will get them to withdraw? It may give them the nudge we need. As Alliance pushed past the burning SS Siruvi cruiser, it began deploying crossfires and landing ships. There were still battle droids that continued to harass, but the Alliance forces were able to push into the atmosphere. They were soon joined by a group of Imperial vectoring toward the capital. Stasi saw with satisfaction that the remaining SS Iruvi cruisers were withdrawing from direct battle, but none had yet pulled out of Bakura's orbit. Perhaps our broadcast is working, he suggested to Antilles. We can only hope, sir. A tactical officer reported. Sirs, we're picking up ships lifting off from Solace DR. Look to be SS Iruvi. A withdrawal? Asked Antilles. Perhaps, Stasi said. Tell our landing parties not to fire on those ships unless fired upon. If the SS Iruak want to retreat, we'll let them. They waited, watching the tactical holo, until it became clear the SS Iruvi ships from the ground were running straight to the cruisers in orbit. It was a withdrawal all right. When the first reports came from the landing parties, they said they were receiving no resistance. The enemy had evacuated in a hurry. Stasi was relieved to have avoided a grueling fight, but his enthusiasm was cut short when the SS Siruvi cruisers began firing from orbit. Short, concentrated blasts of laser fire lanced down and impacted on the surface. They ceased firing before the Federation ships could react, and as one they turned toward the stars and surged away from Bakura. Get with our ground teams, Stasi grimaced. Find out what the hell that was. "We're picking up precise hits at fixed locations," said the tactical lieutenant. "They look like industrial zones." Another officer suggested, "It could be their repulsor of factories." Denying the conqueror his spoils was a long-time tactic of the loser. Stasi wondered why the Bacurians hadn't destroyed the factories themselves before surrendering. Perhaps they'd been hoping for mercy, or believed a quick Federation response would drive the SS Siruak away with their world still intact. No matter what, they'd been bitterly disappointed. Until he said, "We're getting a better look at the ground situation now, sir." "All right," Stasi said. "Let's see it." He followed the captain to another station, where a two-dimensional image showed a banking view over a Bacurian city. "This is from Rogue Leader's cam, sir," Antilles explained. "She's over Solus DR now." Stasi leaned close to watch as Dahl's crossfire veered close to a pile of black debris, flame, and smoke. It was difficult to tell the scale, but it seemed to have been a massive factory. The starfighter changed heading and dropped altitude, giving a view of the city itself. Block after block had been scorched clean by orbital bombardment. Devastation stretched toward the horizon, interrupted only rarely by patches of intact cityscape. It was a terrible sight, but Stasi forced himself to keep watching, even after it was announced that the SS Siruak had exited the system. He needed this sobering reminder of victory's cost. Chapter 28. It seemed like an onslaught of good news from the Outer Rim. Darth Nil killed, Bakura, and other key worlds liberated, the Nagai, and SS Siruak in retreat after a mid-battle turnaround by the Mandalorians savaged their fleets. On Coruscant, senators from the Imperial and Alliance blocs both praised the decisive conclusion of the conflict. Never mind that the fighting wasn't over, nor that things had only turned after weeks of muddy response hobbled by political chaos. Beings were electing to take this victory as a sign of more good things to come. Marasiah didn't want to dash the good mood, but she couldn't share in it either. Everything about Eshkar Nyan's capture and death disturbed her. Her uncle's actions appalled her, and they'd barely spoken since, but the accusations Nyan had raised before his killing couldn't be ignored. Hogrim had wanted to act right away and arrest not only Senator Darrell but Stasi himself. She denied him that and said she'd look into it further before taking action. That was why she'd invited Azlyn Rae to her office. The young woman stood in front of her Empress desk in her red armor. For a long time it had seemed like she'd exchanged them for her old Jedi robes or new garb entirely. Strange it was Azlyn's loyalty she could now rely on most. "Be very careful when speaking to Darrell," she said. "Don't bring up his meeting with Stasi right away. Prod him about his relationship with Nyan, but don't volunteer information. Don't even tell him Nyan was a Sith." "I understand," said Azlyn. "Empress, given how Darrell acted against Eshkar Nyan, should we come ready for violence? I don't think he'll do anything rash if you speak to him in his office. Make sure you have at least 2 of my guards escort you. I'd like to bring Master Krieg along too." Marasiah felt a flush of shame for not visiting Ganner in the medical center. He'd always been a loyal knight, and her husband's best friend, as he recovered from his injury. Enough to walk with minor assistance. "Frankly, Empress, he's ready to get out of that bed." "Then you can take him. Don't announce your visit beforehand. Go to the Senate building and request to see Darrell on my authority. How he reacts will be telling." Azlyn looked out the window. Afternoon sun was tinting gold and shadows were falling from skyscrapers. "Should we talk to him today?" "Yes. Leave as soon as Ganner can get ready." "I understand. Is there anything else?" Marasiah hadn't told her that Havoc was dead, nor how he died. It was a conversation she'd have to have, but she had no desire to start it now. "That's enough. Thank you, Master Rae." "You're welcome, Empress." Azlyn gave a short bow, then turned to leave the room. As she stepped through the door, she nearly ran into Hogrim, who looked down on her with his red mechanical eye as she skirted around. When she was gone, Marasiah's uncle strode into the office and asked, "What was Master Rae here for?" "A minor matter," Marasiah said guardedly. "What is it?" "I have agents standing by to monitor Senator Darrell's apartment. I request your permission to arrest him this evening and take him in for questioning." Will you question him like you did Niang? It was necessary to use extreme methods to extract information from him. Don't lie to me, uncle, she glowered. You enjoyed torturing him. You wanted revenge. I wanted it myself. At least do the decency of not lying to me. I don't regret anything I did there, Hogrum said stiffly. I forced Niang to confess the full scale of his actions. The operators we've scooped up confirms what he's been telling us. Not that he met Daryl before Bavinire. There are gaps, he admitted, but we have proof Daryl and Stasi were conspiring about something. Sia, you must let me investigate this with every tool available. It pained her to realize she no longer trusted her uncle. Their bond had been strained for some time, but his killing of Niang, justified or not, had broken something that might never be repaired. I will handle this in my own way, she said. In the meantime, I suggest you focus on external threats. You have some of Niang's agents. Interrogate them without torture and find more links to the Sith. Nil is dead, and from what we can tell, many others were killed when the Mandalorians switched sides. We thought the Sith were defeated after the floating world, Hogrum said. Exactly. If there are any left, uncle, I want you to find them. I also want you to work with the admirals and get all the information you can on the Nagai and SSI Ruach. They look like they're falling back to their home sectors, but we have to be sure. Do you have objections to any of that? I'll gladly do what you ask, but I cannot ignore Niang's accusations. Sia, you're letting Antares killers go free? You say you're preserving peace, but what we have now is a false peace, one erected by liars and killers. Marasiah took a deep breath and quelled her anger. She reached out with the Force to sense his feelings. Do you trust me, uncle? He stared down at her, expression blank. I've always trusted you. She couldn't tell if he meant it. Like Niang, he'd been trained to wall off his feelings from the Force. Will you do as I've ordered? I will, Empress. Then do it. Their eyes held for a tense moment. Then he turned and walked out of the room. When he was gone, she felt her energy drain. If Antares were here, she thought, he'd have offered some brash conviction that would have shown her what she needed to do. But he was gone, and she was alone. Marasiah looked at the skyline and remembered the victories in the Outer Rim, the routed Sith. Maybe the optimists were right and things might finally turn around. She tried to believe, but when she thought of Eshkar Niang, her mother's friend and betrayer, slumped in his interrogation chair with a lightsaber slashed through the face, there was no comfort to be had. Locked inside his comfortable prison, Shadow Vale barely noticed the liberation of Bakura. The space battle took place high above and unseen. Through his window, he noted the liftoff of several SS Siruvi shuttles without interest. The bombardment of the Repulsor factory roused him to his window, but he could only see smoke rising in the far distance. He was vaguely aware that it came from the direction of the factory, but he didn't make the mental connection. He just assumed Darth Nil had fallen into another wrathful mood. Even after a pair of humans in olive green Imperial uniforms opened his door and explained all that had happened, he found it hard to care. Even word of Nil's death gave no satisfaction. He hated the Sith, but even more he hated what he'd done, and there was no way to undo it or heal the damage now writ planned across Bakura's face. The Imperials explained that Ambassador Store had been found and released as well, and both of them would be taken to a Star Destroyer in orbit. From there, they'd be fully debriefed. Shadow wondered what Store would say about him. He wondered if he would face any punishment for his actions here. He'd done nothing illegal, but he felt, nonetheless, that something should be done to him. It was unfair that Bakura should suffer so much while he escaped without a scratch on his body. As the Imperials started to escort him, Shadow remembered something. He asked, "What happened to President Ricardo?" They looked at each other, slightly confused, as though they didn't remember the name. Then one said, "We believe he was released also." That was tiny relief, the first Shadow had felt since Bakura fell. Where is he now? The Imperials hesitated. "Please, I'd like to know." The older officer stepped aside and brought out his comlink. Shadow waited patiently until the man turned back to him. "The president has returned to his office." May I see him? He's just a few levels above us. Again the Imperial hesitated. He added, I won't take long. You have my word. All right, the older officer conceded, then added out of nothing, my father said I should always trust a Jedi's word. The words, meant in kindness, were a knife to Shadow's heart. It was fresh pain to mix with the dulled kind he'd been swimming in since the bombardments began. When he reached Ricardo's office, he was surprised by his state. Blaster marks scorched a few walls, the desk had been overturned, and something, possibly blood, stained patches of the carpet. The president sat in a chair behind his toppled desk. He was looking down at it as though he was expecting the thing to pull itself upright. He only raised his bald head when Shadow stepped right beside him. The old man blinked. Master Jedi, I thought you'd be gone now. They're about to take me up to a Star Destroyer. He didn't need to add that he'd never return to Bakura, and they'd never see each other again. He wanted to express so much more, but his thoughts were so tangled he couldn't put them to order. Pathetically, he said, I'm sorry. For everything. For his vanity and idealism, if there was any difference between the two. Ricardo pivoted his chair to face the window. From this view, the city seemed almost perfectly split between preserved and bombed-out portions. Shadow knew the real devastation spread far wider. It seems most of the Pewek left with the SS Siruak, the president said softly. Back to their old masters. What we'll do with the others, I don't know. He opened one hand to show the balanced crest in his palm, an oval split between black and white. I hear the SS Siruak are in retreat. The Nagai too? The rest of the galaxy is celebrating. Perhaps we are paying for their joy. Do you think that, Master Jedi? I don't know, Shadow said. He didn't understand anything anymore. He was wondering if he ever had. Ricardo waved a hand at the carpet stains and said, Nil was killed right here. Did you know that? I didn't. His own mercenaries betrayed him. They say it was a shot to the head. His hand closed around the balance symbol. I wish I could have seen it. As much as he'd hated Nil when the Sith called down the bombardment, Shadow didn't regret missing his death. As he looked at the room's damage, he felt, strangely, a tug of empathy for his enemy. Shadow had tried to continue acting like a Jedi even without the Force to guide him, but it had led to ruin. In his own way, Nil had followed the same path. Maybe if they'd had the Force, they'd have avoided their catastrophic errors. Maybe it would have made their mistakes even more disastrous. Rebuilding will be difficult, Ricardo said, half to himself. Our people, our industry. How many died? Millions. It will be a long time before we know exactly. I'm so sorry, Shadow whispered. Words could never convey the enormity of his regret. Ricardo sighed and looked back to closed hands. With all respect, Master Jedi, I wish you'd never come to Bakura. So did Shadow. It was just one action of many he could never undo and never rectify. Without another word, he turned from the old man and joined the Imperial escorts. They seemed eager to be gone. The sun shone incongruously bright on Salas Dr's ruined cityscape. It glared white on black husks of buildings. Land speeders flash melted into durasteel balls by superheated explosions, boulevards buried beneath layers of ash. The bombardment had been days ago, but everything still smelled of burning and death. Marin knew this scene would forever overwrite her old memories of Bakura, and extol satisfaction from a mission accomplished. Free Agent, with Ania's friends at the helm, had sat down beside Yaga Och's ship near the President's Pyramid. The rugged freighter and the company Mando assault shuttle looked incongruous together, which fit the strange feeling inside Marin as she stood a meter apart from Och's. They had their armor on but helmets off, and rank-smelling wind played with their gray hair as it washed over the landing pad. I'm not expecting you to tell me where you'll go next, he said, but I fulfilled our bargain, didn't I? You did? He'd even given her tiny warning before shooting Nil, which had allowed her to wrest the Sith's lightsaber from Ania's throat. She found herself more grateful for that than everything else. I want your word now, he said. No more coming after me. No more trying to expose the truth from Badajeff. That happened a long time ago. It's time we all moved on. Those were words of a murderer evading justice for his crimes, but they might also be true. Perspective was a strange thing. 40 years ago, her decision to spare Yaga Ochus had been a tiny redemptive act for her crime of killing his father. Long after it had become the source of burning regret, and Ochus the subject of her sublimated self-loathing. Now, finally, Marin saw the effect of her choice play out across the stars and end a war. Maybe this war would never have happened if she'd killed young Ochus. Maybe it would have raged wider. There was so much she could never know, and it seemed to her now, after so many years of being so many different women, that the only way to stay sane was to do what her heart told her was right and march forward without looking back. It was something Anya had told her, though she never used those words. I was a Jedi once, she told him, and Jedi don't believe in retribution. Mandas do. Anger cut through his voice. I'm never forgetting what you did to my boor. I'll never forgive either. That's your right, she said softly. She didn't have to add that he killed people she cared about too. Ock's right hand hovered closer to the butt of his holstered blaster, and for a second it edged closer to the weapon. Marin didn't remind him that Anya and Lean were watching from Free Agent's landing ramp, nor that Sora watched from the shuttles. Ochus didn't need a reminder. He lifted his hand and held it out. I never want to see you again, he said. If I do, I might not be charitable. You don't have to worry about me, I promise. She gave it a short, firm shake, then released. It felt like she was letting go of so much more. Ochus took 2 steps back, eyes on hers. Then he turned and walked determinedly toward his shuttle. Marin went to join Anya and Lean. She stopped at the base of Free Agent's ramp and looked over her shoulder, one last time. Yaga Ochus had already disappeared inside his ship, but his daughter lingered. Sora met Marin's eyes for a second, and she could feel wariness and gratitude mixed together. The younger woman looked away first and walked into her ship. So what now? Asked Lean. Are we done? I think so, Marin exhaled. She felt light and free, younger than she had in decades. I would say we should go home, but I'm not sure where that is anymore. Simple. Anya put a hand on Free Agent's hull and smiled fondly. It's always where the heart is. The shuttle that carried Yaga and his daughter off Bakura took them to his frigate, which in turn carried them further, all the way back to the Javan sector where the Mandalorian battle groups had gathered following the SS Iruak and Nagai withdrawal. The trip was long enough for Yaga to review the reports from his lieutenants and survey the situation. The raiders were in retreat, and without their leader, it was doubtful their alliance would last. Coruscant had put out a statement that it would keep its fleets in the Outer Rim committed until they'd liberated every planet the invaders had taken. That could take time. The SS Iruak in particular might be loath to surrender consecrated worlds. That left the fate of the Mandalorians an open question. The payment he'd negotiated from Stasi, and thus the Federation, was for help at Bakura and the other battle zones. They laid down no plans beyond that, and as he rode to the rendezvous, Yaga pondered whether to take his soldiers back to Mandalore or to offer to help the Federation's mop-up operation for a respectable price. He expected the Federation to refuse. They knew from both sides how fickle mercenary armies were, and they'd want to liberate those worlds themselves. Nonetheless, he decided it would be good to make the offer. The worst Coruscant could do was turn him down. His thoughts had turned determinedly toward the future since Bakura. It was a strange thing, but it came with surprising ease. As he and Sora transferred from his frigate to the larger one that had commanded at Latrilia, he told his daughter, I'm not worried about finding work for our people. Even if the Federation turns us down, which they probably will, we've proven for the whole galaxy how well we can fight. That's the best kind of advertising. You don't want to keep our people on Mandalore. I don't want us mixed up in big galactic affairs. I never have, he said grimly. They both knew the costs typically outweighed benefits. We'll hold back and prove our worth in smaller fights. Things still aren't all settled on Coruscant, and if that gets messy again, I want our people secure. Sora nodded approvingly, but with a doubtful voice she asked, do you really think our backs are clear? We'll find out one way or the other, but I think so. Then you trust that old woman. He still hadn't told her their whole history. Maybe he never would. Like her father, Sora needed to move beyond the past. I don't think she'll knife us in the back. We made our bargain, and I won't break it unless she does. Sora gave him a surprised look but said nothing. Yaga guided their shuttle into the landing bay, and once it settled they unstrapped themselves from their seats, put on their helmets, and went out into the hangar. The welcome party was larger than he'd expected, with over a dozen Mandos in full Beskar. From their armor he recognized Thorm Rao, Von Zarimer, and several other of his lieutenants. Their faces were hidden but their postures were stiff and alert, and Yaga knew instinctively that this wasn't a victory crowd. He stepped past Sora, and with a hand gesture signaled her to remain behind. "Welcome back, Mandalore," said Rao. "I heard you got what you wanted from Bakura." "I did." He looked across the other masked helmets. "I know you've all got questions. I'll explain everything in time. I just want to say I'm proud of all my Mando aid. You fought well, turned this war, and won us lots of credits from Coruscant too. We should all be happy." "We should be," Rao said. "But it's hard right now, Mandalore." There was reproach in the title, and Yaga stiffened. He held his hands carefully at his sides, a gunslinger's pose. "What's got you upset, Thorm?" Rao's hand went to his belt and slowly, visibly, drew out a small holo projector. He held the disc out toward Yaga, tapped its side, and summoned a blue holo image. Yaga recognized himself with Sora standing to one side and Ania Solo bound between them. Together, they faced Darth Nil's gauntlet and dark figure. He knew what was coming, but he couldn't look away as Nil told his recorded replica, "You are impressive, Mandalore. I'll make sure you're paid a handsome bonus for this." And Yaga, deciding to haggle in hopes it would get those two SS Aruak out of the room, said, "I'd like to talk about just how handsome." "Of course you would." Nil's voice turned condescending. 100,000 credits. "For this Daleka I want more. 300. You're getting too brazen, Ox. That's more than we paid you to kill your own Mandalore." When those words had come out, Yaga had felt an instinctive flash to deny it, then decided there was no point. Nil knew exactly what he was, and so did the others in that room. All he'd wanted to do was get those SS Aruak away so they could kill Nil. He hadn't thought about the exchange getting recorded on someone's helmet monitor. Yaga watched himself say the condemning words. "I needed Ordo out of the way so I could be in charge. That was part of my reward. I couldn't care if this Solo woman lives or dies." "Then you should take 100,000 and be happy. I'm giving her to you because I know you want her. I could have just let her go. This is a sign of friendship." Rao tapped the disc and ended the replay. He lowered it, put it in his belt, and shifted his hand to his blaster. "Got anything to add to your confession, Mandalore?" He put absolute venom in the word. The others reached for their weapons too, but nobody drew, not yet. A strange melancholy settled over Yaga Alchus. He wasn't even sad or angry. All the lofty goals he conjured since Bakura dissolved like a dream as he faced hard justice. He thought he'd escaped it and never expected it to come like this, but now that it had, he found himself taken by weary relief. He'd been running from it for so long, always looking over his shoulder, but that was over now. He could stop running and face the end bravely, like his father had. The thought gave him freedom, except for one thing. With the click of the tongue, Yaga changed his helmet's frequency to speak solely to his daughter. With a whisper, he said, "Get to the shuttle. Run and don't look back." She got out bored just as he grabbed his blaster. Rao drew just as fast, and the other Mandos on his flank. Yaga didn't even try to dodge. Impact pounded his Beskar chestplate, kicking him off his feet, dropping him on his back, and stealing all his breath. Nonetheless, he raised his blaster and kept firing at the figures around him. There was another volley of laser fire, loud and bright and so close, and he only realized his right arm hurt when he couldn't raise it. Other parts of his body hurt too, hip, left side, shoulder. He caught the whiff of scorched flesh and fabric, and knew some of their shots had landed true. Not even Beskar could stop everything. He groped his left hand across his body, grabbed the blaster, and fired again. One of his attackers was knocked back. He couldn't tell which. Another rain of laser fire blinded him and washed pain over his body, but the pain was gone in a second. His entire body turned numb. Nothing moved anymore. He couldn't even turn his head. As darkening shadows loomed over him, Yaga saw a wash of light and heard the roar of starship engines. The noise faded and then the light, and then even shadows started fading to black. He couldn't feel much anymore except satisfaction that Sora had gotten away, and the hope she might escape grief and fear like he never had. Maybe she would, maybe not. He'd never know. The choice was hers now. Fatigue came on suddenly and strong, as it often did nowadays, and Marasiah retreated to her quarters shortly after the sun went down. Barely remembering the job she'd sent Aslan and Ganner on, she told them to report directly to her once they'd spoken with Daryl, then settled in for the night. She quickly decided she'd be glad for some company. Her quarters felt hollow without Antares, and never more so than an early evening, when the darkness and silence grew oppressive with memories of happier nights. To chase them away, she turned on reports from civilian news nets and found them quite triumphant over the situation in the Outer Rim. The conflict was getting more attention now than it had when at its peak, but she couldn't feel cynical even when she tried. People wanted to hear about triumphs, not the truth. She was nearly lulled to sleep when the entry buzzer sounded from her door. She forced herself upright, shut off the holo, and staggered to get feet. She was halfway to the entrance when it occurred to her how strange it was to have her door rung directly without being told someone was coming. She was sure Aslan and Ganner would contact her in advance before arriving. Curious and too tired to make sense of things, Marasiah went to the door and opened it. Her uncle stood directly in front of her, black cloaked form almost filling the doorway, but over his shoulder she could see 4 stormtroopers, one of whom seemed to be wearing an extra pack on his back. "I'm sorry, Sia," her uncle said, "but you have to come with me." "What?" She blinked weary eyes. "Uncle, what are you talking about?" "You have to come with me," he repeated. "I promise you won't be harmed." Her tired mind struggled to understand. She looked past him again and saw the nearest stormtroopers had their rifles drawn and at their sides. Their postures were tense and expectant. Marasiah tried to reach out with the Force and find their intentions, but she felt nothing from the men before her. She tried to sense her uncle, but again, nothing. Not a carefully walled mind, only a void. She shifted, looked at the stormtrooper in the far rear, and saw the drooping yellow tail of an animal clinging to his backpack. A Salamere, she realized. The exceptionally rare creatures were the only known animals that could create a field pushing back the Force. Her uncle would have gone to great lengths to obtain one, which meant tonight must have been a long time in the making. "Don't go back inside," Hogwarm warned. "Don't go for your lightsaber, and don't call for help." "Uncle, I promised you wouldn't be harmed, and I meant it. Now come with us." The enormity of what was happening finally dawned on her. She'd already felt lonely and abandoned, but she'd never imagined she'd be betrayed by the only family she had left. Worse, the Force had given her no warning. She was one of the last beings in the galaxy who would touch it, and it had been useless to save herself, just like it had failed to save Antares. Marasiah wasn't angry. Far from it. If anything, she felt like weeping. Trying to sound strong, probably failing, she asked, "What will you do now?" "Make yourself emperor. Disband the Senate?" "Nothing so great. But there are traitors that have to be dealt with. I'm looking at one now." He shook his head. "Sia, you're letting your husband's killers escape and the Empire die from within. I understand you're afraid of falling to the dark, but our enemies must be stopped. If you don't have the strength, then I'll do it instead." He snapped his fingers, and the front 2 stormtroopers raised their rifles. She looked straight down their barrels and didn't feel any fear, just sadness. She'd been trained to rule from birth. After her father's inglorious death, she'd inherited more than she'd ever dreamed, and every step of the way she's tried to rule strongly and justly, learning from her parents' flaws as well as strengths. But Marasiah had failed, utterly. And how, she whispered, will you justify this, uncle? The situation will justify itself. You'll see shortly. He withdrew a hand from his cloak, revealing a set of stun cuffs. She felt brief temptation to turn and run, to lunge into her quarters, get clear of the Isalamer's force-blind bubble, grab her lightsaber, and fight. But that was foolish. She'd have no defense against the stun blast that would take her in the back and drop her pathetically to the floor. Within that Isalamer's field, she was as force-blind as everyone else in the galaxy. It was a great leveler, and for the first time she really realized how helpless her knights and Jedi must have felt when stripped of their powers. A leader must be seen to be strong. Her father had told her that many times, and in that he'd been right. It didn't matter who saw that strength. Sometimes the only audience that mattered was yourself. Marasiah took a breath, gathered her dignity, and held out her arms. The shackles were cold and heavy. When they clicked tight around her wrists, the sound reminded her of a locking door. The meeting with Senator Darrell in his office had been one of the more unusual conversations Ganner had ever had. He and Aslan had sat with the Chagrian for half a standard hour, asking him a variety of questions about Kagar Ains, Gar Stazi, and especially the being who'd attacked him in his apartment's parking garage. It has been Aslan's idea to present him with 3 images showing different Itachi males and ask him to pick the one he'd encountered. Darrell had dithered in indecision for a good 30 seconds before picking the wrong face. What that meant, they didn't know. At the end of the meeting, Aslan had played their final card. She'd shown him the images of Darrell and Stazi, both wearing cloaks and bent close in an anonymous alley. The senator had screwed his face up in confusion, then gotten angry. He'd insisted he knew nothing about these images, then condemned their quality, and finally said that it could have been any Chagrian and Duros in those shots. The latter 2 points weren't entirely wrong, and his anger had seemed genuine. Ganner and Aslan had hurriedly excused themselves after that. Ganner had left the Senate building wishing, more strongly than normally, that he still had the Force to help him. As it was, he and Aslan were 2 fumbling, half-trained agents. He wondered aloud why Intelligence Director Chalk's people hadn't handled the investigation. Aslan had given an uncertain shrug, the same one he'd gotten when he'd asked about Eshkernan's current status. Questions multiplied and certainties got scarce. As he and Aslan entered the palace complex and made their way to the Emperor's quarters, Ganner felt like a truly pathetic investigator. The mechanical brace around his foot and entire right leg hardly helped. His metal boot clacked and the gears strained with every step. It made him feel half droid, and he nearly complained about it to Aslan before catching himself. After clearing security for the residential section of the palace, they rode the main lift to the high level where the Emperor's quarters were. They walked through the hall, silent except for the aggravating clank of Ganner's foot. Ganner had been to Marasiah's personal quarters only a few times in the company of Antares, and Aslan had never been at all, so he took the lead, guiding them down same-looking hallways, through intersections and around corners. He was almost at their destination when he swung around one bend and froze. He watched Hogram Chalk's unmistakable black profile cross the intersection ahead, followed by 2 white-armored stormtroopers with rifles clasped to their chests. His first thought was that Chalk had just paid a visit to the Empress. Then he saw Marasiah herself dressed in a plain white gown, shuffling after her uncle with head bowed and stun cuffs around her wrists. 2 more stormtroopers followed, and one of them wore a strange rack on his back with a yellow lizard-like creature clinging to it. They'd passed out of view before his mind registered what he'd seen. Aslan, standing beside him, gasped. She took him by the shoulder, tugged him back around the corner, and whispered, "That was the Empress." What were they doing with her? Hogram Chalk was leading her. Chalk, but she was in binders. I know. The Empress was under arrest, and by her own uncle. Ganner didn't have to understand the details or ask himself where his loyalties lay. He was an Imperial Knight. He'd sworn to serve the light side of the Force and the Fell Monarch. Only one of those remained available to him, and she was slipping out of his grasp. He felt a moment of clarity unlike anything since losing the Force. After so much uncertainty and doubt, He knew exactly what he had to do. There's a second, secure lift, Ganner said, recalling the layout of this wing. He put a hand on his lightsaber. Chalk must be taking her on that one. If we hurry, we can get behind them and take out the first 2 troopers. There's still Chalk and the other 2. We just need to get the Empress away from there. He turned the corner and started back around the hall, but was instantly reminded of his clanking metal boot. Nothing was easy after all. He snarled and said, "Hurry ahead, Aslan. I'll be right behind you. We can still get them." Ganner. The boom that interrupted her made the whole corridor shake and knocked them both off their feet. Alarms started wailing, and after they pushed themselves upright, they picked up the reek of smoke. What the hell was that? Aslan gasped. It came from the direction of the Emperor's quarters. Ganner started toward it, not caring about his boot anymore. He couldn't even hear it over the alarms. They only turned one more corner before finding an inferno at the end of the hall. Heat and choking ash rushed toward him, and Aslan pulled him away. Ganner, we have to get out of here. But the Empress. Chalk has her now. We don't know where they've gone. Come on, we have to go. They hurried back to the main lift but found it unresponsive, either deliberately or because of the explosion. Fire was still raging on this level, and the air was slowly becoming filled with smoke. Aslan asked, "Do you know the way to the other lift?" "I think so, but it might not work either." She put a hand on her lightsaber. "We can't cut our way inside the shaft." Ganner had a better idea. He grabbed Aslan's wrist and led her down half-remembered corridors. Smoke became thicker, the air hotter, and he was relieved when he spotted one dark transparent steel window at the end of the hall. They both took out their sabers and carved away the edges of the thick pane. Aslan gave the window one strong kick to knock it into a long free fall. Fresh air rushed their faces, pushing back the smoke, and Ganner stuck his head through the gap and peered down. It was a long fall, but there looked to be a ledge to stand on some 40 meters down. "Don't jump this time," Aslan said as she reached for the fiber cord cable reel attached to her utility belt. "Didn't cross my mind," said Ganner as he reached for his own. They magnetized one end of their cables to the window frame, then vaulted the cut-through transparent steel edge and began lowering themselves to the ledge far below. Without the force to guide their descent, they needed to use gloved hands on the ropes and feet on the building side. Ganner's metal boot continued to clank on the smooth face, but he barely heard it over the roaring of wind. The window they carved through now spilled some smoke into the air, but it was far less than the Emperor's quarters themselves, which were still aflame and furling a black pillar into the night sky. Airspace around the palace was highly restricted, and as Ganner and Aslan made their descent, the first rescue airspeeders arrived. They hovered in front of the explosion site, shining their searchlights into the smoke and pumping arcs of flame retardant into the wreckage of the Empress's quarters. None of them paid any attention to the 2 Imperial Knights descending on the other side of the building, and now that they were out of immediate danger, Ganner's thoughts began to clear, and he wondered whether they wanted help from the rescue teams. There was no telling how many people were involved with Hogram Chalk's coup. He wanted to believe it was only a few, but that may have been wishful thinking. When they finally reached the end of the ledge, they carefully reeled in their cables. They were still trapped on the side of the building, but when they looked down several more levels, they spotted a row of windows, dark from the inside. Using cables once more, they dropped themselves lower, then used their sabers to carve through the windows and re-enter the building. "What do we do now?" asked Aslan as she reeled in the last of her cable. "We have to make contact with the other knights. Let's hope nobody's thrown up a jamming field." Ganner took out his comlink and keyed the frequency for Tree Sinde. Since Antares' death, the old warrior had become de facto leader of the Imperial Knights. He was pleasantly surprised when his comlink clicked and a gruff voice said, "This is Sinde." "Speak." "This is Ganner Krieg. I have Master Ray with me." "Ah, thank the Force you're all right. We weren't sure where you were." "Master Sinde, do you know what's happened?" "We heard about the explosion at the Emperor's quarters." Sin's voice went grave. "Every single knight's been roused. Director Chalk's gathered us in the training center. Until we find out what's happened to the Empress, succession falls to him. Ganner's chest tightened. Master Sende, is Chalk there now? He's just arrived. Ganner, Aslan, you need to get here too. I don't know what we're facing, but we'll meet every night together. It was a moment history could tip on, but Ganner was too tired and frantic, too force-deaf, to know what he should say. He looked to Aslan for guidance and saw her own indecision. For all they knew, Chalk was going to arrest all the knights as well. They couldn't afford to go to the training center. Ganner's heart told him he could trust Sinde, but there was no way to know if this line was secure. Aslan made the final decision. She grabbed the comlink and said, Master Sinde, the Empress is not dead. If Chalk tells you that, he's lying. What? Aslan, what are you? We can't come, Master Sinde, and you never talk to us. Before Sin could ask more, Aslan shut off the comlink, dropped it, and smashed it with her foot. Breathless, Ganner asked, What now? We get help. From who? Her eyes were uncertain. It was clear she had no answer. Aslan took his hand, swallowed, and said, We have to get away from here. Off Coruscant. After that, I may have some ideas. Chapter 29. The extent of Bakura's devastation, though horrific enough as relayed by Holo Image, was even more staggering when Garstazi saw it with his own eyes. When his shuttle had come in to land at the capital, it had banked low over kilometer after kilometer of blackened cityscape, and his stomach had turned to think of the lives lost, the agony sustained. His ship finally set down in the government district, one preserved island amid Salas DR's wreckage, where Amada's welcoming party took him and several other officers from the fleet to meet with the local government. They were all broken, weary men, and Bakura's president didn't even try to put a brave face on it. It was a miserable experience, and Stasi was eager to take his fleet and finish fight against the retreating Nagai and SS Siruak, but he had to do this too. After the damage Bakura had taken, a visit by the commander of the liberating army was the least it deserved. Still, he was relieved when the audience was over. He headed back to the landing zone with the Imperial's Captain Bovark. They walked slowly down the presidential palace's halls while their guards, 2 stormtroopers, and 2 Alliance, shadowed them from several meters away. It's going to take decades to rebuild, Stasi told Bovark wearily. Even if Coruscant commits massive funds here, it may still take a generation to heal the damage. 1 generation would be lucky, remarked Bovark. And that's assuming Coruscant will have the political willpower to deliver appropriate aid. The stout, Whisker Squawers had been the first of Ronfell's officers to reach out to Stasi's renegades. That had been years ago, and their initial encounter had ended with Stasi trying to knife the Imperial over a misunderstanding, but intervening experience had turned Bovark into one of his favorite Imperial officers. He lacked their usual haughtiness and replaced it with practicality. Stasi suspecting being a non-human and a still too human Navy might have something to do with that. I'm hoping with the fight in the Outer Rim wrapping up we can finish the fight back home, he told Bovark. That would be ideal. I'd like your battle group to accompany mine, Captain, he went on. I want to get the Nagai firmly under heel. That means chasing them all the way back to Seijo. Subduing them might be easier now that Darth Nil is gone. With the power vacuum on top, they'll be more likely to surrender. I'd like that too, Admiral, Bovark sighed. But I don't think that will be possible. Stasi looked at him sideways. What do you mean? Bovark held up a hand and snapped thick fingers. Suddenly the stormtroopers lifted their blasters and held them at the heads of Stasi's guards, and were using free hands to disarm the Alliance men. Stasi instinctively reached for his service pistol, but froze with hand on hilt when he saw the blaster Bovark had drawn. Captain, what the hell is this? Growled Stasi. I'm truly sorry, Admiral, but I've been ordered to take you in for questioning. Questioning? For what? Bovark's voice turned hard. The murder of Empress fell. Shock replaced anger. Stasi's mind reeled. Explain, he rasped. I just got word from Coruscant. An explosion went off in the Empress' private quarters when she was inside. The Empress dead. She'd been an honorable woman who dealt with him fairly, despite their many disagreements. He felt grief for her, but more for the fragile peace she'd been instrumental in upholding. Bovark went on, I've been ordered to take you into custody and deliver you to Coruscant. You may not communicate with your people. You will be taken directly to my ship and thence to the core. You can't seriously think I was involved. I've been out here the entire time, fighting this war. Winning it? I understand you're wanted because of your connection with Senator Porat Darrell. He was already a prime suspect in the first assassination attempt. I understand they found evidence implicating him in the bombing of her quarters. Stasi didn't believe Darrell had been involved in Bovinire. He didn't believe any of this either, but Bovark clearly did. Who's been telling you all this? Who gave the order to arrest me? Director Chalk? I understand he's also issued orders to arrest some other senators. Stasi neither liked nor trusted the man, but he hadn't expected Chalk could be so brazen. Grief over his niece's death must have pushed the man over the edge and spurred him to root out all the Alliance radicals his paranoid Imperial mind had conjured up. If he'd been on Coruscant, Stasi might have been able to get the situation under control, but no, he'd been all too eager to race to the Outer Rim and be an admiral again, a war hero, because he'd always wanted to be that instead of a politician. War was more exciting, glamorous, and pure than government, but government could be just as dangerous. Stasi understood that now, too late. Vanity had undone him. Draw your weapon slowly and give it to me, Bovark said. He still had his pistol aimed at Stasi's chest. Anger overtook him, anger at Bovark and Chalk, and most of all himself. Stasi snarled, I'm still a leader of the Galactic Federation. You don't have authority over me, Captain. I have my orders. Please, surrender quietly. Stasi had never surrendered quietly, not even at Camus, when all the guns of the Empire had tried to pound his fleet to dust. He couldn't jump to hyperspace this time. His guards were disarmed, Bovark had the draw on him, and he could never outrun a blaster bolt. Fighting would accomplish nothing this time. But Stasi was still a warrior, for better or worse. The choice was a simple one. He wrenched his blaster from his holster, but Bovark was faster. All he had to do was twitch a finger. Stasi didn't even get a shot off before the stun blast took his chest at point blank. When he hit the ground, he felt nothing, not grief or anger, satisfaction or shame. Shadow Vale was glad to be off Bakura, but once he'd been transferred to Captain Bovark's Star Destroyer, he found himself in an aggravating limbo. The ship remained in stationary orbit as post-battle cleanup continued, and there was nothing for Shadow to do in the modest cabin he'd been provided except wait. He didn't know how long the ship would remain at Bakura, or where it would go next. He had no desire to spectate on continued campaigns against the SS Siruak or Nagai, but wasn't in a position to take a ship and ride back to Coruscant either. Captain Bovark himself was down on the planet, and none of his subordinates offered Shadow help or clarity. Therefore, when he learned Bovark had finally returned to the ship, Shadow went to intercept him. It was probably bad form bothering a captain on his bridge, but Shadow didn't care. He needed to get off the ship, either on a ride to Coruscant or a ferry to Admiral Stasi's flagship. He knew Alliance's crew would be more welcoming than these Imperials. When the Jedi stepped onto the command deck, no crewman stepped up to reprimand him for his audacity. They all looked busy, even frantic, and the few that noticed Shadow promptly ignored him. He wandered deeper onto the bridge like a ghost, taking careful steps toward Captain Bovark as the stout squawers hunched over the comm station. Captain, an ensign said, Alliance is hailing us again. They're insisting to know what we've done with Stasi. Bovark's whispers twitched anxiously. Weapons team, warm cannons, but do not take target locks unless I say so. Shields, the same. Stand by but do not raise. Engines, warm hyperdrives. Just in case. Shadow couldn't help himself. He lurched across the deck until he had a hand on Bovark's shoulder. Captain, what's going on? What happened to Stasi? Bovark jerked his hand off. Master Jedi, stand back. If you interfere, I'll have security remove you. I need to know. The captain chopped a hand. If you can't watch in silence, you won't watch at all. Shadow restrained himself and stepped away from the comm station. A pair of stormtroopers had appeared a meter behind him, rifles drawn but held low. Shadow lowered his hands to his sides and kept them there. Bovark turned back to the comm station and said, "All right. Open a link to Alliance." The captain breathed deep and clasped hands behind his back. A holo sprung to life before him, showing the head and shoulders of a Weequay Shadow recognized as Joram Bay. "Captain Bovark, explain yourself," Bay growled. "We understand you've taken Admiral Stasi aboard your ship without telling us." "That's correct. I'm sorry to inform you that the Admiral has been detained for questioning in the murder of Empress Marasiah FL." Shadow could hardly parse the words. The deck seemed to spin around him as Bay said, "That's outrageous. You have no authority." "I was personally ordered to apprehend Stasi by Hagram Chalk, who's assumed the Emperor's authority. Stasi had nothing to do with the bombing. He was here, fighting the SS Iruak with you. Director Chalk has evidence that must be investigated. I assure you, Captain, Stasi has not been harmed. You have my word." "Let me speak to me. I'm afraid that's not possible. And this is not acceptable. You're in no position to threaten me, Admiral Bay. We have more ships than you do, Captain Bovark. Over Bakura, yes, but galaxy-wide Imperial ships outnumber Alliance ones 4-1. What we're doing is legal and essential if we're going to learn the truth behind the Emperor's murder. Stasi had nothing to do with it. Then an investigation will prove it. I understand you're angry, Admiral, but this is bigger than your loyalty to Stasi. The Empress has been murdered and the stability of the galaxy is at stake. If you do something rash, like Stasi did at Camas." Bovark took a deep breath. "I have my orders. I'll carry them out, for the good of the galaxy. If you try to interfere in any way, you'll be considered an enemy of the Galactic Federation." Bay glared murder through the hollow image, but shut the connection abruptly without reply. Bovark immediately spun toward the crew pit. "All ships, raise shields and weapons. Nav teams, start plotting a hyperdrive jump. Tactical, give me a full display." A large hollow map sprung to live, portraying the Imperial and Alliance ships over Bakura in different colors. The Alliance vessels were more numerous, but the Imperial forces, including 4 formidable Star Destroyers, were clustered together and could defend fiercely if necessary. Once Bovark's crew completed orders, they shifted to watch the battle display, as stunned and breathless as Shadow. He was still trying to wrap his mind around the Emperor's death. He knew nothing about the when and how, and even less the ways it would break apart the already splintering Federation. He only knew he was about to watch the first break now over Bakura. Joram Bay and Alliance's crew were devoutly loyal to Stasi, even fanatical. Many of them had been at Camas, where the Duro had to fight another surrender order and initiated a decade-long guerrilla campaign that ultimately toppled Darth Plagueis. They'd never meekly submit. Minutes passed. The Alliance ships neither opened fire nor hailed. They shifted position slowly, drawing nearer to the Imperial vessels, but were still out of shooting range. And then, as one, the Alliance ships swung noses away from Bakura. Their sublights went hot, pushing them out of its orbit. Over a dozen lightspeed engines flares and dwindled to nothing as the ships disappeared into hyperspace. Bovark exhaled relief, like many of his crew. The captain asked, "Any parting message?" The comm officer shook his head. "None, sir." Shadow knew what Bay would do. They all did. He emulated as captured leader. There was no telling when, where, or how they'd strike next, but Hagram Chalk had an enemy. The real question was how many other Alliance ships would follow. "All vessels, lower shields and stand down from combat alert," said Bovark. "Helm, start plotting a course that will get us back to Coruscant. Make it indirect and use non-standard routes. They might still try to ambush us." As the crew complied, the captain finally turned to Shadow, who remained frozen and silent at the center of the bridge. Bovark sighed once more and said, "All right, Master Jedi. I believe I can answer your questions now." Bakura had felt like a resolution, not just to a war but so much of Marin's life. The news that came in afterward, via scattered news broadcasts and Mandalorian rumor chains, proved that wishful thinking. First they heard about the bombing on Coruscant and the death of Empress Fel. Next came word that her uncle, Hagram Chalk, had taken command of the chaos on the capital and was ordering arrests of prominent Alliance figures while claiming he had proof of their complicity in both assassinations. Marin was an old woman and she knew what revolutions and coups looked like. When she'd been just 14 years old, her uncle Davik, Marasiah's grandfather, had taken command of the Imperial remnant by launching a counter-coup against a group of hardliner Moffs and admirals. The assassination of an Imperial head of state had sparked that conflict too, and Marin knew that the resolution to this one would be decided not by the Senate apparently active but hobbled by the loss of key members but by the actions of the military. The grim reality was that power ultimately came from the barrel of a laser cannon. Mandos knew that well. The escalating crisis was worrying, and Marin was glad her family and the Mandalorians would have no part in it. The Empress' death struck her in ways she hadn't expected. She never met the woman, and had only talked to her father once in the past 40 years. Nonetheless, Marasiah Fel had been family in a way, and more, she'd been one of the last Force users left in the galaxy. Her rare powers and Skywalker blood hadn't saved her from a young death. But another thing Marin knew from bitter experience was that Anakin Skywalker's legacy was rarely kind to those forced to carry it. That was why she tried to shirk it for so many years. She also wondered how Ania would be handling the news. Her daughter had worked for, or with, the Empress on several occasions. From what Marin could tell, their relationship had been respectful but not warm. She'd been about to contact Free Agent when she got a hail from someone else. That blow landed hardest. Are you sure about this? She felt pinned to Champion's pilot seat as she looked at Park Prowler's flickering hollow image. Where did you hear it? A couple different sources. I don't have any reason to doubt it, the man said. Archis is dead. They say he was executed. By who? Raul? Zarimer. Some of his other lieutenants. They confronted him as soon as they met up after the battle. Apparently they had proof Archis killed Chern and Ordo. He didn't even deny it. Just went for his blaster. They gunned him down right there. Marin didn't know what she felt. Her emotions were a tangled mess. Prowler noticed. I thought you'd be happier. She groped for certainties. What kind of proof? I'm not positive. I heard from one barv it was a holo of Archis talking to a Sith. A Nagai. That's right, he nodded. Darth Nil himself, apparently. I guess they were bartering over services. The Sith told Archis he'd killed his Mandalore for less than he wanted now. Archis said he'd done it for cheap because he wanted Ordo out of the way. Prowler shook his head. All this time I thought you were on a Decutla quest, Scarada. But I guess you were right all along. Maybe I owe you an apology. Save it. He raised a brow. Did your people have anything to do with that? I understand if you don't want to say. From his description it was clear the recording had been taken at Archis and Nil's last encounter, in the president's office on Bakura. She understood everything, and with understanding came an emotion she could name, anger. I had nothing to do with that, she said simply. It wasn't as true as she wanted. Then I guess justice works out after all. Strange galaxy. Who's Mandalore next? Don't know. My bet's on Thorum Raul, unless Carr or any of your barbs want to throw their helmets in the ring. I'll let you know, she said dryly. Anything else? Don't think so. Just relaying the news. Before Prowler signed off, Marin thought to ask, what happened to Ock's daughter? Prowler's face creased as he remembered. I heard she grabbed his ship. Ran off. Nobody knows where. If I were Raul and his buddies, I'd watch my back for her. Marin hoped not, for Sora Arch's sake. She hoped the young woman could live free of the grief and anger that had ruled her father's life. She doubted it, but she hoped. Got it. Thank you, Park. Prowler nodded and killed the connection. Marin remained alone in the cockpit, trying to assemble herself. She never thought she'd feel such grief for a man she'd hated for so long, but she vowed he had nothing to fear from her. She'd promised him his life, and failed to keep that promise. She'd done that once before, to someone she loved far more than Yaga'ach's, but it roused the same flavor of regret. Bakura hadn't been a resolution after all. It was just one more event in the long chain of life, a turn in a story that could never be predicted or controlled, and only seemed to have purpose when you looked at it in reverse. And in that kind of story there was only one resolution, the kind where only darkness followed. When she felt in control of herself, Marin rose from her seat and walked down to Champion's cramped crew quarters. She rapped knuckles on the door to Liam's cabin, then opened the door without waiting for his response. Her nephew sat upright in his bed. He was dressed in a loose jumpsuit and seemed to have been dosing. He blinked and asked, "Bavodu, what's wrong?" "Yaga'ach's is dead. Executed by his own lieutenants. They had proof he killed Chern and Ordo." "That's good news, isn't it?" He didn't try to act surprised. "It's what we wanted all along." It was what they'd wanted, the singular goal she gathered all her people around. Most of them would be ecstatic and unable to understand why Marin didn't share their joy. "You took the recording," she said. "Who did you send it to?" "Raul." Liam drew himself straight. "Does it matter?" It really didn't. The deed was done. I told Arches it was over if he helped us take down Nil. He kept his side of the bargain, and I didn't. You've made a liar out of me." Liam was defiant. "Why are you getting mad over Shabla Arches? He was a chacker who killed his own Mandalore and got in bed with the Sith. The galaxy is a better place with him gone." Maybe, she thought. Or maybe Liam's choice would ricochet through history and wreak effects none of them would imagine. She knew he could never understand that. He was far too young. "You broke the promise I made," Marin said firmly. "Once we get back to Conquer Dawn, you can do what you want, but you're not crewing for me again. Understand? I only work with people I can trust." He showed hurt in the Force, but his voice was unrepentant as he said, "Fine. I understand." Marin didn't want to be here anymore. She turned to go, then stopped and looked back. "One more thing. Yaga'ach's is dead, but his daughter's not. They say Sora got in her Boer shuttle and flew off. Nobody knows where. If she saw your recording, odds are good she figured out who took it." Liam paled as the first ricochet struck home. Marin left without another word and closed the door behind her. She got 3 steps away before emotions rushed her. Grief and anger and relief and brittle love. After she'd lost Ania and her husband, she'd lost touch with every part of herself besides regret. She felt hollow and cold, trapped half dead in a life permanently decreased. Not anymore. She'd forgotten how overwhelming it could feel to be alive. The feeling was interrupted by a mechanical chime. Another message incoming. She didn't even what this one might bring. Marin went back to the cockpit, activated the transceiver, and brought up the face of Hondo Carr. That was a slight surprise. Gloating had never been his style. "You've heard the news," she said. Hondo nodded. "Arches is dead. I understand if you're not happy about it, but me and Tez just popped a bottle of Tir. That's not why I called, though." "Then why did you?" "I just had an interesting talk. You remember when we were tracking Raul last year with Federation help?" "Of course." Hondo had hooked up with the contact from Rogue Squadron, plus a Jedi, and an Imperial Knight. "I heard the Alliance fleet from Bakura is unaccounted for. Did you hear from them?" "I thought I might, but no." Hondo shook his head. "My contact came from another source. My question for you is, are you interested in picking up a couple strays?" With everything happening, Shadow felt, the new Jedi Temple on Coruscant should have felt appended. Instead, its corridors were quiet and the hollow routines of its remaining members continued as they had. It was, Shadow thought, a sad and final testament to the Jedi's irrelevance in this strange new galaxy. He alone stood in one of the gathering rooms and watched the news holo play out. The reporter said, Senate Speaker T.M. Brighton reiterated his objections this morning, calling the arrest of Senators Nellerin and Kaiga, as well as Admiral Garstazzi, an illegal power grab by Hagram Chalk. The regent released a short statement repeating that everything he had done was based on hard evidence that will be presented in public trial, and that he was confident all the accused had been involved with the assassination of Marasiah fell. The Regent's office has also doubled his reward offered for the whereabouts of Senator Porat Darrell, who evaded the team sent to detain him after Empress Fell's death. Just yesterday, Regent Chalk stated that Darrell's flight was itself a confession of guilt and called on all citizens to help locate the senator, out of respect for Marasiah Fell's legacy. A price is also being offered for Senator Darrell's wife, who is believed to be on the run with him. Regent Chalk also announced that in 2 days a memorial service will be held for Empress Fell. It will be widely broadcast, but in-person attendance is expected to be limited to senior government officials and members of the Imperial Knight and Jedi orders. "It is a dilemma," said a deep voice beside Shadow. He jerked in surprise and saw Grandmaster Cade, 3 meters of piled muscle, tangled fur, and fierce-looking tusks and talons. Despite that, he was as gentle as always as he said, to attend the memorial will be seen as a sign of approval of the Regent's policies. To refuse it will be blatantly disrespectful to the Empress. It was a trap, and Shadow didn't envy Cade the dilemma. He also found it hard to care. Does it really matter what the Jedi do? I have always held that it does. But does it? He looked up at the Wifid, broadcast completely ignored now. When the Force spoke to us, maybe it did. But now, Master, what are we? We're just beings like any other. We still remember what the Force said to us. That can still be a guide. Shadow fought the urge to weep. He'd explained events on Bakura to the Jedi Council, but he'd been circumspect about his internal struggle. He'd been hoping the Grandmaster, the oldest living Jedi, would have some wisdom to offer instead of the unconfident platitudes he'd recited to himself as he marched Bakura to its ruin. His voice choked as he said, "Master, I'm sorry. I can't do this any longer. I can't pretend to be a Jedi. I'm not. None of us are. We're all lying to ourselves. So we're the Sith. We've all been trying to press on and act the same, but trying to pretend things hadn't changed destroyed the Sith. The Jedi have to stop." Shadow blurted it all without thinking, and when he stopped to breath, Cade regarded him, the expression of his long-tusked face impossible to read. Still gentle, he said, "If you feel you are no longer able to do your duties as you have, I understand. There's no need for you to be what you're not, Shadow Vale. You can leave Coruscant and walk your own path." He'd been edging toward that decision since Bakura, maybe longer, but he also revolted from it. Being a Jedi was all he'd known since childhood. He'd spoken with his sister Strahl, who was stricken by the death of her friend the Empress and uncertain of her own fate. They might end up derelict together, just like they'd been 20 years back as wandering orphans before 2 different organizations offered them purpose. Bakura had convinced him that if the Jedi continued to deny what had happened, they damaged not only themselves but those they tried to help. For the good of the Jedi and the galaxy, he needed to convince them otherwise, but even a Shadow felt that he doubted his own intentions. Even now he wanted to force others onto the path he thought was best for them. Maybe Ricardo was right, and idealism was just vanity disguised. There was only one thing Shadow was certain of absolutely. "I can't do this anymore," he croaked. "I'm sorry, Master. I may stay at the temple for a time, until I decide where to go next. But I can't perform missions for the Jedi anymore. I can't be an active knight." His hand moved toward the double-bladed lightsaber at his belt. He could still remember constructing it during his training, testing its twin blades against Cade's and Aslan's, and feeling flushed with pride the first time he ignited the weapon. It had become an extension of himself and a constant reminder, even in the darkest days of Crate's purge, that the Force was still with him. Cade sensed his reluctance. "There's no need to give up your weapon." "Yes, there is," Shadow said. He pulled it from his belt and held it out. Cade locked his claws around it and took it from Shadow's hands. He stared down at the empty blue palms and wondered what else belonged in them. They stripped down the homestead before leaving and returned to find it untouched by anything except weather. That was no surprise to Ania. Conquer Dawn wasn't a busy world, and the farm her mother's people had occupied wasn't prime real estate. She never felt any attachment to the place, and was surprised to feel a familiar warmth as free agents sat down alongside Starlight Champion and Black Justice. There was another ship there too, a small scout craft she'd never seen before. As Ania, Salk, and AG-37 stepped outside, she spotted her mother, now dressed in a simple tunic, approach the scout ship alongside Hondo Carr and Tez Vivek, still in Beskar. The hatch on the scout ship's cockpit was opening, and it looked like someone was getting out. "Any idea what this is, Ania?" asked Salk. "No clue? My mom didn't tell me anything." She wondered if Marin had anything to tell. Hondo and Tez were the ones walking ahead with seeming assurance. Her mother was holding a step back and keeping one hand near her holstered blaster. Great, Anya thought. She wasn't fool enough to think beating the Sith at Bacura would solve all their problems, but she'd at least hoped things would quiet down for a while. "Stay back, guys," Anya told her friends. "I'll take a look." She trotted up beside her mother and whispered, "What have we got? Trouble?" "I don't think so. You're reaching for your gun. That usually means trouble." Marin looked sidelong at her daughter. "It means I'm cautious. Right? Caution. That's what you were doing on Bespin and Bacura." She slapped the blaster at her own hip. "Well, I'm cautious too." She looked ahead and saw two figures emerging from the scout. Both wore red armor instantly recognizable as Imperial Knights. One was a tall man with long hair pulled into a ponytail. The other was a woman with short red hair, scars lacing an otherwise pretty face, and a respiration device built into the chest piece of her armor. That was a distinctive look, and Anya instantly remembered her as part of the Empress entourage when they'd gone to Grease Space. Seeing the knight stirred unhappy memories of Marasiah fell. The death of her cousin had been a strange and heavy blow that left Anya despondent for the ride back to Mandalorian space. She never exactly liked her haughty, imperious cousin, and none of the situations they'd been forced together had been pleasant ones. Nonetheless, Marasiah had been a just woman, which was more than Anya could say for most authority figures she'd met. Her death been like an erasure of their success at Bacura. It made the galaxy feel endangered again. She'd wondered, too, where Jo was, whether he'd heard about Marasiah's death, and how he felt. She tried to hail Minok after getting the news, but there'd been no reply. She thought tracking them down would be Free Agent's next mission now that her mother's drama was resolved, but these two nights were an uncomfortable reminder that nothing was ever really over. The knights shook hands with Tez and Hondo. The latter looked back to Marin and Anya and said, "These Scarlet Barves are called Ganner Krieg and Aslan Ray." As you can guess, they were in Her Majesty's service. Scarlet Barves. Meet Marin and Anya. Even without a last name, Anya seemed to register for them both. She hated when that happened. The two knights exchanged glances, like they were deciding how much to tell. Ganner told Anya, "I understand you're a relative of the Empress." "A distant cousin," she said, and wasn't going to get her mother involved unless Marin volunteered. "I didn't think that was common knowledge." Ganner looked awkward. "I've been closer to the Empress than most. I'm so sorry what happened to her." The other knight said, "You don't understand." Ganner started, "Aslan, are you sure? The Empress isn't dead." The woman's scarred face went hard. "She's been arrested by her uncle, Hagram Chalk." That took everyone by surprise, even Hondo and Tez. The Mando woman said, "What do you mean? That was a coup." Staged as an assassination? Ganner nodded grimly. "How do you know all this?" asked Anya. "And why aren't you with all the other Imp Knights on Coruscant?" "It's a long story, but we saw it." "It's the truth," Aslan insisted. "When we ran, we didn't know what Chalk was going to do with the Imperial Knights. It looks like he's kept them intact for now, but we can't tell who's loyal to him." "And so you run to a bunch of renegade Mandas?" Tez asked, still skeptical. "Your husband said you're not so renegade anymore," Aslan eyed Hondo. "I tried to get in touch with Anjdal from Rogue Squadron. We think she's with that Alliance fleet that went MIA from Bacura after they arrested Stasi. We couldn't manage it. I'm sure they're laying low." Anya glanced at her mother. "What do you think?" She had no idea what it felt like when you read somebody's intention in the Force, and she had no idea how her mother would want to handle the revelation just thrown in their laps. Maybe Marin would call it quits again and stubbornly retreat from the galaxy's turmoil like she'd done before Ania was born. Even after all they'd been through, her mother was still a mystery. Marin, however her Force skills worked, got her read on them. She nodded slightly and said, "They're telling the truth." "Of course we're telling the truth," Aslan said testily. Ganner looked thoughtful. Maybe he'd read more into Marin's short response. "We have no idea where the Empress is being held. We can be sure Chalk's got her very, very secure. But wherever she is, we have to get her out." "How do you know she's not dead already?" asked Tondo. "We saw her under arrest, being taken from her quarters right before the bomb went off," Aslan clarified. "Also, Chalk is her uncle. I don't think he'd just kill her." Ganner passed firm gaze across the group. "We need to find the Empress and free her. If you won't help us with that, at least help us find that rogue fleet. We don't have much credits to pay you with, but we'll compensate you however we can." Anya looked at the faces around her, Tess skeptical, Hondo conflicted, her mother deep in thought. As for Anya herself, decision came instantly. It was like when she decided to help Jo hunt Darth Red, or her mother chase Yaga Arches. There seemed no other way. "She's my cousin," Anya said, "and I guess she's even kind of my Empress. Of course I'll do what I can. Don't worry about payment either. I'm actually pretty rich. I can't speak for the others, but..." "I'll do it too," Marin put a hand on her daughter's shoulder. "And I think you're going to need my kind of help." Chapter 30. The end of their quest was the sole habitable planet in a system the Greek called Rahakala. There was no name for the system in any other language they could find. It didn't even appear on standard galactic star charts. Located at the very edge of the galaxy, past the Gree enclave on the outermost rim, was a system that matched the vision Cade Skywalker had received in the Thoyor, binary white and blue stars, orbited by 4 planets. Outermost was a blue gas giant, then a red one, then a gray dead rock, and finally, closest to the double stars, was a single inhabitable world. The description matched one in the index from Eli Horn's recovered Gree archives. With those coordinates as a guide, Mynock and Eli's shuttle tracked each other from the deep core to the outer rim's edge, to a place surrounded by the starless black of the intergalactic void, with the galactic disk a distant streak of lights. It was a strange, lonely, desolate place left behind after the Gree Empire collapsed tens of millennia ago. It was the place they needed to be. Kay felt like he was coming here a second time. His visions inside the Thoyor no longer crowded out his waking thoughts as they had when he'd returned to consciousness, but they were with him still, less clear and ordered than true experience but more vivid than remembered dreams. When Mynock exited hyperspace above the planet, however, the recalled images matched perfectly with what he saw before them. Sitting in Mynock's co-pilot's seat, he shuddered. The others, thankfully, didn't notice. Jerriat was at the helm, with Delia and Lobacca strapped into seats at the rear of the cockpit. They'd come here prepared for anything, including a waiting Sith-allied fleet, but all they saw was a lonely planet dark against the intergalactic void, lit ghostly blue-white in the overlapping glow of its sun. Mynock's sensors detected strange radiation, presumably coming from the stars, that was hindering their communications. They were effectively sealed from the greater galaxy, locked in a place of ancient mystery and uncertain danger. Kay's mouth had gone dry. He found it hard to speak. Lobacca roared, asking whether there were any ships in orbit, and Jerriat checked sensors. "Nothing yet." "The shuttle?" asked Delia. "No, but he might be a little." Jerriat paused. "Yep, there he is. Just dropped out behind us. Shields up." It took a moment for Kay to remember that was on him. Since Tython, it was hard to stay focused. That was why he'd insisted Jerriat fly them in. With effort, he worked his console and turned on Mynock's shields. Thankfully, Eli Horn wasn't coming in with blazing guns. Horn began hailing them a minute later, as his shuttle settled in orbit alongside Mynock. Kay turned on audio and said, "Welcome to Rahakala. How's your prisoners?" All he got in reply was static. Cade scowled. Interference? Remember? Said Jerry. Yeah, that. He strained to glance out the viewport. The Sith seemed to be holding steady on their flank. Likely he was scowling at his own comm unit right now. Delia checked her console. I think visual sensors are still working. I'll drop up into low orbit so you can scan. Right, said Cade, and hope we find it before Talon's Buki does. Lobaka gave an optimistic roar. He was just glad no Sith fleet was waiting for them. He could say that again. On the long ride out from the galaxy center to its edge, Minnick's crew had kept checking the news feeds and gotten a semi-coherent picture of galactic affairs. The shattering of Nil's war fleet must have broken what was left of the one Sith, hopefully forever. According to Talon, Nil hadn't placed much priority on the hunt for Katla. That meant Horn was without any of the backup he'd surely tried to arrange, and that meant Cade and company had the clear advantage. Cade would have felt better if they'd been able to salvage any backup of their own. The situation on Coruscant was a mess too, the Jedi Council incommunicado. They said Marasiah fell was dead, but deep down Cade doubted. He'd never been close to his cousin, not at all, but they were two of the last Force users left in this galaxy, and Skywalkers besides. He believed he'd feel her death in some way. Whatever had happened to Marasiah, he couldn't do anything for her now. The mission he'd taken on after his mother's death was finally close to completion, but he felt no fulfillment. It wasn't Eli he was worried about, or the hostages still held by an ex-Sith apprentice out of his depth. It was that damn planet, bathed in ghostly light. It was manifestation of his vision in the Voyeur, and the final proof that everything he'd seen there, everything strange and overwhelming and horrible and grand, was truth he'd need to reckon with. As Mynock and Eli's shuttle drifted in orbit over Rahikala, Cade watched the scans of the surface for anything that might mark the hypergate. This planet had greater cloud cover than Tython, making it difficult. As they waited for something to show, Jerry asked, "You feeling anything?" "Like what?" Cade grunted. "You getting anything from the Force? You know, guideposts, road signs." "I'm not seeing any big banner saying hypergate here." "Sorry. Just thought I'd ask." Jerry was trying to cover her nervousness. Delia and Lobaka remained conspicuously silent as they waited for something to show. Finally, as they slipped over the planet's night-side face and escaped the binary star glow, Cade picked up something. As he leaned close to the sensor board to examine the imaging, he said, "Looks like something in the Twilight Zone, Southern Hemisphere, latitude approximately." "I see it too," Delia said as she looked at her scanner. They waited a tense moment. The Sith ship on their wing didn't contact them and didn't budge. There was no way to know if Eli had seen it or not. Finally, Jerry tapped power to engines and said, "Let's check it out." Mynock dove into the atmosphere first, but Eli's shuttle was right behind them. As they rocked through initial turbulence, Jerry looked to his friend and asked, "Feel anything now?" "No road signs, nothing calling at me." Cade shook his head. "I'm going in blind same as you all." That was a comfort to nobody. Gripping the throttle tight, Jerry plunged them into Rahikala's fast darkening sky. Eli set his shuttle down beside Mynock at the edge of the canyon in which the hypergate was located. By the time he gathered his prisoners, lowered the landing ramp, and marched them outside, the last hints of twilight had vanished from Rahikala's sky. The planet had turned from its suns and the galactic disk both, and night was terrifying black, devoid of moons reflecting solar glow, lit only by faint stars drifting on the very edge of the intergalactic void. The night was dark and quiet. No animals sounded in the distant forests, and no wind blew. J.O. Sam was still grievously wounded after the fight on Tython, and Kyra was barely able to hold him up as they staggered together down the ramp. Lobaka was there waiting, and the strong Wookiee gathered the wounded man in his arms and carried him inside Mynock. After letting Lobaka take a Sam, Kyra sidled beside Skywalker. Lights from Mynock cast half his face in white while the rest remained black. In the harsh chiaroscuro, Eli saw none of the smug condescension he was used to. Softly, eyes on Eli, Skywalker asked Kyra, "How you holding up?" "I'm in one piece." She hugged arms around herself. "Glad to hear it. Now give me your prisoner." Eli put a hand on the lightsaber at his belt. He didn't intend to use it, but he wanted to demonstrate he was ready to. Instead of putting up a fuss, Skywalker nodded soberly. "She's all yours." Talon was brought out from behind Skywalker. Her hands were still bound as Jariah Sin, and Delia Blue roughly pushed her by the shoulders. When they loosened grip enough, the Twi'lek jerked free and stepped up to Eli. Her apprentice flicked on his lightsaber and snipped the shackles apart. She nodded in silent gratitude. "Looks like we all got what we want," Skywalker said. "You know what comes next, right?" Eli and Talon looked toward the black gash in the landscape. From their perch, it looked like a long fall into absolute dark. Talon said, "Will we go down together? Or will you make us fight you for access?" He expected Skywalker to make some sneering remark. Instead, tiredly, he shook his head. "We'll go down together. Just don't try anything stupid. Only one of us has got the Force, remember." Vividly, Talon said. When Lobacca returned, he brought Mining's repulsor sled with him. They loaded on together, Eli, Talon, Skywalker, Kyra, Delia, Sin, Lobacca, the blue and white astromech. It seemed only the protocol droid remained in the ship to care for JOSM. The sled carried them over the crevasse's edge, then lowered them steadily into the steep wall gash. Its forward headlights painted streaks of white, sharply illuminating the layered rock walls and the gap's flat bottom. It looked to Eli like a dried riverbed. The repulsor sled continued forward. Its headlights lit on their final destination, a great hollow portal, side pillars nested halfway into the crevasse walls, joined together by an arch. Delia, working the sled controls, slowed them down and put them to rest some 20 meters from the portal itself. Even after they stopped, nobody got out. Everyone was looking to Skywalker, who stared ahead at the white-lit gate but also at something deeper. He was searching the Force, Eli knew. It was Kyra who asked, "What do you feel?" "People." Cade's brows tightened. "They're close?" "Can't see him, but they're close." "Great." Sin hefted his blaster. "They watching us." "Most likely." Delia worked the sled's headlights, shifting them to illuminate the slices of canyon wall near the gate. Light revealed nothing except bare rock. "Any idea how many?" she asked. Cade shook his head. "What about the gate?" asked Talon. "I don't know. Something feels off about everything. We can't just stand here forever," said Eli. "Probably right." Cade squeezed Delia's arm. "Stay here and man the sled. I'm going ahead." Her blue lips pressed tight, sealing rebuttal. Cade released her and stepped onto the dried riverbed. Kyra followed, then Eli and Talon. Lobacca and Sin took the rear, carrying lightsaber and blaster rifle respectively. They stepped slowly toward the gate, long black shadows cast ahead of them. Every few meters they stopped to listen. Eli looked around constantly but saw nothing move in the deep night. And then they heard the whistle of objects flying through the air. Eli ignited his lightsaber on instinct, though he saw nothing coming at him. He heard the sound of impact on dirt nearby, then another sharp whine. Air brushed his cheek as something passed frightfully close. Sin turned on the light attached to his rifle barrel and swept it across the dirt. The lit white circle passed over a pair of large red insects half lodged in the soil. Something else sailed overhead and Eli ducked low, pulling Talon with him into a crouch. To his surprise, Sin didn't duck. To his greater shock, the man shouted into the darkness, "Korkak Mongar Krokol Churik. Yuuzhan Vong Charmik Norak Mar. Norak Mar." Eli understood none of what he said, only that, incredibly, this human was speaking Yuuzhan Vong. Skywalker and Lobacca had their sabers ignited as well, and dragging Kyra with them they huddled beside Talon and Eli, but Sin stayed on his feet, spinning a tight circle, and shouting the same words in Yuuzhan Vong over and over again. When he finally stopped, silence filled the crevasse once more. No projectile sailed at them and nothing seemed to be moving in the dark. After a few heavy heartbeats, a series of torches lit up on either crevasse wall. In their flickering glow, Eli perceived over a dozen bodies emerging from hiding places in the layered rock. Some faces were laced with tattoos and a few with scars, others were totally unmarked. All contained the sloping foreheads, fleshless noses, and thin lips of the Yuuzhan Vong. Some remained perched on the walls, clutching thud bugs and amphistaffs, while others shimmied down the rock to ground level and approached the newcomers. These two carried weapons. Sin put his rifle on the ground, held out both hands, and said to allay them, Morak Chavak Norshak. Norak Marvinik Kormesh. The Yuuzhan Vong regarded him with open curiosity, but their attention quickly veered to the three figures with lightsabers. Eli felt their eyes pass over him. They were hard and skeptical. These aliens were easily capable of violence. The Yuuzhan Vong on ground level formed a loose circle around them, some clutching thud bugs, others pointing amphistaffs. None seemed to be wearing armor, and Eli thought he could handle at least one if they decided to charge. This is all wrong, Cade whispered. No, you think? Grunted Sin. Talon caught the strangeness in his voice. What do you mean, Skywalker? These Vong, I can feel them in the Force. All of them? Everyone stared at him in shock, even Sin. The dreadlocked man gathered himself, turned to the closest Yuuzhan Vong, and said, Mornak Kala Sevik Norshkatla's Hek. Norshkatla. The Yuuzhan Vong passed glanced among themselves. Then a voice boomed out of the darkness. Drekken Morak Selnik. The Yuuzhan Vong shifted to open a hole in their circle in front of Skywalker. More torches flared out of nothing and bobbed as they approached the circle. The one in front had the size and shape of a human or Yuuzhan Vong, but the three trailing behind it were markedly different. Though the bodies were draped in robes, they seemed tall and long-necked. Eli caught a glimpse of clawed fingertips peeking through their long sleeves and blunt blue snouts jutting out from under their hoods. The nearest figure resolved clearly in the firelight, a tall Yuuzhan Vong wearing tan hides layered over a broad chest. His face was unmarked by tattoos or scars but lined by age around the mouth and eyes, and the long hair that fell straight to his shoulders was black streaked with gray. Eli had never seen a Yuuzhan Vong of that age before, but incredibly, he knew this figure. This was Katla. It made no sense. He'd last seen the warrior less than 5 years before. Katla had been a Yuuzhan Vong in his prime, less than 30 standard years. The being before them now looked at least 10 years older, but the eyes passing over them were unmistakably Katla's. Skywalker's memory of the warrior was even dimmer, but he said, You're Katla, aren't you? We've come a long way to find you. The Yuuzhan Vong regarded him carefully. In clear, familiar basic, he said, I've heard the Force has gone silent. The Jedi are extinct. Not this one. Cade lowered his lightsaber and closed his eyes. Concentration washed over his face. Katla flinched in surprise as the human touched him in the Force. Katla frowned. How is that possible? Who are you? I was hoping you might give me some help on the first one. As to the second, I'm Cade Skywalker, son of Cole, grandson of Jade. The name softened Katla's eyes. He looked over Cade's face, searching for something of the boy he'd known. For Cade, their last meeting had been brief and over a decade ago. For Katla, somehow it had been even longer. We came for you, Cade said, and his eyes to the hypergaze arch. And a guess for that thing. Got nudged in your direction on Tython by a lady named Tasha Riel. Eli didn't understand, but Katla apparently did. Do you know what lies on the other side of the gate? Not really. I was hoping you did. The robed figures hanging behind Katla stepped forward. Clawed hands pulled back hoods to reveal blue reptilian faces with vertical slit eyes. In creaking basic, the closest one said, This gate is the beginning and the end. After eons it has been awakened. These are the keepers of the wills, and they have guarded this place since before our species walked the stars, Katla said. He turned and lifted his torch toward the gate. There, your old gods sleep. Coda. Anil Kesh, that three-legged metal spider, looked curiously aloof as it perched over the gray chasm of Titan. Though its central, conical copula has suffered a few scorching hits in the recent battle, most of the structure was still intact, its skin the same slick gray as before. The same could not be said of the surrounding landscape. The Rakata invaders had fought fiercely to get inside the chasm and access the ancient Qua Infinity Gate inside. Pillars of smoke rose from the rugged rocks and hills, and a few fires still burned around the crashed remains of starships, some Jedi starfighters, some Rakatan gunships. Of the Rakatan vessels, far less remained. Most of those had been destroyed the bursts of violent energy that had escaped the Thoyir, leaving little recognizable behind. If Anil Kesh seemed aloof from the devastation, the Thoyir seemed triumphant. The black stone double pyramid hovered above the hills, chasm, and temple, all as though in demonstration of supremacy. For as long as the Jedi could remember, the 9 Thoyir had hovered above the Jedi's 9 temples. The ancient arcs that had brought them to Titan had become objects of mystery, seemingly inert for all those millennia. Not so anymore. The Rakata invasion had fundamentally changed things for the Jedi in many ways, but Lenore Brock suspected the Thoyir marked the biggest change of all. Her gunship-sized Peacemaker had survived the battle with only minor damage. She'd been flying high over Anil Kesh when the Thoyir had come alive and blasted dozens of Rakatan vessels out of the sky. She'd heard that the other Thoyir had done the same thing, as if they'd all woken at once to aid Tithan's defense. Lenore didn't understand any of it, least of all why the Thoyir had only awakened now, after the Rakata had ravaged the Titan system for a year, spreading death and darkness. As she stood on the rock beside her set-down Peacemaker, she stared up at the Thoyir, wondering, and trying not to be angry. Wind blew across the rocks, stirring her long brown hair and red scarf, carrying the smell of hot ash. As a child Titan, and all its unexplained mysteries had filled her with wonder. She'd become a Jedi Ranger in order to better explore all the system had to offer. Experience had dulled her enthusiasm. The apparent death of her brother a decade ago had robbed the universe of much of its joy. The war with the Rakata had been grueling beyond measure. The most irrevocable damage, though, had been done shortly before the Rakata came, when she'd been forced to kill her brother for a second, final time. Their parents were both Jedi Masters, and they started their training as journeyers together. Daly and Brock had come to hate the Force, and believed that his destiny lay among the uncharted, unknown stars beyond the Titan system. He'd abandoned his training, murdered another journeyer, and faked his own death. Lenore had been just a child then herself, and nothing she could have done would have stopped Dal's descent into madness. That was what her parents had told her again and again after Dal's second, final death. Reason might believe it, but the heart never could. He'd been trying to activate an ancient gate when Lenore had been forced to kill him. That had been in the old city. He'd uncovered and reactivated a mysterious device, apparently of Gree origin. Yet they said the gate, now destroyed, at the chasm's bottom was Qua. It had made little sense then, and made none now. Everyone else was stunned and relieved to know that the Rakata invasion was finally over. Lenore was horrified by the realization that Dal had gone mad, and she'd had to kill him, and it had all been for nothing. She felt sick and empty, and as she stared at the Thoyir, she hated it for all its well-kept secrets. Lenore stayed like that for a long time before she heard a hunter starfighter set down beside her Peacemaker. She turned and watched as the cockpit popped open and a single figure emerged. The gray-skinned Twi'lek removed his helmet, tucked it underarm, and walked toward her with a tired gait. Hawk Rio projected his own flavor of sadness in the Force. Hawk was older than Lenore, and she'd learned things from him on the few missions they shared as Jedi Rangers before the war. As he came up alongside her, he nodded. She nodded back. They both turned eyes upward, toward Anil Kesh and the Thoyir. I still don't understand any of it, she told him. The Infinity Gate in the chasm. Destroyed, Hawk said. And the Thoyir. Awakened, all of them. At least, those that survived. I didn't realize we'd lost any. 3 were destroyed by the Rakata bombardments before they had a chance to awaken. I still don't understand why they awaken at all. I do, Hawk said. Somewhat. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply. Lanori could feel him reach out with the force. I can feel her inside it, he said. My niece, Tasha. Lanori didn't understand. She knew of the younger woman and had met her on a few occasions. She'd been a Jedi seer, not a warrior, and as such their paths had rarely crossed. Sometimes, bitterly, Lanori had envied those Jedi who fought the war with dreams rather than blood and tears, but she knew that was unfair. What she didn't know was how Tasha had awakened the lawyer. Your niece, is she inside it? I think so. Hawk didn't open his eyes. I spoke with Master Tear Senden. He said they spoke with the Qua Holocron and followed its instructions. Tasha sacrificed her flesh in the core of Anil Cache, but that wasn't the end of her. I feel her inside the lawyer. I believe she's in all of them. He made it sound as though she transcended her mortal body to join the Force in some deeper way. Lanori looked up at the lawyer and refocused on it. Like most Jedi, she tried to probe the objects with the Force before, and got nothing, not even a hint of how they stayed suspended in the air. Yet this time there was something different about the lawyer. She caught the faint whisper of life from it, though it was not like that of any sentient she'd known. Mysteries and mysteries. Still, Lanori ached for understanding. Master Senden said the only thing of Tasha that survived was the holocron, Hawk said. Maybe we can consult that for some guidance. Maybe, Lanori whispered. Her mother, her father, my brother, it's not going to be easy explaining this to them. Lanori nodded, remembering Tasha's parents. One Jedi, one crime lord. It was an unlikely family, and the young Twi'lek had seemed like she was trying to escape from it into the Force. In a sense, perhaps she had. Is it true the Infinity Gate in the chasm activated before it was destroyed? I believe so. Then Dal, who gone mad trying to make a dark matter activation device for a hypothetical hypergate, truly had died for nothing. She'd killed him for nothing. Lanori didn't even want to weep. She wanted to collapse on the stone and never get up. But she felt a tug from the Force. She and Hawk both looked up to see the lawyer slowly dwindling as it rose higher in the air. Hawk gasped. Do you feel that? Lanori got nothing clearly, just vague whispers. No. It's Tasha. I can't feel her. The lawyer rose higher. It ascended to the blue sky smoothly, not budging an inch in high wind. Maybe this was it, Lanori thought. The lawyer had come to Titan 10,000 years ago. Maybe now, finally, their mission was accomplished and they were going back to where they came from. She ventured, is Tasha saying, goodbye? Hawk's eyes narrowed. No, not at all. She's saying, follow me. Lanori frowned. The two of them stood side by side as the lawyer got smaller and smaller, until it was just a speck of black against blue. Finally, Lanori turned back to her peacemaker. Hawk followed her inside the crammed ship and watched as she activated the communication system. Anil Cache, this is Jedi Ranger Brock, with Ranger Rio, she said. We've just watched the lawyer retreat. Do you have any explanation for us? The stupefied voice on the other end said, no, Rangers. But we're getting reports of other lawyers ascending as well. Can you keep monitoring them? Asked Hawk. Of course. This is a science station. But they seem to be gaining speed. They're reaching upper atmosphere now. Understood. To Lanori, he said, get us to the temple. Lanori didn't argue. She fired up her peacemaker's engines and pushed them off the rock, leaving Hawk's hunter behind. It took them only a minute to set down on one of Anil Cache's landing pads. Lanori's stomach turns a little as she stepped into the familiar halls of the central copula. As a journeyer, she'd loved the science temple for all its wonders. As an adult, she could only look back at it as the place where she'd lost Dal the first time, and after the first time she'd lost him forever. Hawk walked forward with more certainty, leading her to the observation center on the top edge of the copula. A Zabrak master, Tear Senden, was with the technicians there, and he immediately turned to the arrivals. Ranger Rio, I am so sorry about your niece, he said. I wish I could have offered myself in her place, but Master Aang insisted only a seer could do what had to be done. Aang? Asked Lannery. The keeper of the holocron, Sinden added gravely. He gestured to a table in the corner. Placed on it, standing upright on a four-legged stand, was a device with 8 smooth triangular sides arranged in a double pyramid shape. Like a tiny though your Lannery thought. Hawk took a step toward it, like he wanted to touch it and ask why his niece had to sacrifice herself, but he didn't get a chance. One of the technicians announced, the Thoyur are leaving the atmosphere now. All of them? Asked Lannery. Nearly, said Sinden. In addition to the 3 that were destroyed by the initial attack, one the great Thoyur at Akerkesh remains on Titan. But the rest have fled, said Hawk. That's right. You can see on our sensors, they've all risen out of Titan's atmosphere. They seem to be converging in lower orbit. Hawk and Lannery crowded the readout screen. 5 markers denoted Thoyur from different sites on Titan, now joining together in a loose diamond formation over the planet. As they watched the ancient arcs push further, soon they cleared orbit, passing the paths of Ashla and Bogan, vectoring further and further toward the Titan system's outer edge. Can you still feel her? Lannery whispered to Hawk. Not anymore, he said. She's too far away. What do you mean? Asked Sinden. Are you saying you felt Tasha in the Thoyur? Just a little. It was like she was reaching out to me as it left. Not saying goodbye, though. It felt like she was asking me to come with her. Lannery didn't see how they could do that. Unlike the Rakata, the Jedi and their civilization had never gained the power of faster-than-light travel. In best conditions, it took over 300 days to travel from Titan to the outer edge of the star system. These Thoyur, using propulsion nobody had ever understood, were traveling faster than that, though still within the limits of light speed. Hours passed, and the 5 arcs passed further and further through the Titan system. Sinden got on the comm with masters at other temples, and their conference about this sudden event revealed only collective confusion. Still the Thoyur soared on. Finally, Lannery said, we need to ask that Quahalocran what's going on. I think, Sinden said, that is a wise idea. He led the 2 rangers to the far side of the room and picked up the device, cupping his bottom half in both hands. Lannery felt him touch it with the force. A luminous image appeared above it, featuring a creature unlike any alien she'd ever seen, draped in hood and robes. Peace, the figure said. I am Aang of the Qua, last of the Titan Qua, master of the holocron. Ask, Seeker, and I will guide you. Master Aang, said Sinden, we have done as you asked. Seer Rio has sacrificed her body and joined with the Thoyur. They were weapons, as you've promised, and they've driven the Rakata from our system. I am glad of that. It proves the Jedi are a strong order, in tune with the Force. You have proven that you deserve to survive. Proven to whom? Asked Lannery. Did you create the Thoyur? No, it was not the Qua. Their creators are beings beyond your understanding, or ours. Master Aang, Sinden said, the Thoyur have left Titan. They appear to be leaving our solar system entirely. Yet I could feel part of Tasha still inside them. It felt like she was asking me to follow. Aang seemed to consider. Like their makers, the full purpose of the Thoyur are beyond our comprehension. Yet if the devices beckon, you must follow. Follow how? Our technology can't match their speed. The Rakata have brought many things to the Jedi, not all of them horrible. There are things you may yet learn from them. You mean their technology. But the Thoyur are leaving now. If you are truly meant to follow, you will be given a chance to do so. The reptilian mouth twisted in an almost human smile. Trust in them, as you would trust in the Force. The holocron winked off. Lannery felt a spike of anger. She'd wanted to ask about the Infinity Gate, and the greed that had supposedly built the old city. She'd wanted to ask about Dao. Instead, the Jedi turned their attention to the sensors. Over the course of the war, monitoring stations had been installed across the system to trace the advance of Rakatan warships. Now the Thoyur were being tracked as they flung themselves further and further to the edge. The Jedi waited. The Jedi watched, and soon it became apparent that the Thoyur were not fleeing. They were heading to Fury's Gate, the last and lonely planet in the Thython system. Lannery had never ventured that far out, but she knew that Hawk had. He'd said he liked to stare into the interstellar void and wonder what lay beyond. Like Dal, before darkness and desire destroyed his mind. The Thoyur did not sail past Fury's Gate. Rather, they slowed, loosened formation, and appeared to settle in orbit around that outermost planet. "They're waiting," Hawk whispered. "Waiting for us to come to them?" "And then what?" asked Sindon. Lannery knew. "They'll take us beyond, to the place her brother had always wanted to go. But we don't have the technology. And the Rakata, even if we can recover one of their ships, they're powered by the dark side of the Force. Maybe there's another way." Hawk narrowed his eyes. Sindon shook his head in disbelief. Lannery stared at the sensor, and those 5 bright diamonds hovering at Fury's Gate. Whatever lay beyond attracted and repulsed her. It had destroyed her brother. Yet she knew that just as the Jedi had been drawn from all across the galaxy to Thython, they could not stay here forever. The gate had opened. The destiny of the Jedi Order lay in the stars beyond. And she knew hers did too.